Hello, dear listener. We're so glad to have you here. Before we begin, a quick note. In the description, you'll find a link to get the physical book, in case you'd like to keep this work in your personal library. And if this audiobook inspires you even a little, we kindly ask 3 small favors that help us grow immensely. Leave the podcast a 5-star rating, follow us so you don't miss upcoming titles, and comment on which idea resonated with you the most today. Your voice helps more people discover this content. And if you'd like to listen to complete audiobooks filled with powerful ideas and premium knowledge, check out our other collections: Pigeon Audiobooks Philosophy, Pigeon Audiobooks Finance, Pigeon Audiobooks Classics, Pigeon Audiobooks Poetry, Pigeon Audiobooks Top 100 Best-Selling, and our new collection, Pigeon Audiobooks Novels. They're hours of learning designed to accompany you while you build the life you want. Now, get comfortable, turn up your headphones, take a deep breath, and let's grow together.
Pigeon Publishing House presents The Critique of Judgement. Author Immanuel Kant. Narrated by Henry Wells. Preface. First published in 1790, The Critique of Judgement is the third and final major work in Immanuel Kant's celebrated critical philosophy, serving as a bridge between the ideas developed in the Critique of Pure Reason and the Critique of Practical Reason. This profound work explores the relationship between nature, freedom, beauty, and human understanding. The book is divided into 2 principal sections. In the first, Kant investigates aesthetic judgment, examining the nature of beauty, the sublime, artistic genius, and the experience of taste. He asks how judgments of beauty, though rooted in individual experience, can nonetheless claim a sense of universality. In the second, he turns to teleological judgment, considering the apparent purpose and order found in nature and its significance for philosophical inquiry. Far more than a treatise on art, The Critique of Judgement offers a comprehensive examination of humanity's capacity to interpret and appreciate the world. Kant argues that aesthetic experience occupies a unique place between reason and imagination, enriching our understanding of both nature and ourselves. His ideas profoundly influenced the development of aesthetics, romanticism, philosophy, literary criticism, and the humanities. More than 2 centuries after its publication, The Critique of Judgement remains one of the most important works in the history of philosophy. Its reflections on beauty, creativity, nature, and human cognition continue to inspire scholars, artists, and readers seeking a deeper understanding of the relationship between perception and reason. Whether approached as a philosophical masterpiece or as a foundational work in aesthetics, The Critique of Judgement stands as a timeless exploration of the human capacity for reflection and appreciation. Part 1. Critique of Aesthetic Judgment. First section. Analytic of Aesthetic Judgment. First book. Analytic of the Beautiful. First moment. Of the Judgment of Taste, One Moment of Quality. Section 1. The judgment of taste is aesthetic. If we wish to discern whether anything is beautiful or not, we do not refer the representation of it to the object by means of the understanding with a view to cognition, but by means of the imagination, acting perhaps in conjunction with the understanding. We refer the representation to the subject and its feeling of pleasure or displeasure. The judgment of taste, therefore, is not a cognitive judgment, and so not logical, but is aesthetic, which means that it is one whose determining ground cannot be other than subjective. Every reference of representations is capable of being objective, even that of sensations, in which case it signifies the real in an empirical representation. The one exception to this is the 204 feeling of pleasure or displeasure. This denotes nothing in the object, but is a feeling which the subject has of itself and of the manner in which it is affected by the representation. To apprehend a regular and appropriate building with one's cognitive faculties, whether the mode of representation be clear or confused, is quite a different thing from being conscious of this representation with an accompanying sensation of delight. Asterisk here, the representation is referred wholly to the subject, and what is more to its feeling of life, under the name of the feeling of pleasure or displeasure. And this forms the basis of a quite separate faculty of discriminating and judging that contributes nothing to knowledge. All it does is to compare the given representation in the subject with the entire faculty of representations of which the mind is conscious in the feeling of its state. Given representations in a judgment may be empirical and so aesthetic, but the judgment which is pronounced by their means is logical, provided it refers them to the object. Conversely, even if the given representations be rational, but are referred in a judgment solely to the subject, to its feeling, they are always to that extent aesthetic. Section 2. The delight which determines the judgment of taste is independent of all interest. The delight which we connect with the representation of the existence of an object is called interest. Such a delight, therefore, always involves a reference to the faculty of desire, either as its determining ground, or else as necessarily implicated with its determining ground. Now, where the question is whether something is beautiful, we do not want to know whether we or anyone else are, or even could be, concerned with the existence of the thing, but rather how we judge it on the basis of mere contemplation, intuition, or reflection. If anyone asks me whether I consider that the palace I see before me is beautiful, I may, perhaps, reply that I do not care for things of that sort that are merely made to be gaped at. Or I may reply in the same strain as that Iroquois sachem asterisk who said that nothing in Paris pleased him better than the eating houses. I may even go a step further and inveigh with the vigor of a Rousseau asterisk against the vanity of the great who spend the sweat of the people on such superfluous things. Or, in fine, I may quite easily persuade myself that if I found myself on an uninhabited island, without hope of ever again encountering human beings, and could conjure such a splendid edifice into existence by a mere wish, I should still not trouble to do so, so long as I had a hut there that was comfortable enough for me. All this may be admitted and approved, only it is not the point now at issue. All one wants to know is whether the mere representation of the object is to my liking, no matter how indifferent I may be. 205 To the existence of the object of this representation. It is quite plain that in order to say that the object is beautiful and to show that I have taste, everything turns on what I make of this representation within myself, and not on any factor which makes me dependent on the existence of the object. Everyone must allow that a judgment on the beautiful which is tinged with the slightest interest is very partial and not a pure judgment of taste. One must not be in the least prepossessed in favor of the existence of the thing, but must preserve complete indifference in this respect, in order to play the part of judge in matters of taste. This proposition, which is of the utmost importance, cannot be better explained than by contrasting the pure disinterested to delight, which appears in the judgment of taste with that which is allied to an interest, especially if we can also assure ourselves that there are no other kinds of interest beyond those presently to be mentioned. Section 3. Delight, in the agreeable, is coupled with interest. That is agreeable which the senses find pleasing in sensation. This at once affords a convenient opportunity for condemning and directing particular attention to a prevalent confusion of the double meaning of which the word sensation is capable. All delight, so it is said or thought, is itself sensation of a 206 pleasure. Consequently, everything that pleases, and for the very reason that it pleases, is agreeable, and according to its different degrees, or its relations to other agreeable sensations, is attractive, charming, delicious, enjoyable, etc. But if this is conceded, then impressions of the senses, which determine inclination, or principles of reason, which determine the will, or mere contemplated forms of intuition, which determine judgment, are all on a par in everything relevant to their effect upon the feeling of pleasure, for this would be agreeableness in the sensation of one's state. And since, in the last resort, all the elaborate work of our faculties must issue in and unite in the practical as its goal, we could credit our faculties with no other appreciation of things and the worth of things than that consisting in the gratification which they promise. How this is attained is in the end immaterial. And, as the choice of the means is here the only thing that can make a difference, people might indeed blame one another for folly or imprudence, but never for baseness or wickedness, for they are all, each according to his own way of looking at things, pursuing one goal, which for each is the gratification in question. When a modification of the feeling of pleasure or displeasure is termed sensation, this expression is given quite a different meaning to that which it bears when I call the representation of a thing, through the senses as a receptivity pertaining to the faculty of knowledge, sensation. For in the latter case the representation is referred to the object, but in the former it is referred solely to the subject and is not available for any cognition, not even for that by which the subject cognizes itself. Now in the above definition the word sensation is used to denote an objective representation of the senses, and, to avoid continually running the risk of misinterpretation, we shall call that which must always remain purely subjective, and is absolutely incapable of forming a representation of an object, by the familiar name of feeling. The green color of the meadows belongs to objective sensation, as the perception of an object of the senses, but its agreeableness belongs to subjective sensation, by which no object is represented, i.e., to feeling, through which the object is regarded as an object of delight, which involves no cognition of the object. Now, that a judgment on an object by which its agreeableness is a remède, expresses an interest in it, is evident from the fact that through sensation it provokes a desire for similar objects. Consequently, the delight presupposes not the simple judgment about it, but the bearing its existence has upon my state so far as it is affected by such an object. Hence we do not merely say of the agreeable that it pleases, but that it gratifies. I do not accord it a simple approval, but inclination is aroused by it, and where 207 agreeableness is of the liveliest type. Of judgment on the character of the object is so entirely out of place that those who are always intent only on enjoyment, for that is the word used to denote intensity of gratification, would gladly dispense with all judgment. Section 4. Delight in the good is coupled with interest. That is good which by means of reason commends itself by its mere concept. We call that good for something useful, which only pleases as a means, but that which pleases on its own account we call good in itself. In both cases the concept of an end is implied, and consequently the relation of reason to, at least possible, willing, and thus a delight in the existence of an object or action, i.e. some interest or other. To deem something good, I must always know what sort of a thing the object is intended to be, i.e., I must have a concept of it. That is not necessary to enable me to see beauty in something. Flowers, free patterns, lines aimlessly intertwining, technically termed foliage, have no signification, depend upon no determinate concept, and yet please. Delight in the beautiful must depend upon the reflection on an object leading towards some concept or other, whatever it may be. It is thus also differentiated from the agreeable, which rests entirely upon sensation. In many cases, no doubt, the agreeable and the good seem convertible terms. Thus it is commonly said that all, especially lasting, gratification is of itself good, which is almost equivalent to saying that to be permanently agreeable and to be good are identical. But it is readily apparent that this is merely a mistaken confusion of words, for the concepts appropriate to these expressions are far from interchangeable. The agreeable, which, as such, represents the object solely in relation to the senses, must first be brought under principles of reason through the concept of an end, to be, as an object of will, called good. But that the reference to delight is wholly different where what gratifies is at the same time called good, is evident from the fact that with the good the question always is whether it is mediately or immediately good, i.e. useful or good in itself. Whereas with the agreeable this point can never arise, since the word always means what pleases immediately, and it is just the same with what I call beautiful. 208. Even in everyday speech, a distinction is drawn between the agreeable and the good. We do not scruple to say of a dish that stimulates the sense of taste with spices and other condiments that it is agreeable, confessing all the while that it is not good, because, while it immediately satisfies the senses, it is immediately displeasing, i.e., to reason that looks ahead to the consequences. Even in our judgment of health, this same distinction may be traced. To all that possess it, it is immediately agreeable, at least negatively, i.e., as absence of all bodily pains. But, if we are to say that it is good, we must further apply to reason to direct it to ends. That is, we must regard it as a state that puts us in a congenial mood for all we have to do. Finally, in respect of happiness, everyone believes that the greatest aggregate of the pleasures of life, taking duration as well as number into account, merits the name of a true, indeed even of the highest, good. But reason sets its face against this too. Agreeableness is enjoyment. But if this is all that we are bent on, it would be foolish to be scrupulous about the means that procure it for us, whether it be obtained passively by the bounty of nature or actively, and by our own efforts. But that there is any intrinsic worth in the existence of one who merely lives for enjoyment, however busy he may be in this respect, even when in so doing he serves others, all equally with himself intent only on enjoyment, as an excellent means to that one end, and does so, moreover, because through sympathy he shares all their gratifications. This is a view to which reason will never let itself be brought round. Only by what one does heedless of enjoyment, in complete freedom and independently of what nature could passively procure for him, does he give to his life, as the existence of a person, an absolute worth. Happiness, with all its plethora of pleasures, is far from being an unconditioned good. 209. But, despite all this difference between the agreeable and the good, they both agree in being invariably coupled with an interest in their object. This is true, not only of the agreeable. Section 3, and of the mediately good, i.e. the useful, which pleases as a means to some pleasure, but also of that which is good absolutely, and from every point of view, namely the moral good which carries with it the highest interest. For the good is the object of will, i.e. of a rationally determined faculty of desire. But to will something, and to take a delight in its existence, i.e. to take an interest in it, are identical. Section 5. Comparison of the three specifically different kinds of delight. Both the agreeable and the good involve a reference to the faculty of desire, and are thus attended, the former with a delight pathologically conditioned by stimuli, the latter with a pure practical delight. Such delight is determined not merely by the representation of the object, but also by the represented bond of connection between the subject and the existence of the object. It is not merely the object, but also its existence, that pleases. On the other hand, the judgment of taste is simply contemplative, i.e., it is a judgment which is indifferent as to the existence of an object, and only decides how its character stands with the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. But not even is this contemplation itself directed to concepts, for the judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment, neither a theoretical one nor a practical, and hence, also, is not grounded on concepts, nor yet intentionally directed to them. The agreeable, the beautiful, and the good thus denote three different relations of representations to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, as a feeling in respect of which we distinguish different objects or modes of representation. Also, the corresponding expressions which indicate our satisfaction in them are different. The agreeable is what gratifies us, the beautiful what simply pleases us, the good what is esteemed, approved, i.e. that on which we set an objective worth. Agreeableness is a significant factor even with animals devoid of reason. Beauty has purport and significance only for human beings, i.e. for beings at once animal and rational, but not merely for them as rational beings, as spirits for example. but only for them as both animal and rational, whereas the good is good for every rational being in general. A proposition which can only receive its complete justification and explanation in what follows. Of all these three kinds of delight, that of taste in the beautiful may be said to be the one and only disinterested and free delight. For, with it, no interest, whether of sense or reason, extorts approval. And so we may say that delight, in the three cases mentioned, is 210 related to inclination, to favor, or to respect. For favor is the only free liking, an object of inclination, and one which a law of reason imposes upon our desire, leaves us no freedom to turn anything into an object of pleasure. All interest presupposes a need, or calls one forth, and, being a ground determining approval, deprives the judgment on the object of its freedom. So far as the interest of inclination in the case of the agreeable goes, everyone says, hunger is the best sauce, and people with a healthy appetite relish everything, so long as it is something they can eat. Such delight, consequently, gives no indication of taste having anything to do with choice. Only when people's needs have been satisfied can we tell who among the crowd has taste or not. Similarly, there may be correct habits, conduct without virtue, politeness without goodwill, propriety without honor, etc. For where the moral law speaks, there is, objectively, no room left for free choice as to what one has to do, and to show taste in the way one carries out its dictates, or in judging the way others do so, is a totally different matter from displaying the moral frame of one's mind. For the latter involves a command and produces a need of something, whereas moral taste only plays with the objects of delight without committing itself to any. Definition of the beautiful derived from the first moment. 211. Taste is the faculty of judging an object or a mode of representation by means of a delight or aversion apart from any interest. The object of such a delight is called beautiful. Second moment. Of the judgment of taste, moment of quantity. Section 6. The beautiful is that which, apart from concepts, is represented as the object of a universal delight. This definition of the beautiful is derivable from the foregoing definition of it, as an object of delight apart from any interest. For where anyone is conscious that his delight in an object is with him independent of interest, it is inevitable that he should judge the object as one containing a ground of delight for all human beings. For, since the delight is not based on any inclination of the subject, or on any other deliberate interest, but the judging subject feels himself completely free in respect of the liking which he accords to the object, he can find as reason for his delight no personal conditions to which his own subjective self might alone be party. Hence he must 212 regard it as resting on what he may also presuppose in every other person, and therefore he must believe that he has reason for expecting a similar delight from everyone. Accordingly, he will speak of the beautiful as if beauty were a feature of the object and the judgment were logical, forming a cognition of the object by concepts of it, although it is only aesthetic and contains merely a reference of the representation of the object to the subject, because it still bears this resemblance to the logical judgment, that it may be presupposed to be valid for everyone. But this universality cannot spring from concepts. For from concepts there is no transition to the feeling of pleasure or displeasure, save in the case of pure practical laws, which, however, carry an interest with them, and such an interest does not attach to the pure judgment of taste. The result is that the judgment of taste, with its attendant consciousness of detachment from all interest, must involve a claim to validity for everyone, and must do so apart from a universality directed to objects, i.e., there must be coupled with it a claim to subjective universality. Section 7. Comparison of the beautiful with the agreeable and the good by means of the above characteristic. As regards the agreeable, everyone concedes that his judgment, which he bases on a private feeling, and in which he declares that an object pleases him, is restricted merely to himself personally. Thus he does not take it amiss if, when he says that canary wine is agreeable, another corrects the expression and reminds him that he ought to say, "It is agreeable to me." This applies not only to the taste of the tongue, the palate, and the throat, but to what may with anyone be agreeable to eye or ear. A violet color is to one soft and lovely, but to another dull and faded. One person likes the tone of wind instruments, another prefers that of string instruments. To quarrel over such points with the idea of condemning another's judgment as incorrect when it differs from our own, as if the opposition between the two judgments were logical, would be folly. With the agreeable, therefore, the principle holds good. Everyone has his own taste, that of the senses. The beautiful stands on quite a different footing. It would, on the contrary, be ridiculous if anyone who plumed himself on his taste were to think of justifying himself by saying, "This object, the building we see, the dress that person has on, the concert we hear, the poem submitted to our judgment, is beautiful for me." For if it merely pleases him, he must not call it beautiful. Many things may for him possess charm and agreeableness. No one cares about that. But when he declares 213 something to be beautiful, he expects the same delight from others. He judges not merely for himself, but for everyone, and then speaks of beauty as if it were a property of things. Thus he says the thing is beautiful, and it is not as if he counted on others agreeing in his judgment of liking owing to his having found them in such agreement on a number of occasions, but he demands this agreement of them. He blames them if they judge differently, and denies them taste, which he still requires of them as something they ought to have. And to this extent it is not open to us to say, "Everyone has his own taste." This would be equivalent to saying that there is no such thing at all as taste, i.e. no aesthetic judgment capable of making a rightful claim upon the assent of everyone. Yet even in the case of the agreeable, we find that the judgments people form do betray a prevalent agreement among them, which leads to our crediting some with taste and denying it to others, and that, too, not as an organic sense, but as a faculty of judging in respect of the agreeable generally. So of one who knows how to entertain his guests with pleasures of enjoyment through all the senses, in such a way that one and all are pleased, we say that he has taste. But the universality here is only understood in a comparative sense, and the rules that apply are, like all empirical rules, general only, not universal, the latter being what the judgment of taste upon the beautiful deals or claims to deal in. It is a judgment in respect of sociability in so far as it rests on empirical rules. In respect of the good, it is true that judgments also rightly assert a claim to validity for everyone, but the good is only represented as an object of universal delight by means of a concept, which is the case neither with the agreeable nor the beautiful. Section 8. In a judgment of taste, the universality of delight is only represented as subjective. This particular form of the universality of an aesthetic judgment, which is to be met with in a judgment of taste, is a remarkable feature, not for the logician certainly, but for the transcendental philosopher. It calls for no small effort on his part to discover its origin, but in return it brings to light a property of our cognitive faculty which, without this analysis, would have remained unknown. First, one must get firmly into one's mind that by the judgment of taste upon the beautiful, the delight in an object is imputed to everyone, yet without being grounded on a concept, for then it would be the good, and that this claim to universality is such an essential factor of a judgment by which we describe anything as beautiful, that were it not for its being present to the mind, it would never enter into anyone's head to use this expression, but everything that 214 pleased without a concept would be ranked as agreeable. For in respect of the agreeable, everyone is allowed to have his own opinion, and no one insists upon others agreeing with his judgment of taste, which is what is invariably done in the judgment of taste about beauty. The first of these I may call the taste of the senses, the second, the taste of reflection. The first laying down judgments merely private, the second, on the other hand, judgments ostensibly of general, public, validity, but both alike being aesthetic, not practical, judgments about an object merely in respect of the bearings of its representation on the feeling of pleasure or displeasure. Now it does seem strange that while with the taste of the senses experience not only shows that its judgment of pleasure or displeasure in something is not universally valid, but everyone willingly refrains from imputing this agreement to others, despite the frequent actual prevalence of a considerable consensus of general opinion even in these judgments. The taste of reflection, which, as experience teaches, has often enough to put up with a dismissal of its claims to the universal validity of its judgment upon the beautiful, can, as it actually does, find it possible for all that to formulate judgments capable of demanding this agreement in its universality. Such agreement it does in fact require from everyone for each of its judgments of taste, the persons who pass these judgments not quarreling over the possibility of such a claim, but only failing in particular cases to come to terms as to the correct application of this faculty. First of all, we have here to note that a universality which does not rest upon concepts of the object, even though these are only empirical, is in no way logical, but aesthetic, i.e., it does not involve any objective quantity of the judgment, but only one that is subjective. For this universality, I use the expression universal validity, which denotes the validity of the reference of a representation, not to the cognitive faculties, but to the feeling of pleasure or displeasure for every subject. The same expression, however, may also be employed for the logical quantity of the judgment, provided we add objective universal validity, to distinguish it from the merely subjective universal validity, which is always aesthetic. 215. Now a judgment that has objective universal validity has always got the subjective also, i.e., if the judgment is valid for everything which is contained under a given concept, it is valid also for all who represent an object by means of this concept. But from a subjective universal validity, i.e., the aesthetic, that does not rest on any concept, no conclusion can be drawn to the logical, because judgments of that kind have no bearing upon the object. But for this very reason, the aesthetic universality attributed to a judgment must also be of a special kind, seeing that it does not join the predicate of beauty to the concept of the object taken in its entire logical sphere, and yet does extend this predicate over the whole sphere of judging subjects. In their logical quantity, all judgments of taste are singular judgments. For, since I must present the object immediately to my feeling of pleasure or displeasure, and that, too, without the aid of concepts, such judgments cannot have the quantity of judgments with objective universal validity. Yet by taking the singular representation of the object of the judgment of taste, and by comparison converting it into a concept according to the conditions determining that judgment, we can arrive at a logically universal judgment. For instance, by a judgment of taste I describe the rose at which I am looking as beautiful. The judgment, on the other hand, resulting from the comparison of a number of singular representations, roses in general are beautiful, is no longer pronounced as a purely aesthetic judgment, but as a logical judgment grounded on one that is aesthetic. Now the judgment, the rose is agreeable to smell, is also, no doubt, an aesthetic and singular judgment, but then it is not one of taste but of the senses. For it has this point of difference from a judgment of taste, that the latter imports an aesthetic quantity of universality, i.e. of validity for everyone, which is not to be met with in a judgment upon the agreeable. It is only judgments upon the good which, while they also determine the delight in an object, possess logical and not mere aesthetic universality. For it is as involving a cognition of the object that they are valid of it, and on that account valid for everyone. When we judge objects merely on the basis of concepts, all representation of beauty goes by the board. There can, therefore, be no rule according to which anyone is to be compelled to recognize anything as beautiful. Whether a dress, a house, or a flower is beautiful is a matter upon which one declines to allow one's judgment to be swayed by any reasons or principles. We want to get a look at the object with our own eyes, just as if our delight depended on sensation. And yet, If upon so doing, we call the object beautiful, we believe ourselves to be speaking with a universal voice, and lay claim to the concurrence of everyone, whereas no private sensation would be decisive except for the observer alone and his own liking. 216. Here, now, we may perceive that nothing is postulated in the judgment of taste, but such a universal voice in respect of delight that is not mediated by concepts. Consequently, only the possibility of an aesthetic judgment capable of being at the same time deemed valid for everyone. The judgment of taste itself does not postulate the agreement of everyone, for it is only competent for a logically universal judgment to do this, in that it is able to bring forward reasons. It only imputes this agreement to everyone, as an instance of the rule in respect of which it looks for confirmation, not from concepts, but from the concurrence of others. The universal voice is, therefore, only an idea, resting upon grounds the investigation of which is here postponed. It may be a matter of uncertainty whether a person who thinks he is laying down a judgment of taste is, in fact, judging in conformity with that idea, but that this idea is what is contemplated in his judgment, and that, consequently, it is meant to be a judgment of taste, is proclaimed by his use of the expression beauty. For himself, he can be certain on the point from his mere consciousness of the separation of everything belonging to the agreeable and the good from the delight remaining to him, and this is all for which he promises himself the agreement of everyone, a claim which, under these conditions, he would also be warranted in making, were it not that he frequently violated them, and thus passed an erroneous judgment of taste. Section 9. Investigation of the question of whether in a judgment of taste the feeling of pleasure precedes the judging of the object, or the latter precedes the former. The solution of this problem is the key to the critique of taste, and so is worthy of all attention. If the pleasure in a given object came first, and if the universal communicability of this pleasure were all that the judgment of taste is meant to allow to the representation of the object, this approach would be self-contradictory. For a pleasure of that kind would be nothing but the feeling of mere agreeableness to the senses, and so, from its very nature, would possess no more than private validity, seeing that it would be immediately dependent on the representation through which the object is given. 217. Hence, it is the universal capacity for being communicated incident to the state of the mind in the given representation which, as the subjective condition of the judgment of taste, must underlie the latter, with the pleasure in the object as its consequence. Nothing, however, is capable of being universally communicated but cognition and representation in so far as it pertains to cognition. For it is only as thus pertaining that the representation is objective, and it is this alone that gives it a universal point of reference with which the power of representation of everyone is obliged to harmonize. If, then, the determining ground of the judgment as to this universal communicability of the representation is to be merely subjective, that is to say, is to be conceived independently of any concept of the object, it can be nothing else than the state of the mind that presents itself in the mutual relation of the powers of representation, so far as they refer a given representation to cognition in general. The cognitive powers brought into play by this representation are here engaged in a free play, since no determinate concept restricts them to a particular rule of cognition. Hence the state of the mind in this representation must be one of a feeling of the free play of the powers of representation in a given representation for a cognition in general. Now a representation, whereby an object is given, involves, in order that it may become a source of cognition at all, imagination for bringing together the manifold of intuition and understanding for the unity of the concept uniting the representations. This state of free play of the cognitive faculties attending a representation by which an object is given must admit of universal communication, because cognition, as a definition of the object with which given representations, in any subject whatever, are to accord, is the one and only representation which is valid for everyone. As the subjective universal communicability of the mode of representation in a judgment of taste is to obtain apart from the presupposition of any determinate concept, it can be nothing else than the state of the mind involved in the free play of imagination and understanding, so far as these are in mutual accord, as is requisite for cognition in general. For we 218 are conscious that this subjective relation suitable for a cognition in general must be just as valid for everyone, and consequently as universally communicable, as is any determinate cognition, which always rests upon that relation as its subjective condition. Now this purely subjective, aesthetic, judging of the object, or of the representation through which it is given, is antecedent to the pleasure in it, and is the basis of this pleasure in the harmony of the cognitive faculties. Again, the above-described universality of the subjective conditions of judging objects forms the sole foundation of this universal subjective validity of the delight, which we connect with the representation of the object that we call beautiful. That an ability to communicate one's state of mind, even though it be only in respect of our cognitive faculties, is attended with a pleasure, is a fact which might easily be demonstrated from the natural propensity of mankind to social life, i.e., empirically and psychologically. But what we have here in view calls for something more than this. In a judgment of taste, the pleasure felt by us is expected from everyone else as necessary, just as if, when we call something beautiful, beauty was to be regarded as a quality of the object forming part of its inherent determination according to concepts. Although beauty is for itself, apart from any reference to the feeling of the subject, nothing. But the discussion of this question must be reserved until we have answered the further one of whether and how aesthetic judgments are possible a priori. At present we are exercised with the lesser question of the way in which we become conscious, in a judgment of taste, of a reciprocal subjective common accord of the powers of cognition. Is it aesthetically by sensation, in our mere inner sense? Or is it intellectually by consciousness of our intentional activity in bringing these powers into play? Now, if the given representation occasioning the judgment of taste were a concept which united understanding and imagination in the judgment of the object, so as to give a cognition of the object, the consciousness of this relation would be intellectual, as in the objective schematism of judgment dealt with in the Critique. 219. But then, in that case, the judgment would not be laid down with respect to pleasure and displeasure, and so would not be a judgment of taste. But now, the judgment of taste determines the object, independently of concepts, in respect of delight and of the predicate of beauty. There is, therefore, no other way for the subjective unity of the relation in question to make itself known than by sensation. The enlivening of both faculties, imagination and understanding, to an indeterminate, but yet, thanks to the given representation, harmonious activity, such as belongs to cognition generally, is the sensation whose universal communicability is postulated by the judgment of taste. An objective relation can, of course, only be thought, yet in so far as, in respect of its conditions, it is subjective, it may be felt in its effect upon the mind, and, in the case of a relation, like that of the powers of representation to a faculty of cognition generally, which does not rest on any concept, no other consciousness of it is possible beyond that through the sensation of its effect upon the mind, an effect consisting in the more lightened play of both mental powers, imagination, and understanding, as enlivened by their mutual accord. A representation which is singular and independent of comparison with other representations, and, being such, yet accords with the conditions of the universality that is the general concern of understanding, is one that brings the cognitive faculties into that proportionate accord which we require for all cognition, and which we therefore deem valid for everyone who is so constituted as to judge by means of understanding and the senses in combination, i.e., for everyone. Definition of the beautiful drawn from the second moment. The beautiful is that which, apart from a concept, pleases universally. Third moment. Of judgments of taste, moment of, The relation of the ends brought under review in such judgments. Section 10. Purposiveness in general. Let us define the meaning of an end in transcendental terms, i.e., without presupposing anything empirical, such as the feeling of pleasure. An end is the object of a concept so far as this concept is regarded as the cause of the object, the real ground of its possibility, and the causality of a concept in respect of its object is purposiveness, forma finalis. Where, then, not the cognition of an object merely, but the object itself, its form or real existence, as an effect, is thought to be possible only through a concept of it, there we imagine an end. The representation of the effect is here the determining ground of its cause, and precedes the latter. The consciousness of the causality of a representation in respect of the state of the subject as one tending to preserve a continuance of that state may here be said to denote in a general way what is called pleasure, whereas displeasure is that representation which contains the ground for converting the state of the 220 representations into their opposite, for hindering or removing them. The faculty of desire, so far as it is determinable only through concepts, i.e., so as to act in conformity with the representation of an end, would be the will. But an object, or state of mind, or even an action may, although its possibility does not necessarily presuppose the representation of an end, be called purposive simply on account of its possibility being only explicable and intelligible for us by virtue of an assumption on our part of a fundamental causality according to ends, i.e., a will that would have so ordained it according to a certain represented rule. Purposiveness, therefore, may exist apart from a purpose, in so far as we do not locate the causes of this form in a will, but yet are able to render the explanation of its possibility intelligible to ourselves only by deriving it from a will. Now we are not always obliged to look with the eye of reason into what we observe, i.e., to consider it in its possibility. So we may at least observe a purposiveness with respect to form and trace it in objects, though by reflection only, without resting it on an end, as the material of the nexus finalis. Section 11. The sole foundation of the judgment of taste is the form of purposiveness of an object, or mode of representing it. 221. Whenever an end is regarded as a source of delight, it always imports an interest as determining ground of the judgment on the object of pleasure. Hence the judgment of taste cannot rest on any subjective end as its ground. But neither can any representation of an objective end, i.e., of the possibility of the object itself on principles of purposive connection, determine the judgment of taste, and, consequently, neither can any concept of the good. For the judgment of taste is an aesthetic and not a cognitive judgment, and so does not deal with any concept of the character or of the internal or external possibility, by this or that cause, of the object, but simply with the relation of the powers of representation to one another in so far as they are determined by a representation. Now this relation, present when an object is characterized as beautiful, is coupled with the feeling of pleasure. This pleasure is by the judgment of taste pronounced valid for everyone. Hence an agreeableness attending the representation is just as incapable of containing the determining ground of the judgment as the representation of the perfection of the object or the concept of the good. We are thus left with the subjective purposiveness in the representation of an object, exclusive of any end, objective or subjective. Consequently, the bare form of purposiveness in the representation whereby an object is given to us, so far as we are conscious of it, as that which is alone capable of constituting the delight which, apart from any concept, we judge as universally communicable, and so of forming the determining ground of the judgment of taste. Section 12. The judgment of taste rests upon a priori grounds. To determine a priori the connection of the feeling of pleasure or displeasure as an effect, with some representation or other sensation or concept, as its cause, is utterly impossible, for that would be a causal relation which, with objects of experience, is always one that can only be cognized a posteriori and with the help of experience. True, in the Critique of Practical Reason, we did actually derive a priori from universal moral concepts the feeling of respect, as a particular and peculiar modification of this feeling which does not strictly answer either to the pleasure or displeasure which we receive from empirical objects. But there we were further able to pass beyond the limits of experience and call an aid a causality resting on a supersensible attribute of the subject, namely that of freedom. But even there it was not this feeling exactly that we deduced from the idea of the moral as cause, but from this was derived simply the determination of the will. But the mental state of a will determined by anything whatsoever is already in itself a 222 feeling of pleasure and identical with it, and so does not issue from the latter as an effect. Such an effect must only be assumed where the concept of the moral as a good precedes the determination of the will by the law, for in that case it would be futile to derive the pleasure combined with the concept from this concept as a mere cognition. Now the pleasure in aesthetic judgments stands on a similar footing, only that here it is merely contemplative and does not bring about an interest in the object, whereas in the moral judgment it is practical. The consciousness of mere formal purposiveness in the play of the cognitive faculties of the subject attending a representation whereby an object is given is the pleasure itself, because it involves a determining ground of the subject's activity in respect of the enlivening of its cognitive powers, and thus an internal causality, which is purposive, in respect of cognition generally, but without being limited to any determinate cognition, and consequently a mere form of the subjective purposiveness of a representation in an aesthetic judgment. This pleasure is also in no way practical, neither resembling that from the pathological ground of agreeableness, nor that from the intellectual ground of the represented good. But still it involves an inherent causality, that, namely, of preserving a continuance of the state of the representation itself and the active engagement of the cognitive powers without ulterior aim. We dwell on the contemplation of the beautiful because this contemplation strengthens and reproduces itself. The case is analogous, but analogous only, to the way we dwell upon a charm in the representation of an object which keeps arresting the attention, the mind all the while remaining passive. Section 13. The pure judgment of taste is independent of charm and emotion. 223. Every interest vitiates the judgment of taste and robs it of its impartiality. This is especially so where instead of, like the interest of reason, allowing purposiveness to precede the feeling of pleasure, it grounds it upon this feeling, which is what always happens in aesthetic judgments upon anything so far as it gratifies or pains. Hence judgments so influenced can either lay no claim at all to a universally valid delight, or else must diminish their claim in proportion as sensations of the kind in question enter into the determining grounds of taste. Taste that requires an added element of charm and emotion for its delight, not to speak of adopting this as the measure of its approval, has not yet emerged from barbarism. And yet charms are frequently not only ranked with beauty, which ought properly to be a question merely of the form, as contributory to the aesthetic universal delight, but they have been accredited as beauties in themselves, and consequently the matter of delight passed off for the form. This is a misconception which, like many others that have still an underlying element of truth, may be removed by a careful definition of these concepts. A judgment of taste which is uninfluenced by charm or emotion, though these may be associated with the delight in the beautiful, and whose determining ground, therefore, is simply purposiveness of form, is a pure judgment of taste. Section 14. Elucidation by means of examples. Aesthetic, just like theoretical, logical, judgments, are divisible into empirical and pure. The first are those by which agreeableness or disagreeableness, the second those by which beauty is predicated of an object or its mode of representation. The former are judgments of the senses, material aesthetic judgments. The latter, as formal, alone judgments of taste proper. A judgment of taste, therefore, is only pure so far as its determining ground is commingled with no merely empirical delight. But this always transpires where charm or emotion have a share in the judgment by which something is to be described as beautiful. 224. Here now there is a recrudescence of a number of specious objections that go so far as to claim that charm is not merely a necessary ingredient of beauty, but is even of itself sufficient to merit the name of beautiful. A mere color, such as the green of a plot of grass, or a mere tone, as distinguished from sound or noise, like that of a violin, is described by most people as in itself beautiful, notwithstanding the fact that both seem to depend merely on the matter of the representations. In other words, simply on sensation, which only entitles them to be called agreeable. But it will at the same time be observed that sensations of color as well as of tone are only entitled to be immediately regarded as beautiful where, in either case, they are pure. This is a determination which directly concerns their form, and it is the only one which these representations possess that admits with certainty of being universally communicated. For it is not to be assumed that even the quality of the sensations agrees in all subjects, and we can hardly take it for granted that the agreeableness of a color or of the tone of a musical instrument, which we judge to be preferable to that of another, will be similarly judged by everyone. Assuming with Euler asterisk that colors are isochronous vibrations, pulses, of the ether, as tones are of the air set in vibration by sound, and, what is most important, that the mind not only perceives by the senses their effect in stimulating the organs, but also, by reflection, the regular play of the impressions, and consequently the form in which different representations are united, which I, still, in no way doubt, then color and tone would not be mere sensations. They would be nothing short of formal determinations of the unity of a manifold of sensations, and in that case could even be ranked as beauties in their own right. But the purity of a simple mode of sensation means that its uniformity is not disturbed or broken by any foreign sensation. It belongs merely to the form, for abstraction may there be made from the quality of the mode of such sensation, what color or tone, if any, it represents. For this reason, all simple colors are regarded as beautiful in so far as they are pure. Composite colors do not possess this advantage because, not being simple, there is no standard for judging whether they should be called pure or impure. 225. But as for the beauty ascribed to the object on account of its form, and the supposition that it is capable of being enhanced by charm, this is a common error and one very prejudicial to genuine, uncorrupted, sincere taste. Nevertheless, charms may be added to beauty to lend to the mind, beyond a bare delight, a further interest in the representation of the object, and thus to advocate taste and its cultivation. This applies especially where taste is as yet crude and untrained. But they are positively subversive of the judgment of taste, if allowed to obtrude themselves as grounds of judging beauty. For so far are they from contributing to beauty, that it is only where taste is still weak and untrained, that, like aliens, they are admitted as a favor, and only on terms that they do not disturb that beautiful form. In painting, sculpture, and in fact in all the formative arts, in architecture and horticulture, in so far as they are fine arts, the design is what is essential. Here it is not what gratifies in sensation, but merely what pleases by its form, that is the fundamental prerequisite for taste. The colors which give brilliancy to the sketch are part of the charm. They may, no doubt, in their own way, enliven the object for sensation, but make it really worth looking at and beautiful they cannot. Indeed, more often than not the requirements of the beautiful form restrict them to a very narrow compass, and, even where charm is admitted, it is only this form that serves to ennoble them. All form of objects of the senses, both of outer and also, mediately, of inner sense, is either figure or play. In the latter case, it is either play of figures in space, mime and dance, or mere play of sensations in time. The charm of colors or of the agreeable tones of instruments may be added, but the 226 design in the former and the composition in the latter constitute the proper object of the pure judgment of taste. To say that the purity alike of colors and of tones, or their variety and contrast, seem to contribute to beauty is by no means to imply that, because in themselves agreeable, they therefore yield an addition to the delight in the form and one on a par with it. The real meaning, rather, is that they make this form more clearly, definitely, and completely perceptible, and besides enliven the representation by their charm, as they excite and sustain the attention directed to the object itself. Even what is called ornamentation, parerga, i.e. what is only an adjunct, and not an intrinsic constituent in the complete representation of the object, in augmenting the delight of taste does so only by means of its form. Thus it is with the frames of pictures, or the drapery on statues, or the colonnades of palaces. But if the ornamentation does not itself enter into the composition of the beautiful form, if it is introduced like a gold frame merely to win approval for the picture by means of its charm, it is then called finery and takes away from the genuine beauty. Emotion, a sensation where an agreeable feeling is produced merely by means of a momentary check followed by a more powerful outpouring of the vital force, is quite foreign to beauty. Sublimity, with which the feeling of emotion is connected, requires, however, a different standard of judging from that which underlies taste. A pure judgment of taste has, then, for its determining ground neither charm nor emotion, in a word, no sensation as matter of the aesthetic judgment. Section 15. The judgment of taste is entirely independent of the concept of perfection. Objective purposiveness can only be cognized by means of a reference of the manifold to a determinate end, and hence only through a concept. This alone makes it clear that the beautiful, which is judged on the ground of a mere formal purposiveness, i.e. a purposiveness without a purpose, is wholly independent of the representation of the good. For the latter presupposes an objective purposiveness, i.e. the reference of the object to a determinate end. Objective purposiveness is either external, i.e. the utility, or internal, i.e. the perfection, of the object. That the delight in an object on account of which we call it beautiful is incapable of resting on the representation of its utility is abundantly evident from the two preceding moments, for in that case, it would not be an immediate delight in the object, which latter is the essential condition of the judgment upon beauty, but in an objective, internal purposiveness, i.e. 227 perfection, we have what is more akin to the predicate of beauty, and so this has been held even by philosophers of reputation to be convertible with beauty, though subject to the qualification, where it is thought in a confused way. In a critique of taste, it is of the utmost importance to decide whether beauty is really reducible to the concept of perfection. For judging objective purposiveness, we always require the concept of an end, and, where such purposiveness has to be, not an external one, utility, but an internal one, the concept of an internal end containing the ground of the internal possibility of the object. Now an end is in general that, the concept of which may be regarded as the ground of the possibility of the object itself. So in order to represent an objective purposiveness in a thing, we must first have a concept of what sort of a thing it is to be. The agreement of the manifold in a thing with this concept, which supplies the rule of its synthesis, is the qualitative perfection of the thing. Quantitative perfection is entirely distinct from this. It consists in the completeness of anything after its kind, and is a mere concept of quantity, of totality. In its case, the question of what the thing is to be is regarded as definitely disposed of, and we only ask whether it is possessed of all the requisites that go to make it such. What is formal in the representation of a thing, i.e. the agreement of its manifold with a unity, i.e. 228 irrespective of what it is to be, does not, of itself, afford us any cognition whatsoever of objective purposiveness. For since abstraction is made from this unity as end, what the thing is to be. Nothing is left but the subjective purposiveness of the representations in the mind of the subject intuiting. This gives a certain purposiveness of the representing state of the subject, in which the subject feels itself quite at home in its effort to grasp a given form in the imagination, but no perfection of any object, the latter not being here thought through any concept of an end. For instance, if in a forest I light upon a plot of grass, round which trees stand in a circle, and if I do not then form any representation of an end, such as that it is meant to be used, say, for country dances, then not the least hint of a concept of perfection is given by the mere form. To suppose a formal objective purposiveness that is yet devoid of any purpose, i.e., the mere form of a perfection, apart from any matter or concept of that with which it is to agree, even though there was the mere general idea of a conformity to law, is a veritable contradiction. Now the judgment of taste is an aesthetic judgment, i.e. one resting on subjective grounds. No concept can be its determining ground, and hence not one of a determinate end. Beauty, therefore, as a formal subjective purposiveness, involves no thought whatsoever of a perfection of the object, as a would-be formal purposiveness which yet, for all that, is objective, and the distinction between the concepts of the beautiful and the good, which represents both as differing only in their logical form, the first being merely a confused, the second a clearly defined, concept of perfection. While otherwise alike in content and origin, all goes for nothing. For then there would be no specific difference between them, but the judgment of taste would be just as much a cognitive judgment as one by which something is described as good, just as the man in the street, when he says that deceit is wrong, bases his judgment on confused, but the philosopher on clear grounds, while both appeal in reality to the same principles of reason. But I have already stated that an aesthetic judgment is quite unique, and affords absolutely no, not even a confused, knowledge of the object. It is only through a logical judgment that we get knowledge. The aesthetic judgment, on the other hand, refers the representation by which an object is given solely to the subject and brings to our notice no character of the object, but only the purposive form in the determination of the powers of representation engaged upon it. The judgment is called aesthetic for the very reason that its determining ground cannot be a concept, but is rather the feeling of inner sense, of the concerted play of the mental powers as something only capable of being felt. If, on the other hand, confused concepts and the objective judgment based on them are going to be called aesthetic, we shall find ourselves 229 with an understanding judging by sense, or a sense representing its objects by concepts, a mere choice of contradictions. The faculty of concepts, whether they be confused or clear, is understanding, and although understanding has, as in all judgments, its role in the judgment of taste, as an aesthetic judgment, its role there is not that of a faculty for cognizing an object, but of a faculty for determining that judgment and its representation without a concept, according to its relation to the subject and its inner feeling, and for doing so in so far as that judgment is possible according to a universal rule. Section 16. A judgment of taste by which an object is described as beautiful under the condition of a determinate concept is not pure. There are two kinds of beauty: free beauty, pulchritudo vaga, or beauty which is merely dependent, pulchritudo adherence. The first presupposes no concept of what the object should be. The second does presuppose such a concept and, with it, an answering perfection of the object. Those of the first kind are said to be self-subsisting beauties of this thing or that thing. The other kind of beauty, being attached to a concept, conditioned beauty, is ascribed to objects which come under the concept of a particular end. Flowers are free beauties of nature. Hardly anyone but a botanist knows the true nature of a flower, and even he, while recognizing in the flower the reproductive organ of the plant, pays no attention to this natural end when using his taste to judge of its beauty. Hence no perfection of any kind. no internal purposiveness, as something to which the arrangement of the manifold is related, underlies this judgment. Many birds, the parrot, the hummingbird, the bird of paradise, and a number of marine crustacea, are self-subsisting beauties which have nothing to do with any object defined with respect to its end, but please freely and on their own account. So designs à la grecque, asterisk foliage for framework or on wallpapers, etc., have no intrinsic meaning. They represent nothing, no object under a determinate concept, and are free beauties. We may also rank in the same class what in music are called fantasias, without a theme, and, indeed, all music that is not set to words. In the judgment of a free beauty, according to mere form, we have the pure judgment of taste. No concept is here presupposed of any end for which the manifold should serve the given object, and which the latter, therefore, should represent, an encumbrance which would only restrict the freedom of the imagination that, as it were, is at play in the contemplation of the outward form. 230. But the beauty of man, including under this head that of a man, woman, or child, the beauty of a horse, or of a building, such as a church, palace, arsenal, or summer house, presupposes a concept of the end that defines what the thing has to be, and consequently a concept of its perfection, and is therefore merely adherent beauty. Now, just as it hinders the purity of the judgment of taste to have the agreeable of sensation, joined with beauty to which properly only the form is relevant, so to combine the good with beauty, the good, namely, of the manifold to the thing itself according to its end, mars its purity. Much might be added to a building that would immediately please the eye, were it not intended for a church. A figure might be beautified with all manner of flourishes and light, but regular lines, as is done by the New Zealanders with their tattooing, were we dealing with anything but the figure of a human being. And here is one whose rugged features might be softened and given a more pleasing countenance. Only he has got to be a man, or is, perhaps, a warrior that has to have a warlike appearance. Now the delight in the manifold of a thing, in reference to the internal end that determines its possibility, is a delight based on a concept, whereas delight in the beautiful is such as does not presuppose any concept, but is immediately coupled with the representation through which the object is given, not through which it is thought. If, now, the judgment of taste in respect of the latter delight is made dependent upon the end involved in the former delight as a judgment of reason, and is thus placed under a restriction, then it is no longer a free and pure judgment of taste. Taste, it is true, stands to gain by this combination of intellectual delight with the aesthetic, for it becomes fixed, and, while not universal, it enables rules to be prescribed for it in respect of certain purposively determined objects. But these rules are then not rules of taste, but merely rules for establishing a union of taste with reason, i.e. of the beautiful with the good, rules by which the former becomes available as an intentional instrument in respect of the latter, for the purpose of bringing that temper of the mind which is self-sustaining and of subjective universal validity to the support and maintenance of that mode of thought which, while possessing objective universal validity, can only be preserved by a resolute effort. But, strictly speaking, perfection neither gains by beauty, nor beauty by perfection. The truth is rather this. When we compare the representation through which an object is given to us with the object, in respect of what it is meant to be, by means of a concept, we cannot help reviewing it also in respect of the sensation in the subject. Hence there results a gain to the entire faculty of our power of 231 representation when harmony prevails between both states of mind. In respect of an object with a determinate internal end, a judgment of taste would only be pure where the person judging either has no concept of this end, or else makes abstraction from it in his judgment. But in cases like this, although such a person should lay down a correct judgment of taste, since he would be judging the object as a free beauty, he would still be censured by another who saw nothing in its beauty but a dependent quality, i.e. who looked to the end of the object, and would be accused by him of false taste, though both would, in their own way, be judging correctly, the one according to what he had present to his senses, the other according to what was present in his thoughts. This distinction enables us to settle many disputes about beauty on the part of critics, for we may show them how one side is dealing with free beauty and the other with that which is dependent, the former making a pure judgment of taste, the latter an applied judgment taste. Section 17. The ideal of beauty. There can be no objective rule of taste by which what is beautiful may be defined by means of concepts. For every judgment from that source is aesthetic, i.e., its determining ground is the feeling of the subject, and not any concept of an object. It is merely wasted labor to look for a principle of taste that affords a universal criterion of the beautiful by determinate concepts, because what is sought is something impossible and inherently contradictory. But in the universal communicability of the sensation of delight or aversion, a communicability, too, that exists apart from any concept, in the accord, so far as possible, of all ages and nations as to this feeling in the representation of certain objects, we have the empirical criterion, weak indeed and scarce sufficient to raise a presumption of the derivation of a taste, thus confirmed by examples, from a deep-seated ground, one shared alike by all human beings, underlying their agreement in judging the forms under which objects are given to them. 232. For this reason some products of taste are looked on as exemplary, not meaning thereby that by imitating others taste may be acquired. For taste must be an intrinsically original faculty, whereas one who imitates a model, while showing skill commensurate with his success, only displays taste in so far as he judges this model himself. 4 Hence it follows that the highest model, the archetype of taste, is a mere idea, which each person must produce in his own consciousness, and according to which he must form his judgment of everything that is an object of taste, or that is an example of critical taste, and even of universal taste itself. Properly speaking, an idea signifies a concept of reason, and an ideal the representation of an individual existence as adequate to an idea. Hence this archetype of taste, which rests, indeed, upon reason's indeterminate idea of a maximum, but is not, however, capable of being represented by means of concepts, but only in an individual presentation, may more appropriately be called the ideal of the beautiful. While not having this ideal in our possession, we still strive to produce it within us. But it is bound to be merely an ideal of the imagination, seeing that it rests, not upon concepts, but upon the presentation, the faculty of presentation being the imagination. Now, how do we arrive at such an ideal of beauty? Is it a priori or empirically? Further, what species of the beautiful admits of an ideal? First of all, we do well to observe that the beauty for which an ideal has to be sought cannot be a beauty that is free and at large, but must be one fixed by a concept of objective purposiveness. Hence it cannot belong to the object of an altogether pure judgment of taste, but must attach to one that is partly intellectual. In other words, whatever kind of grounds there may be for judging an ideal, there must be some underlying idea of reason according to determinate concepts, by which the end underlying the internal possibility of the object is determined a priori. An ideal of beautiful flowers, of a beautiful suite of furniture, or of a beautiful 233 view is unthinkable, but it may also be impossible to represent an ideal of a beauty dependent on determinate ends, e.g., a beautiful residence, a beautiful tree, a beautiful garden, etc., presumably because their ends are not sufficiently defined and fixed by their concept, with the result that their purposiveness is nearly as free as with beauty that is quite at large. Only what has in itself the end of its existence. Only the human being that is able himself to determine his ends by reason, or, where he has to derive them from external perception, can still compare them with essential and universal ends, and then further pronounce aesthetically upon their accord with such ends. Only this, among all objects in the world, admits, therefore, of an ideal of beauty. Just as humanity in his person, as intelligence, alone admits of the ideal of perfection. Two factors are here involved. First, there is the aesthetic normal idea, which is an individual intuition of the imagination. This represents the norm by which we judge a human being as a member of a particular animal species. Secondly, there is the rational idea. This deals with the ends of humanity so far as they are incapable of sensuous representation, and converts them into a principle for judging his outward form, through which these ends are revealed in their phenomenal effect. The normal idea must draw from experience the constituents which it requires for the form of an animal of a particular kind. But the greatest purposiveness in the construction of this form, that which would serve as a universal norm for the aesthetic judging of each individual of the species in question, the image that, as it were, forms an intentional basis underlying the technique of nature, to which no separate individual, but only the species as a whole, is adequate, has its seat merely in the idea of the judging subject. Yet it is, with all its proportions, an aesthetic idea, and, as such, capable of being fully presented in concreto in a model image. Now, how is this effected? In order to render the process to some extent intelligible, for who can wrest nature's whole secret from her? Let us attempt a psychological explanation. It is of note that the imagination, in a manner quite incomprehensible to us, is able on occasion, even after a long lapse of time, not only to recall the signs for concepts, but also to reproduce the image and shape of an object out of a countless number of others of a different, or even of the very same, kind. And, further, if the mind is engaged upon comparisons, we may well suppose that it can in actual fact, though the process is partly unconscious, superimpose as it were one image upon another, and from the coincidence of a number of the same kind arrive at a mean contour which serves as a common standard for all. Say, for instance, a person has seen 1,000 full-grown men. Now if he wishes 234, 235 to judge normal size determined upon a comparative estimate, then imagination, to my mind, allows a great number of these images, perhaps the whole 1,000, to fall one upon the other, and, if I may be allowed to extend to the case the analogy of optical presentation, in the space where they come most preponderantly together, and within the contour where the place is illuminated by the greatest concentration of color, one gets a perception of the average size, which alike in height and breadth is equally removed from the extreme limits of the greatest and smallest statures, and this is the stature of a beautiful man. The same result could be obtained in a mechanical way, by taking the measures of all the 1,000, and adding together their heights, and their breadths and thicknesses, and dividing the sum in each case by 1,000. But the power of imagination does all this by means of a dynamical effect upon the organ of inner sense, arising from the frequent apprehension of such forms. If, again, for our average man we seek on similar lines for the average head, and for this the average nose, and so on, then we get the figure that underlies the normal idea of a beautiful man in the country where the comparison is instituted. For this reason, a black man must necessarily, under these empirical conditions, have a different normal idea of the beauty of forms from what a white man has, and the Chinese person one different from the European. And the process would be just the same with the model of a beautiful horse or dog, of a particular breed. This normal idea is not derived from proportions taken from experience as determinate rules. Rather, it is according to this idea that rules for judging first become possible. It is something intermediate between all singular intuitions of individuals, with their manifold variations, a floating image for the whole genus, which nature has set as an archetype underlying those of her products that belong to the same species, but which in no single case she seems to have completely attained. But the normal idea is far from giving the complete archetype of beauty in the genus. It only gives the form that constitutes the indispensable condition of all beauty, and, consequently, only correctness in the presentation of the genus. It is, as the famous Doryphorus of Polycletus was called, the rule, and Myron's cow asterisk might be similarly employed for its kind. It cannot, for that very reason, contain anything specifically characteristic, for otherwise it would not be the normal idea for the genus. Further, it is not by beauty that its presentation pleases, but merely because it does not contradict any of the conditions under which alone a thing belonging to this genus can be beautiful. The presentation is merely academically correct. Point 5. But the ideal of the beautiful is still something different from its normal idea. For reasons already stated, it is only to be sought in the human figure. Here the ideal consists in the expression of the moral, apart from which the object would not please at once universally and positively, not merely negatively in a presentation that is academically correct. The 236 visible expression of moral ideas that govern the human being inwardly can, of course, only be drawn from experience. But their combination with all that our reason connects with the morally good in the idea of the highest purposiveness, benevolence, purity, strength, or equanimity, etc., may be made, as it were, visible in bodily manifestation, as effect of what is internal. And this embodiment involves a union of pure ideas of reason and great imaginative power, in one who would even form a judgment of it, not to speak of being the author of its presentation. The correctness of such an ideal of beauty is evidenced by its not permitting any sensuous charm to mingle with the delight in its object, in which it still allows us to take a great interest. This fact in turn shows that judging according to such a standard can never be purely aesthetic, and that judging according to an ideal of beauty cannot be a simple judgment of taste. Definition of the beautiful derived from this third moment. Beauty is the form of purposiveness in an object, so far as this is perceived in it apart from the representation of an end. Point 6. Fourth moment. Of the judgment of taste. Moment of the modality of the delight in the object. Section 18. Character of the modality in a judgment of taste. I may assert in the case of every representation that the connection of a pleasure with the representation, as a cognition, is at least possible. Of what I call agreeable, I assert that it actually causes pleasure in me. But what we have in mind in the case of the beautiful is a necessary reference on its part to delight. However, this necessity is of a special kind. It is not a theoretical objective necessity, such as would let us cognize a priori that everyone will feel this delight in the object that is called beautiful by me. Nor yet is it a practical necessity, in which case, thanks to concepts of a pure rational will in which free agents are supplied with a rule, this delight is the necessary consequence of an objective law, and simply means that one ought absolutely, without ulterior aim, to act in a certain way. Rather, being such a necessity as is thought in an aesthetic judgment, it can only be termed exemplary. In other words, it is a necessity of the assent of all to a judgment regarded as exemplifying a universal rule which cannot be formulated. Since an aesthetic judgment is not an objective or cognitive judgment, this necessity is not. 237 derivable from determinate concepts, and so is not apodictic. Much less is it inferable from the universality of experience, of a complete agreement of judgments about the beauty of a certain object. For, apart from the fact that experience would hardly furnish sufficient evidence for this purpose, empirical judgments do not afford any foundation for a concept of the necessity of these judgments. Section 19. The subjective necessity attributed to a judgment of taste is conditioned. The judgment of taste expects agreement from everyone, and a person who describes something as beautiful insists that everyone ought to give the object in question his approval and follow suit in describing it as beautiful. The ought in aesthetic judgments, therefore, despite in accordance with all the requisite data for passing judgment, is still only pronounced conditionally. We are suitors for agreement from everyone else, because we are fortified with a ground common to all. Further, we would be able to count on this agreement, provided we were always assured of the correct subsumption of the case under that ground as the rule of approval. Section 20. The condition of the necessity advanced by a judgment of taste is the idea of a common sense. If judgments of taste, like cognitive judgments, were in possession of a definite objective principle, then one who in his judgment followed such a principle would claim unconditioned necessity for it. Again, if they were devoid of any principle, as are those of the mere taste of the senses, then no thought of any necessity on their part would enter one's head. Therefore, they must have a subjective principle, and one which determines what pleases or displeases by means of feeling only and not through concepts, but yet with universal validity. Such a principle, however, could only be regarded as a common sense. This differs essentially from common understanding, which is also sometimes called common sense. Sensus communis for the judgment of the latter is not won by feeling, but always won by concepts, though usually only in the shape of obscurely represented principles. 238. The judgment of taste, therefore, depends on our presupposing the existence of a common sense. But this is not to be taken to mean some external sense, but the effect arising from the free play of our powers of cognition. Only under the presupposition, I repeat, of such a common sense, are we able to lay down a judgment of taste. Section 21. Have we any ground for presupposing a common sense? Cognitions and judgments must, together with their attendant conviction, admit of being universally communicated, for otherwise no correspondence with the object could be ascribed to them. They would all amount to nothing but a mere subjective play of the powers of representation, just as skepticism would have it. But if cognitions are to admit of communication, then our state of mind, i.e., the way the cognitive powers are attuned for cognition generally, and, in fact, the relative proportion suitable for a representation by which an object is given to us, from which cognition is to result, must also admit of being universally communicated, since, without this, which is the subjective condition of the act of knowing, knowledge, as an effect, would not arise. And this is always what actually happens where a given object, through the intervention of the senses, sets the imagination to work in combining the manifold, and the imagination, in turn, sets the understanding to work in unifying the manifold under concepts. But this disposition of the cognitive powers has a relative proportion differing with the diversity of the objects that are given. However, there must be one in which this internal ratio suitable for enlivening, one faculty by the other, is best adapted for both mental powers in respect of. 239. Cognition of given objects, generally, and this disposition can only be determined through feeling and not by concepts. Since, now, this disposition itself must admit of being universally communicated, and hence also the feeling of it, in the case of a given representation, while again, the universal communicability of a feeling presupposes a common sense, it follows that our assumption of it is well-founded. And here, too, we do not have to take our stand on psychological observations, but we assume a common sense as the necessary condition of the universal communicability of our knowledge, which is presupposed in every logic and every principle of knowledge that is not one of skepticism. Section 22. The necessity of the universal assent that is thought in a judgment of taste is a subjective necessity which, under the presupposition of a common sense, is represented as objective. In all judgments by which we describe anything as beautiful, we tolerate no one else being of a different opinion, and yet we do not rest our judgment upon concepts, but only on our feeling. Accordingly, we introduce this underlying feeling not as a private feeling, but as a common one. Now, for this purpose, experience cannot be made the ground of this common sense, for the latter is invoked to justify judgments containing an ought. The assertion is not that everyone will fall in with our judgment, but rather that everyone ought to agree with it. Here I put forward my judgment of taste as an example of the judgment of common sense, and attribute to it on that account exemplary validity. Hence common sense is a mere ideal norm. With this as presupposition, a judgment that accords with it, as well as the delight in an object expressed in that judgment, is rightly converted into a rule for everyone. For the principle, while it is only subjective, being yet assumed as subjectively universal, a necessary idea for everyone, could, in what concerns the consensus of different judging subjects, demand universal assent like an objective principle, provided we were assured of our subsumption under it being correct. This indeterminate norm of a common sense is, as a matter of fact, presupposed by us, as is shown by our presuming to lay down judgments of taste. But does such a common sense in fact exist as a constitutive principle of the possibility of experience, or is it formed for us as a regulative principle by a still higher principle of reason, that for higher ends first seeks to produce in us a common sense? Is taste, in other words, a natural and original faculty, or is it only the idea of one that is artificial and to be acquired by us, so that a judgment of taste, with its expectation of universal assent, 240 is but a demand of reason for generating such unanimity in this sensing, and does they ought, i.e. the objective necessity of the coincidence of the feeling of all with the particular feeling of each, only betoken the possibility of arriving at some sort of agreement in these matters, and the judgment of taste only adduce an example of the application of this principle? These are questions which as yet we are neither willing nor in a position to investigate. For the present we have only to resolve the faculty of taste into its elements, and to unite these ultimately in the idea of a common sense. Definition of the beautiful drawn the fourth moment. The beautiful is that which, apart from a concept, is cognized as object of a necessary delight. General remark on the first section of the analytic star. The result to be extracted from the foregoing analysis is in effect this, that everything comes down to the concept of taste as a faculty for judging an object in reference to the free conformity to law of the imagination. If, now, imagination must in the judgment of taste be regarded in its freedom, then, to begin with, it is not taken as reproductive, as in its subjection to the laws of association, but as productive and active in its own right, as originator of arbitrary forms of possible intuitions. And although in the apprehension of a given object of the senses it is tied down to a determinate form of this object, and, to that extent, does not enjoy free play, as it does in poetry, still it is easy to conceive that the object may supply ready-made to the imagination just such a form of the arrangement of the manifold, as the imagination, if it were left to itself, would freely project in harmony with the general conformity to law of the understanding. But that the imagination should be both free and of itself conformable to law, i.e. carry autonomy with it, is a contradiction. The understanding alone gives the law. Where, however, the imagination is compelled to follow a course laid down by a determinate law, then what the form of the product is to be is determined by concepts. But, in that case, as already shown, the delight is not delight in the beautiful, but in the good, in perfection, though it be no more than formal perfection, and the judgment is not one due to taste. Hence it is only a conformity to law without a law, and a subjective harmonizing of the imagination and the understanding without an objective one, which latter would mean that the representation was referred to a determinate concept of the object, that is consistent with the free conformity to law of the understanding, which has also been called purposiveness without a purpose, and with the specific character of a judgment of taste. 241. Now geometrically regular figures, a circle, a square, a cube, and the like, are commonly brought forward by critics of taste as the most simple and unquestionable examples of beauty. And yet the very reason why they are called regular is because the only way of representing them is by looking on them as mere presentations of a determinate concept by which the figure has its rule, according to which alone it is possible, prescribed for it. One or other of these two views must, therefore, be wrong. Either the verdict of the critics that attributes beauty to such figures, or else our own, which makes purposiveness apart from any concept necessary for beauty. One would scarce think it necessary for a person with taste to take more delight in a circle than in a scrawled outline, in an equilateral and equiangular quadrilateral than in one that is all lopsided and, as it were, deformed. The requirements of common understanding ensure such a preference without the least demand upon taste. Where some purpose is perceived, as, for instance, that of judging the area of a plot of land, or rendering intelligible the relation of divided parts to one another and to the whole, then regular figures, and those of the simplest kind, are needed, and the delight does not rest immediately upon the way the figure strikes the eye, but upon its serviceability for all manner of possible purposes. A room with the walls making oblique. 242 angles, a plot laid out in a garden in a similar way, even any violation of symmetry, as well in the figure of animals, e.g. being one-eyed, as in that of buildings or of flower beds, is displeasing because of its counter-purposive form, not only in a practical way in respect of some definite use to which the thing may be put, but for a judgment that looks to all manner of possible purposes. With the judgment of taste the case is different, for, when it is pure, it combines delight or aversion immediately with the bare contemplation of the object irrespective of its use or of any end. The regularity that conduces to the concept of an object is, in fact, the indispensable condition, conditio sine qua non, of grasping the object as a single representation and giving to the manifold its determinate form. This determination is an end in respect of knowledge, and in this connection it is invariably coupled with delight, such as attends the accomplishment of any, even problematical, purpose. Here, however, we have merely the value set upon the solution that satisfies the problem, and not a free and indeterminately purposive entertainment of the powers of the mind with what is called beautiful. In the latter case, understanding is at the service of imagination. In the former, this relation is reversed. With a thing that owes its possibility to a purpose, a building, or even an animal, its regularity, which consists in symmetry, must express the unity of the intuition accompanying the concept of its end, and belongs with it to cognition. But where all that is intended is the maintenance of a free play of the powers of representation, subject, however, to the condition that there is to be nothing for understanding to take exception to. In ornamental gardens, in the decoration of rooms, in all kinds of tasteful implements, etc., regularity that betrays constraint is to be avoided as far as possible. Thus, English taste in gardens and Baroque taste in furniture push the freedom of imagination to the verge of what is grotesque. The idea being that in this divorce from all constraint of rules the precise instance is being afforded where taste can exhibit its perfection in projects of the imagination to the fullest extent. All stiff regularity, such as that which borders on mathematical regularity, is inherently repugnant to taste, in that the contemplation of it affords us no lasting entertainment. Indeed, where it has neither cognition nor some determinate practical end expressly in view, we get heartily tired of it. On the other hand, anything that gives the imagination scope for unstudied and purposive play is always fresh to us. We do not grow weary of the very sight of it. Marsden, in his description of Sumatra observes that the free beauties of nature so surround the beholder on all sides that they cease to have much attraction for him. On the other hand, he found a pepper garden full of charm, on coming. 243 across it in mid-forest with its rows of parallel stakes on which the plant twines itself. From all this, he infers that wild, and in its appearance quite irregular beauty, is only pleasing as a change to one whose eyes have become surfeited with regular beauty. But he need only have made the experiment of passing one day in his pepper garden to realize that once the regularity has enabled the understanding to put itself in accord with the order that is its constant requirement, instead of the object diverting him any longer, it imposes an irksome constraint upon the imagination, whereas nature, subject to no constraint of artificial rules, and lavish, as it there is, in its luxuriant variety, can supply constant nourishment for his taste. Even a bird's song, which we can reduce to no musical rule, seems to have more freedom in it, and thus to offer more for taste, than the human voice singing in accordance with all the rules that the art of music prescribes. For we grow tired much sooner of frequent and lengthy repetitions of the latter. Yet here most likely our sympathy with the joy of a dear little creature is confused with the beauty of its song. For if exactly imitated by a human being, as has been sometimes done with the notes of the nightingale, it would strike our ear as wholly destitute of taste. Further, beautiful objects have to be distinguished from beautiful views of objects, where the distance often prevents 240 for a clear perception. In the latter case, taste appears to fasten, not so much on what the imagination grasps in this field, as on the encouragement it receives in the way of invention, i.e., in the peculiar fantasies with which the mind entertains itself, as it is being continually stirred by the variety that strikes the eye. It is just as when we watch the changing shapes of the fire in the hearth or of a rippling brook, neither of which are things of beauty, but nonetheless convey a charm to the imagination, because they sustain its free play. Second book, Analytic of the Sublime. Section 23. Transition from the faculty of judging the beautiful to that of judging the sublime. The beautiful and the sublime agree on the point of pleasing on their own account. Further, they agree in not presupposing either a judgment of the senses or a logically determining judgment, but one of reflection. Hence it follows that the delight does not depend upon a sensation, as with the agreeable, nor upon a definite concept, as does the delight in the good, although it has, for all that, an indeterminate reference to concepts. Consequently, the delight is connected with the mere presentation or faculty of presentation, and is thus taken to express the accord, in a given intuition, of the faculty of presentation, or the imagination, with the faculty of concepts that belongs to understanding or reason, in the sense of the former faculty assisting the latter. Hence both kinds of judgments are singular, and yet such as profess to be universally valid in respect of every subject, despite the fact that their claims are directed merely to the feeling of pleasure and not to any knowledge of the object. There are, however, also important and striking differences between the two. The beautiful in nature is a question of the form of the object, and this consists in limitation, whereas the sublime is to be found in an object even devoid of form, so far as it immediately involves, or else by its presence provokes, a representation of limitlessness, yet with a superadded thought of its totality. Accordingly, the beautiful seems to be regarded as a presentation of an indeterminate concept of the understanding, the sublime as a presentation of an indeterminate concept of reason. Hence the delight is in the former case coupled with the representation of quality, but in this case with that of quantity. Moreover, the former delight is very different from the latter in kind, for the beautiful is directly attended with a feeling of the furtherance of life, and is thus compatible with charms and a playful imagination. On the other hand, the 245 feeling of the sublime is a pleasure that only arises indirectly, being brought about by the feeling of a momentary check to the vital forces followed at once by a discharge all the more powerful, and so it is an emotion that seems to be no play, but a serious matter in the exercise of the imagination. Hence charms are also incompatible with it, and, since the mind is not simply attracted by the object, but is also alternately repelled thereby, the delight in the sublime does not so much involve positive pleasure as admiration or respect, i.e., merits the name of a negative pleasure. But the most important and vital distinction between the sublime and the beautiful is certainly this, that if, as is allowable, we here confine our attention in the first instance to the sublime in objects of nature, that of art being always restricted by the conditions of an agreement with nature, we observe that whereas natural beauty, such as is self-subsisting, conveys a purposiveness in its form, making the object appear, as it were, already adapted to our power of judgment, so that it thus forms of itself an object of our delight, that which, without our indulging in any refinements of thought, but simply in our apprehension of it, excites the feeling of the sublime, may appear, indeed, in point of form to contravene the ends of our power of judgment, to be ill-adapted to our faculty of presentation, and to do violence, as it were, to the imagination. And yet it is judged all the more sublime on that account. From this, it may be seen at once that we express ourselves on the whole inaccurately if we term any object of nature sublime, although we may with perfect propriety call many such objects beautiful. For how can that which is apprehended as inherently counterpurposive be noted with an expression of approval? All that we can say is that the object lends itself to the presentation of a sublimity discoverable in the mind. For the sublime, in the strict sense of the word, cannot be contained in any sensuous form, but rather concerns ideas of reason, which, although no adequate presentation of them is possible, may be aroused and called to mind by that very inadequacy itself which does admit of sensuous presentation. Thus the broad ocean agitated by storms cannot be called sublime. The sight of it is horrible, and one must have stored one's mind in advance with a wealth of ideas, if such an intuition is to attune it to a feeling which is itself sublime. Sublime because the mind has been incited to abandon sensibility, and employ itself upon ideas involving a higher purposiveness. 246. Self-subsisting natural beauty reveals to us a technique of nature which shows it in the light of a system ordered in accordance with laws, the principle of which is not to be found within the range of our entire faculty of understanding. This principle is that of a purposiveness relative to the employment of judgment in respect of phenomena which have thus to be assigned, not merely to nature regarded as aimless mechanism, but also to nature regarded after the analogy of art. Hence it gives a veritable extension, not, of course, to our knowledge of objects of nature, but to our conception of nature itself. Nature as mere mechanism being enlarged to the conception of nature as art, an extension inviting profound inquiries as to the possibility of such a form. But in what we are wont to call sublime in nature, there is such an absence of anything leading to particular objective principles and corresponding forms of nature, that it is rather in its chaos, or in its wildest and most irregular disorder and desolation, provided it gives signs of magnitude and power, that nature chiefly excites the ideas of the sublime. Hence we see that the concept of the sublime in nature is far less important and rich in consequences than that of its beauty. It gives on the whole no indication of anything purposive in nature itself, but only in the possible employment of our intuitions of it in inducing a feeling in our own selves of a purposiveness quite independent of nature. For the beautiful in nature we must seek a ground external to ourselves, but for the sublime, one merely in ourselves, and the attitude of mind that introduces sublimity into the representation of nature. This is a very needful preliminary remark. It entirely separates the ideas of the sublime from that of a purposiveness of nature, and makes the theory of the sublime a mere appendage to the aesthetic judgment of the purposiveness of nature, because it does not give a representation of any particular form in nature, but involves no more than the development of a purposive employment by the imagination of its own representation. Section 24. On the division of an investigation of the feeling of the sublime. 247. In the division of the moments of an aesthetic estimate of objects in respect of the feeling of the sublime, the course of the analytic will be able to follow the same principle as in the analysis of judgments of taste. For, the judgment being one of the aesthetic reflective judgment, the delight in the sublime, just like that in the beautiful, must in its quantity be shown to be universally valid, in its quality independent of interest, in its relation subjective purposiveness, and the latter, in its modality, necessary. Hence the method here will not depart from the lines followed in the preceding section. Unless something is made of the point that there, where the aesthetic judgment bore on the form of the object, we began with the investigation of its quality, whereas here, Considering the formlessness that may belong to what we call sublime, we begin with that of its quantity, as first moment of the aesthetic judgment on the sublime, a divergence of method the reason for which is evident from section 23. But the analysis of the sublime demands a division not required by that of the beautiful, namely one into the mathematically and the dynamically sublime. For the feeling of the sublime involves as its characteristic feature a movement of the mind combined with the judging of the object, whereas taste in respect of the beautiful presupposes that the mind is in restful contemplation and preserves it in this state. But this movement has to be judged as subjectively purposive, since the sublime pleases. Hence it is referred through the imagination either to the faculty of cognition or to that of desire. But to whichever faculty the reference is made, the finality of the given representation is judged only in respect of these faculties, apart from end or interest. Accordingly, the first is attributed to the object as a mathematical, the second as a dynamical attunement of the imagination. Hence we arrive at the above-mentioned twofold mode of representing an object as sublime. The mathematically sublime, 248. Section 25. Denition of the term sublime. Sublime is the name given to what is absolutely great. But to be great and to be a magnitude are entirely different concepts, magnitudo and quantitas. In the same way, to assert without qualification, simpliciter, that something is great, is quite a different thing from saying that it is absolutely great, absolute, non-comparative magnum. The latter is what is beyond all comparison great. What, then, is the meaning of the assertion that anything is great, or small, or of medium size? What is indicated is not a pure concept of understanding, still less an intuition of the senses, and just as little is it a concept of reason, for it does not import any principle of cognition. It must, therefore, be a concept of judgment, or have its source in one, and must introduce as basis of the judgment a subjective purposiveness of the representation with reference to the power of judgment. Given a multiplicity of the homogeneous together constituting one thing, and we may at once cognize from the thing itself that it is a magnitude, quantum. No comparison with other things is required. But to determine how great it is always requires something else, which itself has magnitude, for its measure. Now, since in the judging of magnitude we have to take into account not merely the multiplicity, number of units, but also the magnitude of the unit, the measure, and since the magnitude of this unit in turn always requires something else as its measure and as the standard of its comparison, and so on, we see that the computation of the magnitude of phenomena is, in all cases, utterly incapable of affording us any absolute concept of a magnitude, and can, instead, only afford one that is always based on comparison. If, now, I assert without qualification that anything is great, it would seem that I have nothing in the way of a comparison present to my mind, or at least nothing involving an objective measure, for no attempt is thus made to determine how great the object is. But, despite the standard of comparison being merely subjective, the claim of the judgment is nonetheless one to universal agreement. The judgments, that man is beautiful, and he is tall, do not purport to speak only for the judging subject, but, like theoretical judgments, they demand the assent of everyone. Now in a judgment that without qualification describes anything as great, it is not merely meant that the object has a magnitude, but greatness is ascribed to it preeminently among many other objects of a like kind, yet without the extent of this preeminence being determined. Hence a standard is certainly laid at the basis of the judgment, which standard is presupposed to be one that can be taken as the same for everyone, but which is available only for an aesthetic judging of the greatness, and not for one that is logical, mathematically determined, for the standard is a merely subjective one underlying the reflective judgment upon the greatness. Furthermore, this standard may be 249 empirical, as, let us say, the average size of the men known to us, of animals of a certain kind, of trees, of houses, of mountains, and so forth. Or it may be a standard given a priori, which by reason of the imperfections of the judging subject is restricted to subjective conditions of presentation in concreto, as, in the practical sphere, the greatness of a particular virtue, or of public liberty and justice in a country, or, in the theoretical sphere, the greatness of the accuracy or inaccuracy of an experiment or measurement, etc. Here, now, it is noteworthy that, although we have no interest whatever in the object, i.e., its real existence may be a matter of no concern to us, still its mere greatness, regarded even as devoid of form, is able to convey a universally communicable delight, and so involve the consciousness of a subjective purposiveness in the employment of our cognitive faculties, but not, be it remembered, a delight in the object, for the latter may be formless, but, in contradistinction to what is the case with the beautiful, where the reflective judgment finds itself set to a key that is final in respect of cognition generally, a delight in an extension affecting the imagination itself. If, under the aforementioned restriction, we say of an object, without qualification, that it is great, this is not a mathematically determining, but a mere reflective judgment upon its representation, which is subjectively purposive for a particular employment of our cognitive faculties in the judging of magnitude, and we then always couple with the representation a kind of respect, just as we couple a kind of contempt with what we call absolutely small. Moreover, the judging of things as great or small extends to everything, even to all their qualities. Thus we call even their beauty great or small. The reason for this is to be found in the fact that we have only got to present a thing in intuition, as the faculty of judgment directs, consequently to represent it aesthetically, for it to be in its entirety a phenomenon, and hence a quantum. 250. If, however, we call anything not merely great, but, without qualification, absolutely, and in every respect, beyond all comparison, great, that is to say, sublime, we soon perceive that for this it is not permissible to seek an appropriate standard outside itself, but merely in itself. It is a greatness comparable to itself alone. Hence it comes that the sublime is not to be looked for in the things of nature, but only in our own ideas. But it must be left to the deduction to show in which of them it resides. The above definition may also be expressed in this way. That is sublime in comparison with which all else is small. Here we readily see that nothing can be given in nature, no matter how great we may judge it to be, which, regarded in some other relation, may not be degraded to the level of the infinitely little, and nothing so small, which in comparison with some still smaller standard may not for our imagination be enlarged to the greatness of a world. Telescopes have put within our reach an abundance of material to go upon in making the first observation, and microscopes the same in making the second. Nothing, therefore, which can be an object of the senses is to be termed sublime when treated on this footing. But precisely because there is a striving in our imagination towards progress ad infinitum, while reason demands absolute totality, as a real idea, that same inability on the part of our faculty for the estimation of the magnitude of things of the world of the senses to attain to the idea is the awakening of a feeling of a supersensible faculty within us, and it is the use to which judgment naturally puts particular objects on behalf of this latter feeling, and not the object of the senses. That is absolutely great, and every other contrasted employment small. Consequently, it is the attunement of the spirit evoked by a particular representation engaging the attention of reflective judgment, and not the object, that is to be called sublime. The foregoing formulae defining the sublime may, therefore, be supplemented by yet another. The sublime is that, the mere capacity of thinking which evidences a faculty of mind transcending every standard of the senses. Section 26. The estimation of the magnitude of natural things requisite for the idea of the sublime. 251. The estimation of magnitude by means of concepts of number, or their signs in algebra, is mathematical, but that in mere intuition, by the eye, is aesthetic. Now we can only get definite concepts of how great anything is by having recourse to numbers, or, at any rate, by getting approximate measurements by means of numerical series progressing ad infinitum, the unit being the measure, and to this extent all logical estimation of magnitude is mathematical. But, as the magnitude of the measure has to be assumed as a known quantity, if, to form an estimate of this, we must again have recourse to numbers involving another standard for their unit, and consequently must again proceed mathematically, we can never arrive at a first or fundamental measure, and so cannot get any definite concept of a given magnitude. The estimation of the magnitude of the fundamental measure must, therefore, consist merely in the immediate grasp which we can get of it in intuition, and the use to which our imagination can put this in presenting the numerical concepts, i.e., all estimation of the magnitude of objects of nature is in the last resort aesthetic, i.e., subjectively and not objectively determined. Now for the mathematical estimation of magnitude there is, of course, no greatest possible magnitude, for the power of numbers extends to infinity, but for the aesthetic estimation there certainly is, and of it I say that where it is considered an absolute measure beyond which no greater is possible subjectively, i.e., for the judging subject, it then conveys the idea of the sublime, and calls forth that emotion which no mathematical estimation of magnitudes by numbers can evoke, except in so far as the fundamental aesthetic measure is vividly preserved for the imagination, because the latter presents only the relative magnitude due to comparison with others of a like kind, whereas the former presents magnitude absolutely, so far as the mind can grasp it in an intuition. To take in a quantum intuitively in the imagination so as to be able to use it as a measure or unit for estimating magnitude by numbers involves two operations of this faculty: apprehension, apprehensio, and comprehension, comprehensio aesthetica. Apprehension presents no difficulty, for this process can be carried on ad infinitum, but with the advance of apprehension, comprehension becomes more difficult at every step and soon attains its maximum, and this is the aesthetically greatest fundamental measure for the estimation of magnitude. For if the apprehension has reached a point beyond which the representations of sensuous intuition in the case of the parts first apprehended begin to 252 disappear from the imagination as this advances to the apprehension of yet others, as much, then, is lost at one end as is gained at the other, and for comprehension we get a maximum which the imagination cannot exceed. This explains Savary's observations in his account of Egypt, that in order to get the full emotional effect of the size of the pyramids, we must avoid coming too near just as much as remaining too far away. For in the latter case, the representation of the apprehended parts, the tiers of stones, is merely obscure and produces no effect upon the aesthetic judgment of the subject. In the former, however, it takes the eye some time to complete the apprehension from the base to the summit. But in this interval the first tiers always in part disappear before the imagination has taken in the last, and so the comprehension is never complete. The same explanation may also sciently account for the bewilderment, or sort of perplexity, which, as is said, seizes the visitor on first entering St. Peter's in Rome. For here a feeling comes home to him of the inadequacy of his imagination for presenting the idea of a whole within which that imagination attains its maximum, and, in its fruitless efforts to extend this limit, recoils upon itself, but in so doing succumbs to an emotional delight. At present I am not disposed to deal with the ground of this delight, connected, as it is, with a representation in which we would least of all look for it, a representation, namely, that lets us see its own inadequacy, and consequently its subjective lack of purposiveness for our judgment in the estimation of magnitude, but confine myself to the remark that if the aesthetic judgment is to be pure, unmixed with any teleological judgment which, as such, belongs to reason, and if we are to give a suitable example of it for the critique of aesthetic judgment, we must not point to the sublime in works of art, e.g. buildings, statues, and the like, where a human end determines the form as well as the magnitude, nor yet in things of nature, that in their very concept import a determinate end, e.g. animals of a recognized natural order, but in raw nature merely as involving magnitude, and only in this so far as it does not convey any charm or any emotion arising from actual danger. For in a representation of this kind nature contains nothing monstrous, nor what is either magnificent or horrible. The magnitude apprehended may be increased to any extent provided imagination is able to grasp it all in one whole. An object is monstrous where by its size it defeats the end that forms its concept. The colossal is the mere presentation of a concept which is almost too great for presentation, i.e. borders on the relatively monstrous. For the end to be attained by the presentation of a concept is made harder to realize by the intuition of the object being almost too great for our faculty of apprehension. A pure judgment upon the sublime must, however, have no end. 253 belonging to the object as its determining ground, if it is to be aesthetic and not to be tainted with any judgment of understanding or reason. Since whatever is to be a source of pleasure, apart from interest, to the merely reflective judgment must involve in its representation subjective, and, as such, universally valid purposiveness, though here, however, no purposiveness of the form of the object underlies our judging, as it does in the case of the beautiful. The question arises, what is this subjective purposiveness, and what enables it to be prescribed as a norm so as to yield a ground for universally valid delight in the mere estimation of magnitude, and that, too, in a case where it is pushed to the point at which our faculty of imagination breaks down in presenting the concept of a magnitude and proves unequal to its task. In the successive aggregation of units requisite for the representation of magnitudes, the imagination of itself advances ad infinitum without let or hindrance. Understanding, however, conducting it by means of concepts of number for which the former must supply the schema. This procedure belongs to the logical estimation of magnitude, and, as such, is doubtless something objectively purposive according to the concept of an end, as all measurement is. But it is not anything which for the aesthetic judgment is purposive or pleasing. Further, in this intentional 254 purposiveness, there is nothing compelling us to tax the utmost powers of the imagination and drive it as far as ever it can reach in its presentations, so as to enlarge the size of the measure, and thus make the single intuition holding the many in one, the comprehension, as great as possible. For in the estimation of magnitude by the understanding, arithmetic, we get just as far, whether the comprehension of the units is pushed to the number 10, as in the decadic system, or only to 4, as in the tetradic. The further production of magnitude being earned out by the successive aggregation of units, or, if the quantum is given in intuition, by apprehension, merely progressively, not comprehensively, according to an adopted principle of progression. In this mathematical estimation of magnitude, understanding is as well served and is satisfied whether imagination selects for the unit a magnitude which one can take in at a glance, e.g., a foot, or a perch, or else a German mile, or even the Earth's diameter, the apprehension of which is indeed possible, but not its comprehension in an intuition of the imagination, i.e., it is not possible by means of a comprehensio aesthetica, though quite so by means of a comprehensio logica in a numerical concept. In each case, the logical estimation of magnitude advances ad infinitum with nothing to stop it. The mind, however, hearkens now to the voice of reason within itself, which for all given magnitudes, even for those which can never be completely apprehended, though, in sensuous representation, judged as completely given, requires totality, and consequently comprehension in one intuition, and which calls for a presentation answering to all the above members of a progressively increasing numerical series, and does not exempt even the infinite, space and time past, from this requirement, but rather renders it inevitable for us to regard this infinite, in the judgment of common reason, as completely given, i.e., given in its totality. But the infinite is absolutely, not merely comparatively, great. In comparison with this, all else, in the way of magnitudes of the same order, is small. But the point of capital importance is that the mere ability even to think it as a whole indicates a faculty of mind transcending every standard of the senses. For the latter would entail a comprehension yielding as unit a standard bearing to the infinite a definite ratio expressible in numbers, which is impossible. Still, the mere ability even to think the given infinite without contradiction is something that requires the presence in the human mind of a faculty that is itself supersensible. For it is only through this faculty and its idea of a noumenon, which latter, while not itself admitting of any intuition, is yet introduced as substrate underlying the 255 intuition of the world as mere phenomenon, that the infinite of the sensible world, in the pure intellectual estimation of magnitude, is completely comprehended under a concept, although in the mathematical estimation by means of numerical concepts it can never be completely thought. Even a faculty enabling the infinite of supersensible intuition to be regarded as given, in its intelligible substrate, transcends every standard of sensibility and is great beyond all comparison even with the faculty of mathematical estimation. Not, of course, from a theoretical point of view that looks to the interests of our faculty of knowledge, but as a broadening of the mind that from another, the practical, point of view feels itself empowered to pass beyond the narrow confines of sensibility. Nature, therefore, is sublime in such of its phenomena as in their intuition convey the idea of their infinity. But this can only occur through the inadequacy of even the greatest effort of our imagination in the estimation of the magnitude of an object. But, now, in the case of the mathematical estimation of magnitude, imagination is quite competent to supply a measure equal to the requirements of any object. For the numerical concepts of the understanding can by progressive synthesis make any measure adequate to any given magnitude. Hence it must be the aesthetic estimation of magnitude in which we get at once a feeling of the effort. 256 towards a comprehension that exceeds the faculty of imagination for mentally grasping the progressive apprehension in a whole of intuition, and, with it, a perception of the inadequacy of this faculty, which has no bounds to its progress, for taking in and using for the estimation of magnitude a fundamental measure that understanding could turn to account without the least trouble. Now the proper unchangeable fundamental measure of nature is its absolute whole, which, with it, regarded as a phenomenon, means infinity comprehended. But, since this fundamental measure is a self-contradictory concept, owing to the impossibility of the absolute totality of an endless progression, it follows that where the size of a natural object is such that the imagination spends its whole faculty of comprehension upon it in vain, it must carry our concept of nature to a supersensible substrate, underlying both nature and our faculty of thought, which is great beyond every standard of the senses. Thus, instead of the object, it is rather the disposition of the mind in estimating it that we have to judge as sublime. Therefore, just as the aesthetic judgment in its judgment of the beautiful refers the imagination in its free play to the understanding, to bring out its agreement with the concepts of the latter in general, apart from their determination, so in its judging of a thing as sublime, it refers that faculty to reason to bring out its subjective accord with ideas of reason, indeterminately indicated, i.e., to induce a disposition of the mind conformable to that which the influence of definite, practical ideas would produce upon feeling, and in common accord with it. This makes it evident that true sublimity must be sought only in the mind of the judging subject, and not in the object of nature that occasions this disposition by the judgment formed of it. Who would apply the term sublime, even to shapeless mountain masses towering one above the other in wild disorder, with their pyramids of ice, or to the dark tempestuous ocean, or such like things? But in the contemplation of them, without any regard to their form, The mind abandons itself to the imagination and to a reason placed, though quite apart from any definite end, in conjunction therewith, and merely broadening its view, and it feels itself elevated in its own judgment of itself on finding all the might of imagination still unequal to its ideas. We get examples of the mathematically sublime of nature in mere intuition in all those instances where our imagination is afforded not so much a greater numerical concept as a large unit as measure for shortening the numerical series. A tree judged by the height of a human being gives, at all events, a standard for a mountain, and, supposing this is, say, a mile high, it can serve as unit for the number expressing the 257 Earth's diameter, so as to make it intuitable. Similarly, the Earth's diameter for the known planetary system, this again for the system of the Milky Way, and the immeasurable host of such systems, which go by the name of nebulae, and most likely in turn themselves form such a system, holds out no prospect of a limit. Now in the aesthetic judging of such an immeasurable whole, the sublime does not lie so much in the greatness of the number, as in the fact that in our onward advance we always arrive at proportionately greater units. The systematic division of the cosmos conduces to this result, for it represents all that is great in nature as in turn becoming little, or, to be more exact, it represents our imagination in all its boundlessness, and with it nature, as sinking into insignificance before the ideas of reason, once their adequate presentation is attempted. Section 27. Quality of the delight in the judging of the sublime. The feeling of our incapacity to attain to an idea that is a law for us is respect. Now the idea of the comprehension of any phenomenon whatever that may be given us in a whole of intuition is an idea imposed upon us by a law of reason, which recognizes no definite, universally valid and unchangeable measure except the absolute whole. But our imagination, even when taxing itself to the uttermost on the score of this required comprehension of a given object in a whole of intuition, and so with a view to the presentation of the idea of reason, betrays its limits and its inadequacy, but still, at the same time, its proper vocation of making itself adequate to the same as a law. Therefore the feeling of the sublime in nature is respect for our own vocation, which we attribute to an object of nature by a certain substitution of a respect for the object in place of one for the idea of humanity in our own self, the subject. And this feeling renders, as it were, intuitable the supremacy of our cognitive faculties on the rational side over the greatest faculty of sensibility. The feeling of the sublime is, therefore, at once a feeling of displeasure, arising from the inadequacy of imagination in the aesthetic estimation of magnitude to attain to its estimation by reason, and a simultaneously awakened pleasure, arising from this very judgment of the inadequacy of the greatest faculty of sense being in accord with ideas of reason, so far as the effort to attain to these is for us a law. It is, in other words, for us a law of reason, which belongs to our vocation, that we should esteem as small in comparison with ideas of reason everything which for us is great in nature as an object of the senses, and that which makes us alive to the feeling of this supersensible side of our being harmonizes with that law. Now the greatest effort of the 258 imagination in the presentation of the unit for the estimation of magnitude involves in itself a reference to something absolutely great, consequently a reference also to the law of reason that this alone is to be adopted as the supreme measure of what is great. Therefore the inner perception of the inadequacy of every standard of sense to serve for the rational estimation of magnitude is a coming into accord with reason's laws, and a displeasure that arouses the feeling of our own supersensible vocation, according to which it is purposive, and consequently a pleasure, to find every standard of sensibility falling short of the ideas of reason. The mind feels itself set in motion in the representation of the sublime in nature, whereas in the aesthetic judgment upon what is beautiful therein it is in restful contemplation. This movement, especially in its inception, may be compared with a shaking, i.e., with a rapidly alternating repulsion and attraction produced by one and the same object. This excess for the imagination, towards which it is driven in the apprehension of the intuition, is like an abyss in which it fears to lose itself. Yet again, for the rational idea of the supersensible, it is not excessive, but conformable to law, and directed to eliciting such an effort on the part of the imagination, and so in turn as much a source of attraction as it was repellent to mere sensibility. But the judgment itself all the while steadfastly preserves its aesthetic character because it represents, without being grounded on any determinate concept of the object, merely the subjective play of the mental powers, imagination and reason, as harmonious by virtue of their very contrast. For just as in the judging of the beautiful imagination and understanding by their concord generate a subjective purposiveness of the mental faculties, so imagination and reason do so here by their conflict. That is to say, they induce a feeling of our possessing a pure and self-sufficient reason, or a faculty for the estimation of magnitude, whose preeminence can only be made intuitively evident by the inadequacy of that faculty, which in the presentation of magnitudes, of objects of the senses, is itself unbounded. Measurement of a space, as apprehension, is at the same time a description of it, and so an objective movement in the imagination and a progression. On the other hand, the comprehension of the manifold in the unity, not of thought, but of intuition, and consequently the comprehension of the successively apprehended parts at one glance, is a retrogression that removes the time condition in the progression of the imagination and renders coexistence intuitable. Therefore, since the time series is a condition of inner sense and of an intuition, it is a subjective movement of the imagination by which it does violence to inner sense, a violence which must be proportionately more striking. The 259 greater the quantum which the imagination comprehends in one intuition. The effort, therefore, to receive in a single intuition a measure for magnitudes which it takes an appreciable time to apprehend, is a mode of representation which, subjectively considered, is counterpurposive, but, objectively, is requisite for the estimation of magnitude, and is consequently purposive. Here the very same violence that is wrought on the subject through the imagination is judged as purposive with respect to the entire vocation of the mind. The quality of the feeling of the sublime consists in its being, in respect of the faculty of aesthetic judging, a feeling of displeasure at an object, which yet, at the same time, is represented as purposive, a representation which derives its possibility from the fact that the subject's very incapacity betrays the consciousness of an unlimited capacity of the same subject, and that the mind can aesthetically judge the latter only through the former. In the case of the logical estimation of magnitude, the impossibility of ever arriving at absolute totality by the progressive measurement of things of the sensible world in time and space was cognized as an objective impossibility, i.e., one of thinking the infinite as given, and not as simply subjective, i.e., an incapacity for grasping it. For nothing turns there on the amount of the comprehension in one intuition as measure, but everything depends on a numerical concept. But in an aesthetic estimation of magnitude, the numerical concept must drop away or undergo a change. The only thing that is purposive for such estimation is the comprehension on the part of imagination in respect of the unit of measure, the concept of a law of the successive production of the concept of magnitude being consequently avoided. If, now, a magnitude begins to tax the utmost stretch of our faculty of comprehension in an intuition and numerical magnitudes, in respect of which we are conscious of the boundlessness of our faculty, still call upon the imagination for aesthetic comprehension in a greater unit, the mind then gets a feeling of being aesthetically confined within bounds. Nevertheless, with a view to the extension of imagination necessary for adequacy with what is unbounded in our faculty of reason, namely the idea of the absolute whole, the attendant displeasure, and, consequently, The lack of purposiveness in our faculty of imagination is still represented as purposive for ideas of reason and their arousal. But in this very way, the aesthetic judgment itself is subjectively purposive for reason as source of ideas, i.e., of such an intellectual comprehension as makes all aesthetic comprehension small, and the object is received as sublime with a pleasure that is only possible by means of a displeasure. 260. The dynamically sublime in nature. Section 28. Nature as might. Might is a power which is superior to great hindrances. It is termed dominion if it is also superior to the resistance of that which itself possesses might. Nature considered in an aesthetic judgment as might that has no dominion over us is dynamically sublime. If we are to judge nature as dynamically sublime, it must be represented as a source of fear, though the converse, that every object that is a source of fear is, in our aesthetic judgment, sublime, does not hold. For in forming an aesthetic judgment, no concept being present, the superiority to hindrances can only be judged according to the greatness of the resistance. Now that which we strive to resist is an evil, and, if we do not find our powers commensurate to the task, an object of fear. Hence the aesthetic judgment can only deem nature a might, and so dynamically sublime, in so far as it is looked upon as an object of fear. But we may look upon an object as fearful, and yet not be afraid of it, if, that is, our judgment takes the form of our simply picturing to ourselves the case of our wishing to offer some resistance to it, and recognizing that all such resistance would be quite futile. So the righteous man fears God without being afraid of him, because he regards the case of his. 261 wishing to resist God and his commandments as one which need cause him no anxiety, but in every such case, regarded by him as not intrinsically impossible, he cognizes him as one to be feared. One who is in a state of fear can no more play the part of a judge of the sublime of nature than one captivated by inclination and appetite can of the beautiful. He flees from the sight of an object filling him with dread, and it is impossible to take delight in terror that is seriously entertained. Hence the agreeableness arising from the cessation of an uneasiness is a state of joy. But this, depending upon deliverance from a danger, is a rejoicing accompanied with a resolve never again to put oneself in the way of the danger. In fact, we do not like bringing back to mind how we felt on that occasion, not to speak of going in search of an opportunity for experiencing it again. Bold, overhanging, and, as it were, threatening rocks, thunderclouds piled up the vault of heaven, borne along with flashes and peals, volcanoes in all their violence of destruction, hurricanes leaving desolation in their track, the boundless ocean rising with rebellious force, the high waterfall of some mighty river, and the like, make our power of resistance of trifling moment in comparison with their might. But, provided our own position is secure, their aspect is all the more attractive for its fearfulness, and we readily call these objects sublime, because they raise the forces of the soul above the height of vulgar commonplace, and discover within us a power of resistance of quite another kind, which gives us courage to be able to measure ourselves against the seeming omnipotence of nature. In the immeasurableness of nature and the inadequacy of our faculty for adopting a standard proportionate to the aesthetic estimation of the magnitude of its realm, we found our own limitation. But with this we also found in our rational faculty another non-sensuous standard, one which has that infinity itself under it as unit, and in comparison with which everything in nature is small, and so found in our minds a preeminence over nature even in its immeasurability. Now in just the same way the irresistibility of the might of nature forces upon us the recognition of our physical helplessness as beings of nature, but at the same time reveals a faculty of judging ourselves as independent of nature, and discovers a preeminence above nature that is the foundation of a self-preservation of quite another kind from that which may be assailed and brought into danger by external nature. This saves humanity in our own person from humiliation, even though as human beings we would have to submit to external violence. In this way, external nature is not aesthetically judged as sublime in so far as it arouses fear, but rather because it summons our power, one not of nature. 262 Regard as small those things of which we are inclined to be solicitous, worldly goods, health, and life, and hence to regard its might, to which in these matters we are no doubt subjected, as exercising over us and our personality no such rude dominion that we should bow down before it. Once the question becomes one of our highest principles and of our asserting or forsaking them. Therefore, nature is here called sublime merely because it elevates the imagination to a presentation of those cases in which the mind can come to feel the sublimity of its own vocation even over nature. This self-esteem loses nothing by the fact that we must see ourselves safe in order to feel this soul-stirring delight, a fact from which it might seemingly be argued that, as there is no seriousness in the danger, so there is just as little seriousness in the sublimity of our spiritual faculty. For here the delight only concerns the vocation of our faculty disclosed in such a case. In so far as this faculty has its root in our nature, although its development and exercise is left to ourselves and remains our responsibility. Here indeed there is truth, no matter how conscious we may be, when we stretch our reflections so far, of our actual present helplessness. This principle has, doubtless, the appearance of being too far-fetched and subtle, and so of lying beyond the reach of an aesthetic judgment. But observation of human beings proves the reverse, and that it may be the foundation of the commonest judgments, although one is not always conscious of its presence. For what is it that, even to the savage, is the object of the greatest admiration? It is someone who is undaunted, who knows no fear, and who, therefore, does not give way to danger, but sets vigorously to work with full deliberation. Even where civilization has reached a high pitch, there remains this special reverence for the soldier, only that there is then further required of him that he should also exhibit all the virtues of peace, gentleness, sympathy, and even proper care for his own person, and for the reason that in this we recognize that his mind is above the threats of danger. And so, comparing the statesman and the general, men may argue as they please as to the preeminent respect which is due to either above the other, but the verdict of the aesthetic judgment is for the latter. War itself, provided it is conducted with order and a sacred respect for the rights of civilians, has something sublime about it, and gives nations that carry it on in such a manner a stamp of mind only the more sublime, the more numerous the dangers to which they are exposed, and which they are able to meet with fortitude. On the other hand, a prolonged peace favors the predominance of a mere commercial spirit, and with it a debasing self-interest, cowardice, and weakness, and tends to degrade the character of the people. 263. So far as sublimity is predicated of might, this solution of the concept of it appears at variance with the fact that we tend to represent God in the tempest, the storm, the earthquake, and the like, as presenting himself in his wrath, but at the same time also in his sublimity, and yet here it would be alike folly and presumption to imagine a pre-eminence of our minds over the operations and, as it appears, even over the direction of such might. Here, instead of a feeling of the sublimity of our own nature, submission, prostration, and a feeling of utter helplessness seem more to constitute the attitude of mind befitting the manifestation of such an object, and to be that also more customarily associated with the idea of it on the occasion of a natural phenomenon of this kind. In religion, as a rule, prostration, adoration with bowed head, coupled with contrite, timorous posture and voice, seems to be the only becoming demeanor in presence of the divinity, and accordingly most peoples have assumed and still observe it. Yet this cast of mind is far from being intrinsically and necessarily involved in the idea of the sublimity of a religion and of its object. The individual that is actually in a state of fear, finding in himself good reason to be so, because he is conscious of offending with his evil disposition against a might directed by a will at once irresistible and just, is far from being in the frame of mind for admiring divine greatness. for which a mood of calm reflection and a quite free judgment are required. Only 264 when he becomes conscious of having a disposition that is upright and acceptable to God, do those operations of might serve to stir within him the idea of the sublimity of this being, so far as he recognizes the existence in himself of a sublimity of disposition consonant with the divine will, and is thus raised above the dread of such operations of nature, in which he no longer sees God pouring forth his wrath. Even humility, taking the form of an uncompromising judgment upon his shortcomings, which, with the consciousness of good intentions, might readily be glossed over on the ground of the frailty of human nature, is a sublime temper of the mind voluntarily to undergo the pain of remorse as a means of more and more effectually eradicating its cause. In this way, religion is intrinsically distinguished from superstition, which latter rears in the mind, not reverence for the sublime, but dread and apprehension of the all-powerful being to whose will terror-stricken man sees himself subjected, yet without according him due honor. From this nothing can arise but grace-begging and vain adulation, instead of a religion consisting in a good life. Sublimity, therefore, does not reside in any of the things of nature, but only in our own mind, in so far as we may become conscious of our superiority over nature within, and thus also over nature without us, as exerting influence upon us. Everything that provokes this feeling in us, including the might of nature which challenges our strength, is then, though improperly, called sublime, and it is only under presupposition of this idea within us, and in relation to it, that we are capable of attaining to the idea of the sublimity of that being which inspires deep respect in us, not by the mere display of its might in nature, but more by the faculty which is harbored in us of judging that might without fear, and of regarding our vocation as sublimely exalted above it. Section 29. Modality of the judgment on the sublime in nature. Beautiful nature contains countless things as to which we at once take everyone as in their judgment concurring with our own, and as to which we may further expect this concurrence without going very far wrong. But in respect of our judgment upon the sublime in nature, we cannot so easily vouch for its ready acceptance by others. For a far higher degree of culture, not merely of the aesthetic judgment, but also of the faculties of cognition which lie at its basis, seems to be requisite to enable us to lay down a judgment upon this high distinction of natural objects. The mental mood appropriate for a feeling of the sublime requires the mind's susceptibility for ideas, since it is precisely in the failure of nature to attain to these, and consequently only under presupposition of this susceptibility. 265 and of the straining of the imagination to use nature as a schema for ideas, that there is something forbidding to sensibility, but which, for all that, has an attraction for us, arising from the fact of its being a dominion which reason exercises over sensibility with a view to extending it to the requirements of its own realm, the practical, and letting it look out beyond itself into the infinite, which for it is an abyss. In fact, without the development of moral ideas, that which, thanks to preparatory culture, we call sublime, merely strikes the untutored individual as terrifying. He will see in the evidences which the ravages of nature give of her dominion, and in the vast scale of her might, compared with which his own is diminished to insignificance, only the misery, peril, and distress that would encompass those who were thrown to its mercy. So the simple-minded, and, for the most part, intelligent Savoyard peasant, as Herr von Saussure relates, unhesitatingly called all lovers of snow mountains fools. And who can tell whether he would have been so wide of the mark, if that student of nature had taken the risk of the dangers to which he exposed himself merely, as most travelers do, for a fad, or so as some day to be able to give a moving account of his adventures. But the mind of Saussure was bent on the instruction of mankind, and soul-stirring sensations that excellent man indeed enjoyed, and the reader of his travels got them thrown into the bargain. But the fact that culture is requisite for the judgment upon the sublime in nature, more than for that upon the beautiful, does not involve its being an original product of culture and something introduced in a more or less conventional way into society. Rather is it in human nature that its foundations are laid, and, in fact, in that which, at once with common understanding, we may expect everyone to possess and may require of them, namely, a native capacity for the feeling for practical ideas, i.e., for moral feeling. This, now, is the foundation of the necessity of that agreement between other people's judgments upon the sublime and our own, which we make our own imply. For just as we taunt a person who is quite inappreciative when judging an object of nature in which we see beauty, with lack of taste, so we say of a person who remains unaffected in the presence of what we consider sublime, that he has no feeling. But we demand both taste and feeling of everyone, and, granted some degree of culture, we give them credit for both. Still, we do so with this difference, that, in the case of the former, since judgment there refers the imagination merely to the understanding, as the faculty of concepts, we make the requirement as a matter of course, whereas in the case of the latter, since here the judgment refers the imagination to reason, as a faculty of ideas, we do so only under a subjective. 266 presupposition, which, however, we believe we are warranted in making, namely that of the moral feeling in human beings. And, on this assumption, we attribute necessity to the latter aesthetic judgment also. In this modality of aesthetic judgments, namely their assumed necessity, lies what is for the critique of judgment a moment of capital importance. For this is exactly what makes an a priori principle apparent in their case, and lifts them out of the sphere of empirical psychology, in which otherwise they would remain buried amid the feelings of gratification and pain, only with the senseless epithet of finer feeling, so as to place them, and, thanks to them, to place the faculty of judgment itself, in the class of judgments of which the basis of an a priori principle is the distinguishing feature, and, thus distinguished, to introduce them into transcendental philosophy. General remark upon the exposition of aesthetic reflective judgments. In relation to the feeling of pleasure an object is to be counted either as agreeable, or beautiful, or sublime, or good, absolutely. Iucundum, pulchrum, sublime, honestum. As the motive of desires the agreeable is invariably of one and the same kind, no matter what its source or how specifically different the representation of sense and sensation objectively considered. Hence in judging its influence upon the mind the multitude of its charms, simultaneous or successive, is alone relevant, and so only, as it were, the mass of the agreeable sensation, and it is only by its quantity, therefore, that this can be made intelligible. Further, it in no way conduces to our culture, but belongs only to mere enjoyment. The beautiful, on the other hand, requires the representation of a certain quality of the object that permits also of being understood and reduced to concepts, although in the aesthetic judgment it is not so reduced, and it cultivates, as it instructs us to attend to purposiveness in the feeling of pleasure. The sublime consists merely in the relation exhibited by the judgment of the serviceability of the sensible in the representation of nature for a possible supersensible employment. The absolutely good, judged subjectively according to the feeling it inspires, the object of the moral feeling, as the determinability of the powers of the subject by means of the representation of an absolutely necessitating law, is principally distinguished by the modality of a necessity resting upon concepts a priori, and involving not a mere claim, but a command upon everyone to assent, and belongs intrinsically, not to the aesthetic, but to the pure intellectual judgment. Further, it is not ascribed to nature but to freedom, and that in a determining and not a merely reflective judgment, but the determinability of the subject by means of this idea, and 267 what is more, that of a subject which can be sensible, in the way of a modification of its state, to hindrances on the part of sensibility, while, at the same time, it can by surmounting them feel superiority over them, a determinability, in other words, as moral feeling, is still so allied to aesthetic judgment and its formal conditions as to be capable of being pressed into the service of the aesthetic representation of the conformity to law of action from duty, i.e., of the representation of this as sublime or even as beautiful, without forfeiting its purity. An impossible result were one to make it naturally bound up with the feeling of the agreeable. The effective result to be extracted from the exposition so far given of both kinds of aesthetic judgments may be summed up in the following brief definitions. The beautiful is what pleases in the mere judging of it, consequently not by intervention of any feeling of sense in accordance with a concept of the understanding. From this it follows at once that it must please apart from all interest. The sublime is what pleases immediately through its resistance to the interest of the senses. Both, as definitions of aesthetic universally valid judging, have reference to subjective grounds. In the one case the reference is to grounds of sensibility, insofar as these are purposive on behalf of the contemplative understanding. In the other case insofar as, in their opposition to sensibility, they are, on the contrary, purposive in reference to the ends of practical reason. Both, however, as united in the same subject, are purposive in reference to the moral feeling. The beautiful prepares us to love something, even nature, apart from any interest, the sublime to esteem something highly even in opposition to our sensuous interest. The sublime may be described in this way. It is an object of nature, the representation of which determines the mind to regard the elevation of nature beyond our reach as equivalent to a presentation of ideas. 268. In a literal sense, and according to their logical import, ideas cannot be presented. But if we enlarge our empirical faculty of representation, mathematical or dynamical, with a view to the intuition of nature, reason inevitably steps forward as the faculty concerned with the independence of the absolute totality, and calls forth the effort of the mind, unavailing though it be, to make the representation of sense adequate to this totality. This effort, and the feeling of the unattainability of the idea by means of imagination, is itself a presentation of the subjective purposiveness of our mind in the employment of the imagination in the interests of the mind's supersensible vocation, and compels us subjectively to think nature itself in its totality as a presentation of something supersensible, without our being able to produce this presentation objectively. For we readily see that nature in space and time falls entirely short of the unconditioned, consequently also of the absolutely great, which still the commonest reason demands. And by this we are also reminded that we have only to do with nature as phenomenon, and that this itself must be regarded as the mere presentation of a nature in itself, which exists in the idea of reason. But this idea of the supersensible, which no doubt we cannot further determine, so that we cannot cognize nature as its presentation, but only think it as such, is awakened in us by an object the aesthetic judging of which strains the imagination to its utmost, whether in respect of its extension, mathematical, or of its might over the mind, dynamical. For it is founded upon the feeling of a sphere of the mind which altogether exceeds the realm of nature, i.e., upon the moral feeling, with regard to which the representation of the object is judged as subjectively purposive. As a matter of fact, a feeling for the sublime in nature is hardly thinkable unless in association with a disposition of mind resembling the moral. And though, like that feeling, the immediate pleasure in the beautiful in nature presupposes and cultivates a certain liberality of thought, i.e., makes our delight independent of any mere enjoyment of sense, still it. 269 represents freedom rather as in play than as exercising a law-governed activity, which is the genuine characteristic of human morality, where reason has to impose its dominion upon sensibility. There is, however, this qualification, that in the aesthetic judgment upon the sublime this dominion is represented as exercised through the imagination itself as an instrument of reason. Thus, too, delight in the sublime in nature is only negative, whereas that in the beautiful is positive, that is to say, it is a feeling of imagination by its own act, depriving itself of its freedom by receiving a purposive determination in accordance with a law other than that of its empirical employment. In this way it gains an extension and a might greater than that which it sacrifices. But the ground of this is hidden from it, and in its place it feels the sacrifice or deprivation, as well as its cause, to which it is subjected. The astonishment amounting almost to terror, the horror and sacred awe that seizes us when gazing upon the prospect of mountains ascending to heaven, deep ravines and torrents raging there, deep-shadowed solitudes that invite to brooding melancholy, and the like. All this, when we are assured of our own safety, is not actual fear. Rather is it an attempt to gain access to it through imagination, for the purpose of feeling the might of this faculty in combining the movement of the mind thereby aroused with its serenity, and of thus being superior to internal and, therefore, to external nature, so far as the latter can have any bearing upon our feeling of well-being. For the imagination, in accordance with laws of association, makes our state of contentment dependent upon physical conditions, but acting in accordance with principles of the schematism of judgment. Consequently, so far as it is subordinated to freedom, it is at the same time an instrument of reason and its ideas. But this reflection of aesthetic judgment by which it raises itself to the point of adequacy with reason, though without any determinate concept of reason, is still a representation of the object as subjectively purposive, by virtue even of the objective inadequacy of the imagination in its greatest extension for meeting the demands of reason, as the faculty of ideas. Here we have to attend generally to what has been already adverted to, that in the transcendental aesthetic of judgment there must be no question of anything but pure aesthetic judgments. Consequently, examples are not to be selected from such beautiful or sublime objects as presuppose the concept of an end, for then the purposiveness would be 270 either teleological or based upon mere sensations of an object, gratification or pain, and so, in the first case, not aesthetic, and, in the second, not merely formal. So, if we call the sight of the starry heaven sublime, we must not found our judgment of it upon any concepts of worlds inhabited by rational beings, with the bright spots, which we see filling the space above us, as their suns moving in orbits prescribed for them, with the wisest regard to ends. But we must take it, just as it strikes the eye, as a broad and all-embracing canopy, and it is merely under such a representation that we may posit the sublimity which the pure aesthetic judgment attributes to this object. Similarly, as to the prospect of the ocean, we are not to regard it as we, with our minds stored with knowledge on a variety of matters, which, however, is not contained in the immediate intuition, are accustomed to represent it in thought, as, let us say, a spacious realm of aquatic creatures, or as the mighty reservoirs from which are drawn the vapors that fill the air with clouds of moisture for the good of the land, or yet as an element which no doubt divides continent from continent, but, at the same time affords the means of the greatest commercial intercourse between them, for in this way we get nothing beyond teleological judgments. Instead of this, we must be able to see sublimity in the ocean, regarding it, as the poets do, according to what the impression upon the eye reveals, as, let us say, in its calm, a clear mirror of water bounded only by 271 the heavens, or, be it disturbed, as threatening to overwhelm and engulf everything. The same is to be said of the sublime and beautiful in the human form. Here, for determining grounds of the judgment, we must not have recourse to concepts of ends subserved by all its limbs and members, or allow their accordance with these ends to influence our aesthetic judgment, in such case no longer pure, although it is certainly also a necessary condition of aesthetic delight that they should not conflict with these ends. Aesthetic purposiveness is the conformity to law of judgment in its freedom. The delight in the object depends upon the reference which we seek to give to the imagination, namely that it is to entertain the mind in a free activity. If, on the other hand, something else, be it sensation or concept of the understanding, determines the judgment. It is then conformable to law, no doubt, but not an act of free judgment. Hence, to speak of intellectual beauty or sublimity is to use expressions which, in the first place, are not quite correct. For these are aesthetic modes of representation which would be entirely foreign to us were we merely pure intelligences, or if we even put ourselves in thought in the position of such. Secondly, although both, as objects of an intellectual, moral, delight, are compatible with aesthetic delight to the extent of not resting upon any interest, still, on the other hand, there is a difficulty in the way of their alliance with such delight, since their function is to produce an interest, and, on the assumption that the presentation has to accord with delight in the aesthetic judging, this interest could only be effected by means of an interest of the senses combined with it in the presentation. But in this way the intellectual purposiveness would be violated and rendered impure. The object of a pure and unconditioned intellectual delight is the moral law and the might which it exerts in us over all antecedent motives of the mind. Now, since it is only through sacrifices that this might makes itself known to us aesthetically, and this involves a deprivation of something, though in the interests of inner freedom, whilst in turn it reveals in us an unfathomable depth of this supersensible faculty, the consequences of which extend beyond our visible reach, it follows that the delight, looked at from the aesthetic side, in reference to sensibility, is negative, i.e. opposed to this interest, but from the intellectual side, positive and bound up with an interest. Hence it follows that the intellectual and intrinsically purposive, moral, good, estimated aesthetically, instead of being represented as beautiful, must rather be represented as sublime, with the result that it arouses more a feeling of respect, which disdains charm, than of love or of the heart being drawn towards it. For human nature does not of its own proper motion accord with the good, but only by virtue of the dominion which reason exercises over sensibility. Conversely, that, too, which we call sublime in external nature, or even internal nature, e.g. certain affects, is only represented as a might of the mind enabling it to overcome this or that hindrance of sensibility by means of moral principles, and it is from this that it derives its interest. I must dwell a while on the latter point. The idea of the good connected with effect is enthusiasm. This state of mind appears to be sublime, so much so that there is a common saying that nothing great can be achieved without it. But now every effect seven is blind either as to the choice of its end, or, supposing this has been furnished by reason, in the way it is effected, for it is that movement of the mind whereby the exercise of free deliberation upon fundamental principles, with a view to determining oneself accordingly, is rendered impossible. On this account it cannot merit any delight on the part of reason. Yet, from an aesthetic point of view, enthusiasm is sublime, because it is an effort of one's powers called forth by ideas which give to the mind an impetus of far stronger and more enduring efficacy than the stimulus afforded by sensible representations. But, as seems strange, even freedom from a sect, apatheia, phlegma and significata bono, in a mind that strenuously follows its unswerving principles is sublime, and that, too, in a manner vastly superior, because 272 it has at the same time the delight of pure reason on its side. Such a stamp of mind is alone called noble. This expression, however, comes in time to be applied to things such as buildings, a garment, literary style, a person's bearing, and the like, provided they do not so much excite astonishment, the effect attending the representation of novelty exceeding expectation as admiration, an astonishment which does not cease when the novelty wears off. And this obtains where ideas undesignedly and artlessly accord in their presentation with aesthetic delight. Every effect of the strenuous type, such, that is, as excites the consciousness of our power of overcoming every resistance, animi strenui, is aesthetically sublime, e.g. anger, even desperation, the rage of forlorn hope, but not faint-hearted despair. On the other hand, affect of the languid type, which converts the very effort of resistance into an object of displeasure, animum languidum, has nothing 273 noble about it, though it may take its rank as possessing beauty of the sensuous order. Hence the emotions capable of attaining the strength of an affect are very diverse. We have spirited, and we have tender emotions. When the strength of the latter reaches that of an affect, they can be turned to no account. The propensity to indulge in them is sentimentality, a sympathetic grief that refuses to be consoled, or one that has to do with imaginary misfortune to which we deliberately 273 give way so far as to allow our fantasy to delude us into thinking it actual fact, indicates and goes to make a tender, but at the same time weak, soul, which shows a beautiful side, and may no doubt be called fanciful, but never enthusiastic. Romances, maudlin dramas, shallow homilies, which trifle with so-called, though falsely so, noble sentiments, but in fact make the heart enervated, insensitive to the stern precepts of duty, and incapable of respect for the worth of humanity in our own person and the rights of human beings, which is something quite other than their happiness, and in general incapable of all firm principles. Even a religious discourse which recommends a cringing and abject grace-begging and favor-seeking, abandoning all reliance on our own ability to resist the evil within us, in place of the vigorous resolution to try to get the better of our inclinations by means of those powers which, frail though we may be, are still left to us. That false humility by which self-abasement, whining hypocritical repentance, and a merely passive frame of mind are set down as the method by which alone we can become acceptable to the Supreme Being. These have nothing to do with what may be reckoned to belong to beauty, not to speak of the sublimity of mental temperament. But even impetuous movements of the mind, whether they be allied under the name of edification with ideas of religion, or, as pertaining merely to culture, with ideas involving a social interest, no matter how much they strain the imagination, can in no way lay claim to the honor of a sublime presentation, if they do not leave behind them a temper of mind which, though it be only indirectly, has an influence upon the consciousness of the mind's strength and resoluteness in respect of that which carries with it pure intellectual purposiveness, the supersensible. For, in the absence of this, all these emotions belong only to motion, which we welcome in the interests of good health. The agreeable lassitude that follows upon being stirred up in that way by the play of the affects is a fruition of the state of well-being arising from the restoration of the equilibrium of the various vital forces within us. This, in the last resort, comes to no more than what the Eastern voluptuaries find so soothing when they get their bodies massaged and all their muscles and joints softly pressed and bent, only that in the first case the principle that occasions the movement is chiefly internal, whereas here it is entirely external. Thus, many an individual believes himself edified by a sermon in which there is no establishment of anything, no system of good maxims, or thinks himself improved by a tragedy, when he is merely glad at having relieved himself of boredom. Thus the sublime must in every case have reference to our way of thinking, i.e., to maxims directed to giving to the intellectual 274 side of our nature, and to the ideas of reason's supremacy over sensibility. We have no reason to fear that the feeling of the sublime will suffer from an abstract mode of presentation like this, which is altogether negative with regard to the sensuous. For though the imagination, no doubt, finds nothing beyond the sensible world on which it can lay hold, still this thrusting aside of the sensible barriers gives it a feeling of being unbounded, and that removal is thus a presentation of the infinite. As such it can never be anything more than a negative presentation, but still it expands the soul. Perhaps there is no more sublime passage in the Jewish law than the commandment, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven or on earth, or under the earth," etc. This commandment can alone explain the enthusiasm which the Jewish people, in their moral period, felt for their religion when comparing themselves with others, or the pride inspired by Mohammedanism. The very same holds good of our representation of the moral law and of our intrinsic capacity for morality. The fear that, if we divest this representation of everything that can commend it to the senses, it will thereupon be attended only with a cold and lifeless approbation and not with any moving force or emotion, is wholly unwarranted. The very reverse is the truth. For when 275 nothing any longer presents itself to the senses, and the unmistakable and ineffaceable idea of morality is all that now remains, there would be need rather of tempering the ardor of an unbounded imagination to prevent it rising to enthusiasm, than of seeking to lend these ideas the aid of images and childish devices for fear of their lack of power. For this reason, governments have gladly let religion be fully equipped with these accessories, seeking in this way to relieve their subjects of the exertion, but to deprive them, at the same time, of the ability required for expanding their spiritual powers beyond the limits arbitrarily laid down for them, and this makes it all the easier to treat them as though they were merely passive. This pure, elevating, merely negative presentation of morality involves, on the other hand, no fear of fanaticism, which is a delusion that will some vision beyond all the bounds of sensibility, i.e., it would dream according to principles, rational raving. The safeguard is the purely negative character of the presentation, for the inscrutability of the idea of freedom precludes all positive presentation. The moral law, however, is a sous-scient and original source of determination within us, so it does not for a moment permit us to cast about for a ground of determination external to itself. If enthusiasm is comparable to delirium, fanaticism may be compared to mania. The first is a transitory state to which the healthiest understanding is liable to become at times the victim. The second is an undermining disease. Simplicity, artless purposiveness, is, as it were, the style adopted by nature in the sublime. It is also that of morality. The latter is a second, supersensible nature, whose laws alone we know, without being able to attain to an intuition of the supersensible faculty within us, that which contains the ground of this legislation. One further remark. The delight in the sublime, no less than in the beautiful, by reason of its universal communicability, is not only plainly distinguished from other aesthetic judgments, but also from this same property acquires an interest in society, in which it admits of such communication. Yet, despite this, we have to note the fact that isolation from all society is looked upon as something sublime, provided it rests upon ideas which disregard all sensible interest. To be self-soothsaying, and so not to stand in need of society, yet without being unsociable, i.e., without shunning it, is something approaching the sublime, a remark applicable to all superiority over needs. On the other hand, to shun our fellow human beings from misanthropy because of 276 enmity towards them, or from anthropophobia because we imagine the hand of everyone is against us, is partly odious, partly contemptible. There is, however, a misanthropy, most improperly so called, the tendency towards which is to be found with advancing years in many right-minded people, that, as far as goodwill goes, is, no doubt, philanthropic enough, but as the result of long and sad experience, is widely removed from delight in mankind. We see evidences of this in the propensity to reclusiveness, in the fanciful desire for a retired country seat, or else, with the young, in the dream of the happiness of being able to spend one's life with a little family on an island unknown to the rest of the world. Material of which novelists or writers of Robinsonades know how to make such good use. Falsehood, ingratitude, injustice, the puerility of the ends which we ourselves look upon as great and momentous, and to attain which we inflict upon our fellow human beings all imaginable evils. These also contradict the idea of what people might be if they only would, and are so at variance with our active wish to see them better, that, to avoid hating where we cannot love. It seems but a slight sacrifice to forego all the joys of fellowship with our kind. This sadness which is not directed to the evils which fate brings down upon others, a sadness which springs from sympathy, but to those which they inflict upon themselves, one which is based on antipathy in questions of principle, is sublime because it is founded on ideas, whereas that springing from sympathy can only be accounted beautiful. Saussure, who was no less ingenious than profound, in the description of his Alpine travels remarks of Bonhomme, one of the Savoy mountains, there reigns there a certain insipid sadness. He recognized, therefore, that, besides this, there is an interesting sadness, such as is inspired by the sight of some desolate place into which men might gladly withdraw themselves, so as to hear no more of the world without, and be no longer versed in its affairs, a place, however, which must yet not be so altogether inhospitable as only to afford a most miserable retreat for a human being. I only make this observation as a reminder that even sorrow, but not dispirited sadness, may take its place among the vigorous affects, provided it has its root in moral ideas. If, however, it is grounded upon sympathy, and, as such, is lovable, it belongs only to the languid affections. And this serves to call attention to the mental temperament, which in the first case alone is sublime. The transcendental exposition of aesthetic judgments now brought to a close may be compared with the physiological one, as worked out by Burke and many acute men among us, so that we may see where a merely empirical exposition of the sublime and beautiful would bring us. Burke, who deserves to be called the foremost author * in this method of treatment, deduces, on these lines, that the 277 feeling of the sublime is grounded on the impulse towards self-preservation and on fear, i.e. on a pain, which, since it does not go the length of disordering the bodily parts, calls forth movements which, as they clear the vessels, whether fine or gross, of a dangerous and troublesome encumbrance, are capable of producing delight, not pleasure but a sort of delightful horror, a sort of tranquility tinged with terror. The beautiful, which he grounds on love, from which, still, he would have desire kept separate, he reduces to the relaxing, slackening, and enervating of the fibers of the body, and consequently a softening, a dissolving, a languor, and a fainting, dying, and melting away for pleasure. And this explanation he supports, not alone by instances in which the feeling of the beautiful as well as of the sublime is capable of being excited in us by the imagination in conjunction with the understanding, but even by instances when it is in conjunction with sensations. As psychological observations, these analyses of our mental phenomena are extremely fine, and supply a wealth of material for the favorite investigations of empirical anthropology. But, besides that, there is no denying the fact that all representations within us, no matter whether they are objectively merely sensible or wholly intellectual, are still subjectively associable with gratification or pain, however imperceptible either of these may be. For these representations one and all affect the feeling of life, and none of them, so far as it is a modification. 278 of the subject can be indifferent. We must even admit that, as Epicurus maintained, gratification and pain, though proceeding from the imagination, or even from representations of the understanding, are always in the last resort corporeal, since apart from any feeling of the bodily organ life would be merely a consciousness of one's existence, and could not include any feeling of well-being or the reverse, i.e. of the furtherance or hindrance of the vital forces. For, of itself alone, the mind is all life, the life principle itself, and hindrance or furtherance has to be sought outside it, and yet in the human being himself, consequently in the connection with his body. But if we attribute the delight in the object wholly and entirely to the gratification which it affords through charm or emotion, then we must not expect from anyone else agreement with the aesthetic judgment passed by us. For in such matters, each person rightly consults his own personal feeling alone. But in that case, there is an end of all censure in matters of taste, unless the example afforded by others as the result of a contingent coincidence of their judgments is to be held over us as commanding our assent. But this principle we would presumably resent, and appeal to our natural right of submitting a judgment to our own sense, where it rests upon the immediate feeling of personal well-being, instead of submitting it to that of others. Hence, if the import of the judgment of taste, where we appraise it as a judgment entitled to require the concurrence of everyone, cannot be egoistic, but must necessarily, from its inner nature, be allowed a pluralistic validity, i.e. on account of what taste itself is, and not on account of the examples which others give of their taste, then it must found upon some a priori principle, whether it be subjective or objective, and no amount of prying into the empirical laws of the changes that go on within the mind can succeed in establishing such a principle. For these laws only yield a knowledge of how we do judge, but they do not give us a command as to how we ought to judge, and, what is more, such a command as is unconditioned, and commands of this kind are presupposed by judgments of taste, inasmuch as they require delight to be taken as immediately connected with a representation. Accordingly, though the empirical exposition of aesthetic judgments may be a first step towards accumulating the material for a high, the remaining part of the analytic of aesthetic judgment contains first of all the deduction of pure aesthetic judgments 279. Section 30. The deduction of aesthetic judgments upon objects of nature must not be directed to what we call sublime in nature, but only to the beautiful. The claim of an aesthetic judgment to universal validity for every subject, being a judgment which must rely on some a priori principle, stands in need of a deduction, i.e. a derivation of its title. Further, where the delight or aversion turns on the form of the object, this has to be something over and above the exposition of the judgment. Such is the case with judgments of taste upon the beautiful in nature. For there the purposiveness has its foundation in the object and its outward form, although it does not signify the reference of this to other objects according to concepts, for the purpose of cognitive judgments, but is merely concerned in general with the apprehension of this form so far as it proves accordant in the mind with the faculty of concepts as well as with that of their presentation, which is identical with that of apprehension. With regard to the beautiful in nature, therefore, we may start a number of questions touching the cause of this purposiveness of their forms, e.g., how we are to explain why nature has scattered beauty abroad with so lavish a hand, even in the depth of the ocean where it can but seldom be glimpsed by the human eye, for which alone it is purposive. But the sublime in nature, if we pass upon it a pure aesthetic judgment unmixed with concepts of perfection, as objective purposiveness, which would make the judgment teleological, may be regarded as completely lacking in form or figure, and nonetheless be looked upon as an object of pure delight, and indicate a subjective purposiveness of the given representation. So, now, the question suggests itself, whether in addition to the exposition of what is thought in an aesthetic judgment of this kind, we may be called upon to give a deduction of its claim to some subjective, a priori principle. This we may meet with the reply that the sublime in nature is 280 improperly so called, and that sublimity should, 280 in strictness, be attributed merely to the attitude of thought, or, rather, to that which serves as the basis for this in human nature. The apprehension of an object otherwise formless and in conflict with ends supplies the mere occasion for our coming to a consciousness of this basis, and the object is in this way put to a subjectively purposive use, but it is not judged as subjectively purposive on its own account and because of its form. It is, as it were, a species finalis accepta, non data. Consequently, the exposition we gave of judgments upon the sublime in nature was at the same time their deduction. For in our analysis of the reflection on the part of judgment in this case, we found that in such judgments there is a purposive relation of the cognitive faculties, which has to be laid a priori at the basis of the faculty of ends, the will, and which is therefore itself a priori purposive. This, then at once involves the deduction, i.e. the justification of the claim of such a judgment to universally necessary validity. Hence we may confine our search to one for the deduction of judgments of taste, i.e. of judgments upon the beauty of things of nature, and this will satisfactorily dispose of the problem for the entire aesthetic faculty of judgment. Section 31. Of the method of the deduction of judgments of taste. The obligation to furnish a deduction, i.e. a guarantee of the legitimacy of judgments of a particular kind, only arises where the judgment lays claim to necessity. This is the case even where it requires subjective universality, i.e. the agreement of everyone. Even though the judgment is not a cognitive judgment, but only one of pleasure or displeasure in a given object, i.e. an assumption of a subjective purposiveness that has a thoroughgoing validity for everyone, and which, since the judgment is one of taste, is not to be grounded upon any concept of the thing. Now, in the latter case, we are not dealing with a judgment of cognition, neither with a theoretical one based on the concept of a nature in general, supplied by the understanding, nor with a pure, practical one based on the idea of freedom, as given a priori by reason, and so we are not called upon to justify a priori the validity of a judgment which represents either what a thing is, or that there is something which I ought to do in order to produce it. Consequently, if for judgment generally we demonstrate the universal validity of a singular judgment expressing the subjective purposiveness of an empirical representation of the form of an object, we shall do all that is needed to explain how it is possible that something can please in the mere judging of it, without sensation or concept, and how, just as the judging of an object for the sake of a cognition generally has universal rules, the delight of any one person may be pronounced as a rule for every other. 281. Now, if this universal validity is not to be based on a collection of votes and interrogation of others as to what sort of sensations they experience, but is to rest, as it were, upon an autonomy of the subject passing judgment on the feeling of pleasure in the given representation, i.e. upon his own taste, and yet is also not to be derived from concepts, then it follows that such a judgment, and such the judgment of taste in fact is, has a double and also logical peculiarity. For, first, it has universal validity a priori, yet without having a logical universality according to concepts, but only the universality of a singular judgment. Secondly, it has a necessity, which must invariably rest upon a priori grounds, but one which depends upon no a priori proofs by the representation of which it would be competent to enforce the assent which the judgment of taste demands of everyone. The solution of these logical peculiarities, which distinguish a judgment of taste from all cognitive judgments, will of itself sue for a deduction of this strange faculty, provided we abstract at the outset from all content of the judgment, namely from the feeling of pleasure, and merely compare the aesthetic form with the form of objective judgments as prescribed by logic. We shall first try, with the help of examples, to illustrate and bring out these characteristic properties of taste. Section 32. First peculiarity of the judgment of taste. The judgment of taste determines its object in respect of delight, as a thing of beauty, with a claim to the agreement of everyone, just as if it were objective. To say, "This flower is beautiful," is tantamount to repeating its own proper claim to the delight of everyone. The agreeableness of its smell gives it no claim at all. One person revels in it, but it gives another a headache. Now what else are we to suppose from this than that its beauty is to be taken for a property of the flower itself, which does not adapt itself to the diversity of heads and the individual senses of the multitude, but to which they must adapt themselves, if they are going to pass judgment upon it. And yet this is not the way the matter stands. For the judgment of taste consists precisely in a thing being called beautiful solely in respect of that quality in which it adapts itself to our mode of receiving it. 282. Besides, every judgment which is to show the taste of the individual is required to be an independent judgment of the individual in question. There must be no need of groping about among other people's judgments and getting previous instruction from their delight in or aversion to the same object. Consequently, his judgment should be given out a priori, and not as an imitation relying on the general pleasure a thing gives as a matter of fact. One would think, however, that a judgment a priori must involve a concept of the object for the cognition of which it contains the principle. But the judgment of taste is not grounded on concepts, and is in no way a cognition, but only an aesthetic judgment. Hence it is that a youthful poet refuses to allow himself to be dissuaded from the conviction that his poem is beautiful, either by the judgment of the public or of his friends. And even if he lends them an ear, he does so, not because he has now come to a different judgment, but because, though the whole public, at least so far as his work is concerned, should have false taste, he still, in his desire for recognition, finds good reason to accommodate himself to the popular error, even against his own judgment. It is only later, when his judgment has been sharpened by exercise, that of his own free will and accord he deserts his former judgments, behaving in just the same way as with those of his judgments which depend wholly upon reason. Taste lays claim simply to autonomy. To make the judgments of others the determining ground of one's own would be heteronomy. The fact that we recommend the works of the ancients as models, and rightly too, and call their authors classical, as constituting a sort of nobility among writers that leads the way and thereby gives laws to the people, seems to indicate a posteriori sources of taste, and to contradict the autonomy of taste in each individual. But we might just as well say that the ancient mathematicians, who, to this day, are looked upon as the almost indispensable models of perfect 283 thoroughness and elegance in synthetic methods, prove that reason also is on our part only imitative, and that it is incompetent with the deepest intuition to produce of itself rigorous proofs by means of the construction of concepts. There is no employment of our powers, no matter how free, not even of reason itself, that must draw all its judgments from the common a priori source, which, if each individual had always to start afresh with the crude equipment of his natural state, would not get itself involved in blundering attempts, if those of others did not lie before it as a warning. Not that predecessors make those who follow in their steps mere imitators, but by their methods they set others upon the track of seeking in themselves for the principles, and so of adopting their own, often better, course. Even in religion, where undoubtedly everyone has to derive his rule of conduct from himself, seeing that he himself remains responsible for it, and, when he goes wrong, cannot shift the blame upon others as teachers or leaders. General precepts learned at the feet either of priests or philosophers, or even drawn from one's own resources, are never so efficacious as an example of virtue or holiness, which, historically portrayed, does not dispense with the autonomy of virtue drawn from the spontaneous and original idea of morality a priori, or convert this into a mechanical process of imitation. Following which has reference to a precedent, and not imitation, is the proper expression for all influence which the products of an exemplary author may exert upon others, and this means no more than going to the same sources for a creative work as those to which he went for his creations, and learning from one's predecessor no more than the mode of availing oneself of such sources. Taste, just because its judgment cannot be determined by concepts or precepts, is among all faculties and talents the very one that stands most in need of examples of what has in the course of culture maintained itself longest in esteem. Thus it avoids an early lapse into crudity and a return to the rudeness of its earliest efforts. Section 33. Second peculiarity of the judgment of taste. 284. Proofs are of no avail whatever for determining the judgment of taste, and in this connection matters stand just as they would were that judgment simply subjective. If anyone does not think a building, view, or poem beautiful, then, in the first place he refuses, so far as his inmost conviction goes, to allow approval to be wrung from him by 100 voices all lauding it to the skies. Of course he may affect to be pleased with it, so as not to be considered as wanting in taste. He may even begin to harbor doubts as to whether he has formed his taste upon an acquaintance with a sufficient number of objects of a particular kind, just as one who in the distance recognizes, as he believes, something as a wood, which everyone else regards as a town, becomes doubtful of the judgment of his own eyesight. But, for all that, he clearly perceives that the approval of others affords no valid proof available for the judging of beauty. He recognizes that others, perchance, may see and observe for him, and that what many have seen in one and the same way may, for the purpose of a theoretical, and therefore logical judgment, serve as an adequate ground of proof for him, albeit he believes he saw otherwise, but that what has pleased others can never serve him as the ground of an aesthetic judgment. The judgment of others, where unfavorable to ours, may, no doubt, rightly make us suspicious in respect of our own, but convince us that it is wrong it never can. Hence there is no empirical ground of proof that can coerce anyone's judgment of taste. In the second place, a proof a priori according to definite rules is still less capable of determining the judgment as to beauty. If anyone reads me his poem, or brings me to a play, which, all said and done, fails to commend itself to my taste, then let him adduce Betuse or Lessing, asterisk or still older and more famous critics of taste, with all the host of rules laid down by them. As a proof of the beauty of his poem, let certain passages particularly displeasing to me accord completely with the rules of beauty. As set out by these critics and universally recognized, I stop my ears. I do not. 285 want to hear any reasons or any arguing about the matter. I would prefer to suppose that those rules of the critics were at fault, or at least have no application, than to allow my judgment to be determined by a priori proofs. I take my stand on the ground that my judgment is to be one of taste, and not one of understanding or reason. This would appear to be one of the chief reasons why this faculty of aesthetic judgment has been given the name of taste. For someone may recount to me all the ingredients of a dish, and observe of each and every one of them that it is just what I like, and in addition, rightly commend the wholesomeness of the food. Yet I am deaf to all these arguments. I try the dish with my own tongue and palate, and I pass judgment according to their verdict, not according to universal principles. As a matter of fact, the judgment of taste is invariably laid down as a singular judgment upon the object. The understanding can, from the comparison of the object, in point of delight, with the judgments of others, form a universal judgment, e.g., all tulips are beautiful. But that judgment is then not one of taste, but is a logical judgment which converts the reference of an object to our taste into a predicate belonging to things of a certain kind. But it is only the judgment whereby I regard an individual given tulip as beautiful, i.e., regard my delight in it as of universal validity, that is a judgment of taste. Its peculiarity, however, consists in the fact that, although it has merely subjective validity, still it extends its claims to all subjects, as unreservedly as it would if it were an objective judgment, resting on grounds of cognition and capable of being proved by demonstration. Section 34. An objective principle of taste is not possible. A principle of taste would mean a fundamental premise under the condition of which one might subsume the concept of an object, and then, by a syllogism, draw the inference that it is beautiful. That, however, is absolutely impossible, for I must feel the pleasure immediately in the representation of the object, and I cannot be talked into it by any grounds of proof. Thus, although critics, as Hume says, are able to reason more plausibly than cooks, they must still share the same fate. For the determining ground of their judgment, they are not able to look to the force of demonstrations, but only to the reflection of the subject upon his own state, of pleasure or displeasure, to the exclusion of precepts and rules. 286. There is, however, a matter upon which it is competent for critics to exercise their subtlety, and upon which they ought to do so, so long as it tends to the rectification and extension of our judgments of taste. But that matter is not one of exhibiting the determining ground of aesthetic judgments of this kind in a universally applicable formula, which is impossible. Rather, it is the investigation of the faculties of cognition and their function in these judgments, and the illustration, by the analysis of examples, of their mutual subjective purposiveness, the form of which in a given representation has been shown above to constitute the beauty of their object. Hence, with regard to the representation whereby an object is given, the critique of taste itself is only subjective, viz. It is the art or science of reducing the mutual relation of the understanding and the imagination in the given representation, without reference to antecedent sensation or concept, consequently their accordance or discordance, to rules, and of determining them with regard to their conditions. It is art if it only illustrates this by examples. It is science if it deduces the possibility of such judging from the nature of these faculties as faculties of knowledge in general. It is only with the latter, as transcendental critique, that we have here any concern. Its proper scope is the development and justification of the subjective principle of taste as an a priori principle of judgment. As an art, critique merely looks to the physiological, here psychological, and, consequently, empirical rules, according to which in actual fact taste proceeds, passing by the question of their possibility, and seeks to apply them in judging its objects. The latter critique criticizes the products of fine art, just as the former does the faculty of judging them. Section 35. The principle of taste is the subjective principle of the general power of judgment. The judgment of taste is differentiated from logical judgment by the fact that, whereas the latter subsumes a representation under a concept of the object, the judgment of taste does not subsume under a concept at all. For, if it did, necessary and universal approval would be capable of being enforced by proofs. And yet it does bear this resemblance to the logical judgment, that it asserts a universality and necessity, not, however, according to concepts of the object, but a universality and necessity that are, consequently, merely subjective. Now the concepts in a judgment constitute its content, what belongs to the cognition of the object. But the judgment of taste is not determinable by means of concepts. Hence it can only have its ground in the subjective formal condition of a judgment in general. The subjective condition of all judgments is the judging faculty itself, or the power of judgment. Employed in respect of a representation whereby an object is given, this requires the harmonious accordance of two powers of representation. These are the imagination for the intuition. 287 and the arrangement of the manifold of intuition, and the understanding for the concept as a representation of the unity of this arrangement. Now, since no concept of the object underlies the judgment here, it can consist only in the subsumption of the imagination itself, in the case of a representation whereby an object is given, under the conditions enabling the understanding in general to advance from the intuition to concepts. That is to say, since the freedom of the imagination consists precisely in the fact that it schematizes without a concept, the judgment of taste must found upon a mere sensation of the mutually enlivening activity of the imagination in its freedom, and of the understanding with its conformity to law. It must therefore rest upon a feeling that allows the object to be estimated by the purposiveness of the representation by which an object is given, for the furtherance of the cognitive faculties in their free play. Taste, then, as a subjective power of judgment, contains a principle of subsumption, not of intuitions under concepts, but of the faculty of intuitions or presentations, i.e. of the imagination, under the faculty of concepts, i.e. the understanding, so far as the former in its freedom accords with the latter in its conformity to law. For the discovery of this title by means of a deduction of judgments of taste, we can only avail ourselves of the guidance of the formal peculiarities of judgments of this kind, and consequently the mere consideration of their logical form. Section 36. The problem of a deduction of judgments of taste. To form a cognitive judgment, we may immediately connect with the perception of an object, the concept of an object in general, the empirical predicates of which are contained in that perception. In this way, a judgment of experience is produced. Now, this judgment rests on the foundation of a priori concepts of the synthetic unity of the manifold of intuition, enabling it to be thought as the determination of an object. These concepts, the categories, call for a deduction, and such was supplied in the Critique of Pure Reason. That deduction enabled us to solve the problem. How are synthetic a priori cognitive judgments possible? This problem had, accordingly, to do with the a priori principles of pure understanding and its theoretical judgments. 288. But we may also immediately connect with a perception, a feeling of pleasure or displeasure, and a delight attending the representation of the object and serving it instead of a predicate. In this way, there arises a judgment which is aesthetic and not cognitive. Now, if such a judgment is not merely one of sensation, but a formal judgment of reflection that demands this delight from everyone is necessary, something must lie at its basis as its a priori principle. This principle may, indeed, be a mere subjective one. Supposing an objective one should be impossible for judgments of this kind. But, even as such, it requires a deduction to make it intelligible how an aesthetic judgment can lay claim to necessity. That, now, is what lies at the bottom of the problem upon which we are at present engaged, i.e., how are judgments of taste possible? This problem, therefore, is concerned with the a priori principles of pure judgment in aesthetic judgments, i.e., not those in which, as in theoretical judgments, it has merely to subsume under objective concepts of understanding, and in which it comes under a law, but rather those in which it is itself, subjectively, object as well as law. We may also put the problem in this way. How is a judgment possible which, going merely upon the individual's own feeling of pleasure in an object independent of the concept of it, judges this as a pleasure attached to the representation of the same object in every other individual, and does so a priori, i.e., without being allowed to wait and see if other people will be of the same mind? It is easy to see that judgments of taste are synthetic, for they go beyond the concept and even the intuition of the object, and join as predicate to that intuition something which is not even a cognition at all, namely, the feeling of 289 pleasure or displeasure. But, although the predicate, the personal pleasure that is connected with the representation, is empirical, still we need not go further than what is involved in the expressions of their claim to see that, so far as concerns the agreement required of everyone, they are a priori judgments, or mean to pass for such. This problem of the critique of the power of judgment, therefore, is part of the general problem of transcendental philosophy. How are synthetic a priori judgments possible? Section 30. What exactly it is that is asserted a priori of an object in a judgment of taste. The immediate connection of the representation of an object with pleasure can only be a matter of internal perception, and, if nothing more than this were at issue, would only yield a mere empirical judgment. For with no representation can I a priori connect a determinate feeling of pleasure or displeasure, except where I rely upon the basis of an a priori principle in reason determining the will. The truth is that the pleasure, in the moral feeling, is the consequence of the determination of the will by the principle. It cannot, therefore, be compared with the pleasure in taste, for it requires a determinate concept of a law, whereas the pleasure in taste has to be connected immediately with the mere judging prior to any concept. For the same reason, also, all judgments of taste are singular judgments, for they unite their predicate of delight, not to a concept, but to a given singular empirical representation. Hence, in a judgment of taste, what is represented a priori as a universal rule for the judgment and as valid for everyone, is not the pleasure but the universal validity of this pleasure perceived, as it is, to be combined in the mind with the mere judging of an object. A judgment to the effect that it is with pleasure that I perceive and judge some object is an empirical judgment. But if it asserts that I think the object beautiful, i.e. that I may attribute that delight to everyone as necessary, it is then an a priori judgment. Section 38. Deduction of judgments of taste. Admitting that in a pure judgment of taste the delight in the object is connected with the mere judging of its form, then what we feel to be associated in the mind with the representation of the object is nothing else than its subjective purposiveness for judgment. Since, now, in respect of the formal rules of judging, apart from all matter, whether sensation or concept, judgment can only be directed to the subjective conditions of its employment in general, which is not restricted to the particular mode of the senses nor to a 290 particular concept of the understanding, and so can only be directed to that subjective factor which we may presuppose in all human beings as requisite for a possible experience generally. It follows that the accordance of a representation with these conditions of the judgment must admit of being assumed valid a priori for everyone. In other words, we are warranted in expecting from everyone the pleasure or subjective purposiveness of the representation in respect of the relation of the cognitive faculties engaged in the judging of a sensible object in general. Point 9. Remark. What makes this deduction so easy is that it is spared the necessity of having to justify the objective reality of a concept. For beauty is not a concept of the object, and the judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment. The latter simply claims that we are justified in presupposing that the same subjective conditions of judgment which we find in ourselves are universally present in everyone, and further that we have rightly subsumed the given object under these conditions. The latter, no doubt, has to face unavoidable deculties which do not affect the logical judgment. For there the subsumption is under concepts, whereas in the aesthetic judgment it is under a mere sensible relation of the imagination and understanding mutually harmonizing with 291 one another in the represented form of the object, in which case the subsumption may easily prove fallacious. But this in no way detracts from the legitimacy of the claim of the judgment to count upon universal agreement, a claim which amounts to no more than this: the correctness of the principle of judging validly for everyone upon subjective grounds. For as to the difficulty and uncertainty concerning the correctness of the subsumption under that principle, it no more casts a doubt upon the legitimacy of the claim to this validity on the part of an aesthetic judgment generally, or, therefore, upon the principle itself, than the mistakes, though not so often or easily incurred, to which the subsumption of the logical judgment under its principle is similarly liable, can render the latter principle, which is objective, open to doubt. But if the question were, how is it possible to assume a priori that nature is a sum of objects of taste? The problem would then have reference to teleology, because it would have to be regarded as an end of nature belonging essentially to its concept that it should exhibit forms that are purposive for our judgment. But the correctness of this assumption may still be seriously questioned, while the actual existence of beauties of nature is clear to experience. Section 39. The communicability of a sensation. Sensation, as the real in perception, where referred to knowledge, is called bodily sensation, and its specific quality may be represented as completely communicable to others in a like mode, provided we assume that everyone has a like sense to our own. This, however, is an absolutely inadmissible presupposition in the case of a bodily sensation. Thus, a person who is without a sense of smell cannot have a sensation of this kind communicated to him, and, even if he does not suffer from this deficiency, we still cannot be certain that he gets precisely the same sensation from a flower that we get from it. But still more divergent must we consider individuals to be in respect of the agreeableness or disagreeableness derived from the sensation of one and the same object of the senses, and it is absolutely out of the question to require that pleasure in such objects should be acknowledged by everyone. Pleasure of this kind, since it enters into the mind through the senses, our role, therefore, being a passive one, may be called the pleasure of enjoyment. 292. On the other hand, delight in an action on the score of its moral character is not a pleasure of enjoyment, but one of self-activity and its correspondence with the idea of what it is meant to be. But this feeling, which is called the moral feeling, requires concepts, and is the presentation of a purposiveness, not free, but according to law. It, therefore, admits of communication only by means of reason and, if the pleasure is to be of the same kind for everyone, by means of very determinate practical concepts of reason. The pleasure in the sublime in nature, as one of contemplation subtly involving reason, lays claim also to universal participation, but still it presupposes another feeling, that, namely, of our supersensible vocation, which feeling, however obscure it may be, has a moral foundation. But there is absolutely no authority for my presupposing that others will pay attention to this, and take a delight in beholding the uncouth dimensions of nature, one that in truth cannot be ascribed to the sight of it, which is terrifying rather than otherwise. Nevertheless, having regard to the fact that attention ought to be paid upon every appropriate occasion to this moral predisposition, we may still demand that delight from everyone, but we can do so only through the moral law, which, in its turn, rests upon concepts of reason. The pleasure in the beautiful is, on the other hand, neither a pleasure of enjoyment nor of an activity according to law, nor yet one of a contemplation involving subtle reasoning in accordance with ideas, but rather of mere reflection. Without any guiding line of end or principle, this pleasure attends the ordinary apprehension of an object by means of the imagination, as the faculty of intuition, but with a reference to the understanding as faculty of concepts, and through the operation of a process of judgment, which is also to be invoked in order to obtain the commonest experience. In the latter case, however, its functions are directed to perceiving an empirical objective concept, whereas in the former, in the aesthetic mode of judging, merely to perceiving the adequacy of the representation for engaging both faculties of knowledge in their freedom in an harmonious, subjectively purposive, employment, i.e., to feeling with pleasure the subjective bearings of the representation. This pleasure must of necessity depend for everyone upon the same conditions, seeing that they are the subjective conditions of the possibility of a cognition in general, and the proportion of these cognitive faculties, which is requisite for taste, is requisite also for ordinary sound understanding, the presence of which we are entitled to presuppose in everyone. And, for this reason also, one who judges with taste, provided he does not make a mistake as to this consciousness, and does not take the matter for the form, or charm for beauty, can impute the subjective purposiveness, i.e. his delight in the object, to everyone else, and suppose his feeling universally communicable, and that, too, without the mediation of concepts. 293. Section 40. Taste as a kind of sensus communis. The name of sense is often given to judgment where what attracts attention is not so much its reflective act as merely its result. So we speak of a sense of truth, of a sense of propriety, or of justice, and so forth. And yet, of course, we know, or at least ought well enough to know, that an empirical sense cannot be the true abode of these concepts, not to speak of its being competent, even in the slightest degree, to pronounce universal rules. On the contrary, we recognize that a representation of this kind, whether it be of truth, propriety, beauty, or justice, could never enter our thoughts were we not able to raise ourselves above the level of the senses to that of higher faculties of cognition. Common human understanding which, as mere sound, not yet cultivated understanding, is looked upon as the least we can expect from anyone claiming the name of a human being, has therefore the doubtful honor of having the name of common sense, sensus communis, bestowed upon it. And bestowed, too, in an acceptation of the word common, not merely in our own language, where it actually has a double meaning, but also in many others, which makes it amount to what is vulgar, what is everywhere to be met with, a quality which by no means confers credit or distinction upon its possessor. However, by the name sensus communis is to be understood the idea of a public sense, i.e. a faculty of judging which in its reflective act takes account, a priori, of the mode of representation of everyone else, in order, as it were, to weigh its judgment with the collective reason of mankind, and thereby avoid the illusion arising from subjective and personal conditions which could readily be taken for objective, an illusion that would exert a prejudicial influence upon its judgment. This is accomplished by weighing the judgment, not so much with actual, as rather with the merely possible, judgments of others, and by putting ourselves in the position of everyone else, as the result of a mere abstraction from the limitations which contingently affect our own judging. This, in turn, is effected by so far as possible leaving out the element of matter, i.e. sensation, in our general state of representational activity, and confining attention to the formal peculiarities of our representation or general state of representational activity. Now, it may seem that this operation of reflection is too artificial to be attributed to the faculty which we call common sense. But this is an appearance due only to its expression in abstract formulae. In itself, nothing is more natural than to abstract from charm and emotion where one is looking for a judgment intended to serve as a universal rule. 294. While the following maxims of common human understanding do not properly come in here as constituent parts of the critique of taste, they may still serve to elucidate its fundamental propositions. They are these. 1. To think for oneself. 2. To think from the standpoint of everyone else. 3. Always to think consistently. The first is the maxim of unprejudiced thought, the second that of broadened thought, the third that of consistent thought. The first is the maxim of a 295 never passive reason. To be given to such passivity, consequently to heteronomy of reason, is called prejudice, and the greatest of all prejudices is that of fancying nature not to be subject to rules which the understanding by virtue of its own essential law lays at its basis, i.e. superstition. Emancipation from superstition is called enlightenment. 10. For although this term applies also to emancipation from prejudices generally, still superstition deserves preeminently, in sensu eminenti, to be called a prejudice. For the condition of blindness into which superstition places us, and which it even demands from us as an obligation, makes the need of being led by others, and consequently the passive state of the reason, all too evident. As to the second maxim belonging to our habits of thought, we have become accustomed to calling a man narrow, as opposed to being of broadened mind, whose talents fall short of what is required for employment upon work of any magnitude, especially that involving intensity. But the question here is not one of the faculty of cognition, but of the mental habit of making a purposive use of it. This, however small the range and degree to which a person's natural endowments extend, still indicates an individual of broadened mind. If he detaches himself from the subjective personal conditions of his judgment, which cramp the minds of so many others, and reflects upon his own judgment from a universal standpoint, which he can only determine by shifting his ground to the standpoint of others. The third maxim, that, namely, of consistent thought, is the hardest of attainment, and is only attainable by the union of both the former, and after constant attention to them has made one at home in their observance. We may say, the first of these is the maxim of understanding, the second that of judgment, the third that of reason. I resume the thread of the discussion interrupted by the above digression, and I say that taste can with more justice be called a sensus communis than can sound understanding, and that the aesthetic, rather than the intellectual, judgment can bear the name of a public sense. 11. I.e. taking it that we are prepared to use the word sense of an effect that mere reflection has upon the mind, for then by sense we mean the feeling of pleasure. We might even define taste as the faculty of judging what makes our feeling in a given representation universally communicable without the mediation of a concept. The aptitude of human beings for communicating their thoughts requires, also, a relation between the imagination and the understanding, in order to connect intuitions with concepts, and concepts, in turn, with intuitions, which both unite in cognition. But they're the agreement of both mental. 296 powers is according to law, and under the constraint of determinate concepts. Only when the imagination in its freedom stirs the understanding, and the understanding apart from concepts sets the imagination into regular play, does the representation communicate itself not as thought, but as an internal feeling of a purposive state of the mind. Taste is, therefore, the faculty of judging a priori the communicability of the feelings that, without the mediation of a concept, are connected with a given representation. Supposing, now, that we could assume that the mere universal communicability of our feeling must of itself carry with it an interest for us, an assumption, however, which we are not entitled to draw as a conclusion from the character of a merely reflective judgment, we should then be in a position to explain how the feeling in the judgment of taste comes to be expected from everyone as a sort of duty. Section 41. The empirical interest in the beautiful. Abundant proof has been given above to show that the judgment of taste by which something is declared beautiful must have no interest as its determining ground. But it does not follow from this that after it has once been posited as a pure aesthetic judgment, an interest cannot then enter into combination with it. This combination, however, can never be anything but indirect. Taste must, that is to say, first of all be represented in conjunction with something else, if the delight attending the mere reflection upon an object is to admit of any further connection with a pleasure in the existence of the object, as that wherein all interest consists. For the saying, a posse ad esse non vale consequential, asterisk which is applied to cognitive judgments, holds good here in the case of aesthetic judgments. Now this something else may be something empirical, such as an inclination proper to the nature of human beings, or it may be something intellectual, as a property of the will whereby it admits of rational determination a priori. Both of these involve a delight in the existence of the object, and so can lay the foundation for an interest in what is already pleased of itself, and without regard to any interest whatsoever. The empirical interest in the beautiful exists only in society. And if we admit that the impulse to society is natural to mankind, and that the suitability for and the propensity towards it, i.e. sociability, is a property essential to the requirements of human beings as creatures intended for society, and one, therefore, that belongs to humanity, it is inevitable that we should also look upon taste in the light of a faculty for judging whatever enables us to communicate even our feeling to everyone else, and hence as a means of promoting that upon which the natural inclination of everyone is set. 297. With no one to take into account but himself, an individual abandoned on a desert island would not adorn either himself or his hut, nor would he look for flowers, and still less plant them, with the object of providing himself with personal adornments. Only in society does it occur to him to be not merely a human being, but a human being refined in his own way, the beginning of civilization. For that is how we judge of one who has the bent and turn for communicating his pleasure to others, and who is not quite satisfied with an object unless his feeling of delight in it can be shared in communion with others. Further, a regard to universal communicability is a thing which everyone expects and requires from everyone else, just as if it were part of an original contract dictated by humanity itself. And thus, no doubt, at first only charms, e.g., colors for painting oneself, Ruku among the Caribs and cinnabar among the Iroquois, or flowers, seashells, beautifully colored feathers, then, in the course of time, also beautiful forms, as in canoes, apparel, etc., which convey no gratification, i.e. delight of enjoyment, become of moment in society and attract a considerable interest. Eventually, when civilization has reached its height, it makes this work of communication almost the main business of refined inclination, and the entire value of sensations is placed in the degree to which they permit of universal communication. At this stage, then, even where the pleasure which each one has in an object is but insignificant and possesses of itself no conspicuous interest, still the idea of its universal communicability almost indefinitely augments its value. This interest, indirectly attached to the beautiful by the inclination towards society, and, consequently, empirical, is, however, of no importance for us here. For that to which we have alone to look is what can have a bearing a priori, even though indirect, upon the judgment of taste. For, if even in this form an associated interest should betray itself, taste would then reveal a transition on the part of our faculty of judging from the enjoyment of sense to the moral feeling. This would not merely mean that we should be supplied with a more effectual guide for the final employment of taste, but 298 taste would further be presented as a link in the chain of the human faculties a priori upon which all legislation must depend. This much may certainly be said of the empirical interest in objects of taste, and in taste itself, that as taste thus pays homage to inclination, however refined, such interest will nevertheless readily fuse also with all inclinations and passions, which in society attain to their greatest variety and highest degree, and the interest in the beautiful, if this is made its ground, can but afford a very ambiguous transition from the agreeable to the good. We have reason, however, to inquire whether this transition may not still in some way be furthered by means of taste when taken in its purity. Section 42. The intellectual interest in the beautiful. It has been with the best intentions that those who love to see in the ultimate end of humanity, namely the morally good, the goal of all activities to which human beings are impelled by the inner bent of their nature, have regarded it as a mark of a good moral character to take an interest in the beautiful generally. But they have, not without reason, been contradicted by others who appeal to the fact of experience, that virtuosi in matters of taste, being not only often, but one might say as a general rule, vain, capricious, and addicted to injurious passions, could perhaps more rarely than others lay claim to any preeminent attachment to moral principles. And so it would seem, not only that the feeling for the beautiful is specifically different from the moral feeling, which as a matter of fact is the case, but also that the interest which we may combine with it will hardly consort with the moral, and certainly not on grounds of inerranity. Now I willingly admit that the interest in the beautiful of art, including under this heading the artificial use of natural beauties for personal adornment, and so from vanity, gives no evidence at all of a habit of mind attached to the morally good, or even inclined that way. But, on the other hand, I do maintain that to take an immediate interest in the beauty of nature, not merely to have taste in judging it, is always a mark of a good soul, and that, where this interest is habitual, it is at least indicative of a temper of mind favorable to the moral feeling that it should readily associate itself with the contemplation of nature. It must, however, be borne in mind that I mean to refer strictly to the beautiful forms of nature, and to put to one side the charms which she is wont so lavishly to combine with them, because, though the interest in these is no doubt immediate, it is nevertheless empirical. 299. One who alone, and without any intention of communicating his observations to others, regards the beautiful form of a wild flower, a bird, an insect, or the like, out of admiration and love of them, and being loath to let them escape him in nature, even at the risk of some misadventure to himself, so far from there being any prospect of advantage to him. Such a one takes an immediate, and in fact intellectual, interest in the beauty of nature. This means that he is not merely pleased with nature's product in respect of its form, but is also pleased at its existence, and is so without any charm of sense having a share in the matter, or without his associating with it any end whatsoever. In this connection, however, it is of note that were we to play a trick on our lover of the beautiful, and plant in the ground artificial flowers, which can be made so as to look just like natural ones, and perch artfully carved birds on the branches of trees, and he were to find out how he had been deceived, The immediate interest which these things previously had for him would at once vanish, though, perhaps, a different interest might intervene in its stead, that, namely, of vanity in decorating his room with them for the eyes of others. The fact is that our intuition and reflection must have as their concomitant the thought that the beauty in question is nature's handiwork, and this is the sole basis of the immediate interest that is taken in it. Failing this, we are either left with a bare judgment of taste devoid of all interest whatever, or else only with one that is combined with an interest that is mediate, involving, namely, a reference to society. And this latter affords no reliable indication of morally good habits of thought. The advantage which natural beauty enjoys over that of art, even where it is excelled by the latter in point of form, and yet being alone able to awaken an immediate interest, accords with the refined and well-grounded habits of thought of all those who have cultivated their moral feeling. If a person with taste enough to judge of works of fine art with the greatest correctness and refinement readily quits the room in which he meets with those beauties that minister to vanity or, at least, social joys, and betakes himself to the beautiful in nature, so that he may there find as it were a feast for his spirit in a train of thought which he can never completely evolve, we will then regard this his choice even with veneration, and give him credit for a beautiful soul, to which no connoisseur or art collector can lay claim on the score of the interest which his objects have for him. Here, now, are two kinds of objects which in the judgment of mere taste could scarcely contend with one another for a superiority. What, then, is the distinction that makes us hold them in such different esteem? 300. We have a faculty of judgment which is merely aesthetic. A faculty of judging of forms without the aid of concepts, and of finding, in the mere judging of them, a delight that we at the same time make into a rule for everyone, without this judgment being founded on an interest, or yet producing one. On the other hand, we have also a faculty of intellectual judgment for the mere forms of practical maxims, so far as they are of themselves qualified for universal legislation, a faculty of determining an a priori delight, which we make into a law for everyone, without our judgment being founded on any interest, though here it produces one. The pleasure or displeasure in the former judgment is called that of taste, the latter is called that of the moral feeling. But, now, reason is further interested in ideas, for which in our moral feeling it brings about an immediate interest, having also objective reality. That is to say, it is of interest to reason that nature should at least show a trace or give a hint that it contains in itself some ground or other for assuming a uniform accordance of its products with our wholly disinterested delight, a delight which we cognize a priori as a law for everyone without being able to ground it upon proofs. That being so, reason must take an interest in every manifestation on the part of nature of some such accordance. Hence the mind cannot reflect on the beauty of nature without at the same time finding its interest engaged. But this interest is akin to the moral. One, then, who takes such an interest in the beautiful in nature can only do so in so far as 301 he has previously set his interest deep in the foundations of the morally good. On these grounds we have reason for presuming the presence of at least the germ of a good moral disposition in the case of someone to whom the beauty of nature is a matter of immediate interest. It will be said that this interpretation of aesthetic judgments on the basis of kinship with our moral feeling has far too studied an appearance to be accepted as the true reading of the cipher in which nature speaks to us figuratively through its beautiful forms. But, first of all, this immediate interest in the beauty of nature is not in fact common. It is peculiar to those whose habits of thought are already trained to the good or else are eminently susceptible of such training. And under these circumstances the analogy in which the pure judgment of taste that, without relying upon any interest, gives us a feeling of delight, and at the same time represents it a priori as proper to humanity in general, stands to the moral judgment that does just the same from concepts, is one which, without any clear, subtle, and deliberate reflection, conduces to a like immediate interest being taken in the objects of the former judgment as in those of the latter, with this one difference, that the interest in the first case is free, while in the latter it is one founded on objective laws. In addition to this, there is our admiration of nature, which in her beautiful products displays herself as art, not as mere matter of chance, but, as it were, designedly, according to a law-directed arrangement, and as purposiveness apart from any purpose. As we never meet with such an end outside ourselves, we naturally look for it in ourselves, and, in fact, in that which constitutes the ultimate end of our existence, namely in our moral vocation. The inquiry into the ground of the possibility of such a natural purposiveness will, however, first come under discussion in the analysis of teleology. The fact that the delight in beautiful art does not, in the pure judgment of taste, involve an immediate interest, as does that in beautiful nature, may be readily explained. For the former is either such an imitation of the latter as goes the length of deceiving us, in which case it acts upon us in the character of a natural beauty, which we take it to be, or else it is an intentional art obviously directed to our delight. In the latter case, however, the delight in the product would, it is true, be brought about immediately by taste, but there would be nothing but immediate interest in the cause that lay beneath, an interest, namely, in an art only capable of interesting by its end, and never in itself. It will, perhaps, be said that this is also the case where an object of nature only interests by its beauty so far as a moral idea is brought into partnership therewith. But it is not the object that is of immediate interest, but rather the inherent character of the 302 beauty qualifying it for such a partnership, a character, therefore, that inwardly belongs to the character of beauty. The charms in natural beauty, which are to be found blended, as it were, so frequently with beauty of form, belong either to the modifications of light, in coloring, or of sound, in tones. For these are the only sensations which permit not merely of a feeling of the senses, but also of reflection upon the form of these modifications of the senses, and so embody as it were a language in which nature addresses us, and which seems to possess a higher meaning. Thus the white color of the lily seems to dispose the mind to ideas of innocence, and the other 7 colors, following the series from the red to the violet, similarly to ideas of 1. Sublimity, 2. Courage, 3. Candor, 4. Amiability, 5. Modesty, 6. Constancy, 7. Tenderness. The bird's song tells of joyousness and contentment with its existence. At least so we interpret nature, whether such be its purpose or not. But it is the indispensable requisite of the interest which we here take in beauty, that the beauty should be that of nature, and it vanishes completely as soon as we are conscious of having been deceived, and that it is only the work of art, so completely that even taste can then no longer find in it anything beautiful nor sight anything attractive. What do poets set more store on than the nightingale's bewitching and beautiful note, in a lonely thicket on a still summer evening? 303 by the soft light of the moon. And yet we have instances of how, where no such songster was to be found, a jovial host has played a trick on the guests with him on a visit to enjoy the country air, and has done so to their huge satisfaction, by hiding in a thicket a rogue of a youth who, with a reed or rush in his mouth, knew how to reproduce this note so as to hit off nature to perfection. But the instant one realizes that it is all a fraud, no one will long endure listening to this song that before was regarded as so attractive. And it is just the same with the song of any other bird. It must be nature, or be mistaken by us for nature, to enable us to take an immediate interest in the beautiful as such. And this is all the more so if we may even call upon others to take a similar interest. And such a demand we do in fact make, since we regard as coarse and low the habits of thought of those who have no feeling for beautiful nature, for this is the word we use for susceptibility to an interest in the contemplation of beautiful nature, and who devote themselves to the merely sensuous enjoyments found in eating and drinking. Section 43. Art in general. 1. Art is distinguished from nature as making, facere, is from acting or operating in general, agere, and the product or the result of the former is distinguished from that of the latter as work, opus, from effect, asectus. By right it is only production through freedom, i.e. through an act of will that places reason at the basis of its action, that should be termed art. Asterisk 4. Although we are pleased to call what bees produce, their regularly constructed cells, a work of art, we only do so on the strength of an analogy with art, that is to say, as soon as we call to mind that no rational deliberation forms the basis of their labor, we say at once that it is a product of their nature, of instinct, and it is only to their creator that we ascribe it as art. If, as sometimes happens, in a search through a bog, we light on a piece of hewn wood, we do not say it is a product of nature, but of art. Its producing cause had an end in view to which the object owes its form. Apart from such cases, we recognize an art in everything formed in such a way that its actuality must have been preceded by a representation of the thing in its cause, as even in the case of the bees, although the effect could not have been thought by the cause. But where anything is called absolutely a work of art, to distinguish it from a natural product, then some work of man is always understood. Art, as human skill, is distinguished also from science, as ability from knowledge, as a practical from a theoretical faculty, as technic from theory, as the art of surveying from 304 geometry. For this reason, also, what one can do the moment one only knows what is to be done, hence without anything more than sous-scient knowledge of the desired result, is not called art. To art that alone belongs for which the possession of the most complete knowledge does not involve one's having then and there the skill to do it. Camper describes very exactly how the best shoe must be made, but he, doubtless, was not able to turn one out himself. 12. Art is further distinguished from handicraft. The first is called free, the other may be called remunerative art. We look on the former as something which could only prove purposive, be a success, as play, i.e. an occupation which is agreeable on its own account, but on the second as labor, i.e. a business, which on its own account is disagreeable, drudgery, and is only attractive by means of what it results in, e.g. the pay, and which is consequently capable of being a compulsory imposition. Whether in the list of arts and crafts we are to rank watchmakers as artists, and smiths on the contrary as craftsmen, requires a standpoint different from that here adopted. 1. That is to say, taking account of the proportion of the talents which the business undertaken in either case must necessarily involve. Whether, also, among the so-called 7 free arts some may not have been included which should be reckoned as sciences, and many, too, that resemble handicraft, is a matter I will not discuss here. It is not amiss, however, to remind the reader of this, that in all free arts something of a compulsory character is still required, or, as it is called, a mechanism, without which the spirit, which in art must be free, and which alone gives life to the work, would be bodiless and evanescent. E.g. in the poetic art there must be correctness and wealth of language, likewise prosody and meter. For not a few leaders of a newer school believe that the best way to promote a free art is to sweep away all restraint and convert it from labor into mere play. Section 44. Fine art. There is no science of the beautiful, but only a critique. Nor, again, is there such a thing as beautiful science, but only beautiful art. Asterisk for a science of the beautiful would have to determine scientifically, i.e. by means of proofs, whether a thing was to be considered beautiful or not, and the judgment upon beauty, consequently, would, if belonging to science, fail to be a judgment of taste. As for a beautiful science, a science which, as such, is to be beautiful, is a nonsense. For if, treating it as a science, we were to ask for reasons and proofs, we would be put off with elegant phrases, bons mots. What has given rise to the current expression beautiful sciences is, doubtless, no more than this, that 305 common observation has, quite accurately, noted the fact that for fine art, in the fullness of its perfection, a large store of knowledge is required, as, for example, knowledge of ancient languages, acquaintance with classical authors, history, antiquarian learning, and so forth. Hence, these historical sciences, owing to the fact that they form the necessary preparation and groundwork for fine art, and partly also owing to the fact that they are taken to comprise even the knowledge of the products of fine art, rhetoric, and poetry, have by a confusion of words actually acquired the name of beautiful sciences. Where art, merely seeking to actualize a possible object to the cognition of which it is adequate, performs whatever acts are required for that purpose, then it is mechanical. But should the feeling of pleasure be what it has immediately in view, it is then termed aesthetic art. As such, it may be either agreeable or fine art. The description agreeable art applies where the end of the art is that the pleasure should accompany the representations considered as mere sensations, the description fine art, where it is to accompany them considered as modes of cognition. Agreeable arts are those which have mere enjoyment for their object. Such are all the charms that can gratify a dinner party. Entertaining narrative, the art of engaging the whole table in unrestrained and sprightly conversation, or with jest and laughter inducing a certain air of gaiety. Here, as the saying goes, there may be much chattering over the glasses, without a person wishing to be brought to book for all he utters, because it is only given out for the entertainment of the moment, and not as a lasting matter to be made the subject of reflection or repetition. Of the same sort is also the art of arranging the table for enjoyment, or, at large banquets, the music of the orchestra, a quaint idea intended to act on the mind merely as an agreeable noise fostering a genial spirit, which, without anyone paying the smallest attention to the composition, promotes the free flow of conversation between guest and guest. In addition, must be included play of every kind which is attended with no further interest than that of making the time pass by unheeded. 306. Fine art, on the other hand, is a mode of representation which is intrinsically purposive and which, although devoid of an end, has the effect of advancing the culture of the mental powers in the interests of social communication. The universal communicability of a pleasure involves in its very concept that the pleasure is not one of enjoyment arising out of mere sensation, but must be one of reflection. Hence aesthetic art, as art which is beautiful, is one having for its standard the reflective judgment and not bodily sensation. Section 45. Fine art is an art, so far as it has at the same time the appearance of being nature. A product of fine art must be recognized to be art and not nature. Nevertheless, the purposiveness in its form must appear just as free from the constraint of arbitrary rules as if it were a product of mere nature. Upon this feeling of freedom in the play of our cognitive faculties, which play has at the same time to be purposive, rests that pleasure which alone is universally communicable without being based on concepts. Nature proved beautiful when it wore the appearance of art, and art can only be termed beautiful where we are conscious of its being art, while yet it has the appearance of nature. For, whether we are dealing with beauty of nature or beauty of art, we may make the universal statement, that is beautiful which pleases in the mere judging of it, not in sensation or by means of a concept. Now art has always got a definite intention of producing something. Were this something, however, to be mere sensation, something merely subjective, intended to be accompanied with pleasure, then such product would, in our judging of it, only please through the agency of the feeling of the senses. On the other hand, if the intention were one directed to the production of a definite object, then, supposing this were attained by art, the object would only please by means of a concept. But in both cases the art would please, not in the mere judging of it, i.e. not as fine art, but rather as mechanical art. Hence the purposiveness in the product of fine art, intentional though it be, must not have the appearance of being intentional, i.e. we must be able to look upon fine art as nature, although we recognize it to be art. But the way in which a product of art seems like nature is by the presence of perfect exactness in the agreement with rules prescribing how alone the product can be what it is intended to be, but with an absence of labor dissect, without academic form betraying itself, i.e., without a trace appearing of the artist having always had the rule present to him, and of its having fettered his mental powers. 307. Section 46. Fine art is the art of genius. Genius is the talent, natural endowment, which gives the rule to art. Since talent, as an innate productive faculty of the artist, belongs itself to nature, we may put it this way. Genius is the innate mental aptitude, ingenium, through which nature gives the rule to art. Whatever may be the merits of this definition, and whether it is merely arbitrary, or whether it is adequate or not to the concept usually associated with the word genius, a point which the following sections have to clear up, it may still be shown at the outset that, according to this acceptation of the word, fine arts must necessarily be regarded as arts of genius. For every art presupposes rules which are laid down as the foundation which first enables a product, if it is to be called one of art, to be represented as possible. The concept of fine art, however, does not permit of the judgment upon the beauty of its product being derived from any rule that has a concept for its determining ground, and that depends, consequently, on a concept of the way in which the product is possible. Consequently, fine art cannot of its own self excogitate the rule according to which it is to realize its product. But since, for all that, a product can never be called art unless there is a preceding rule, it follows that nature in the individual, and by virtue of the harmony of his faculties, must give the rule to art, i.e., fine art is only possible as a product of genius. From this, it may be seen that genius, 1, is a talent for producing that for which no definite rule can be given, and not an aptitude in the way of cleverness for what can be learned according to some rule, and that consequently. 308. Originality must be its primary property. 2. Since there may also be original nonsense, its products must at the same time be models, i.e. be exemplary, and, consequently, though not themselves derived from imitation, they must serve that purpose for others, i.e. as a standard or rule of judging. 3. It cannot indicate scientifically how it brings about its product, but rather gives the rule as nature. Hence, where an author owes a product to his genius, he does not himself know how the ideas for it have entered into his head, nor has he it in his power to invent the like at pleasure, or methodically, and communicate the same to others in such precepts as would enable them to produce similar products. Hence, presumably, our word genie is derived from genius, as the peculiar guardian and guiding spirit bestowed upon a human being at birth, by the inspiration of which those original ideas were obtained. 4. Nature prescribes the rule through genius not to science, but to art, and this also only in so far as it is to be fine art. Section 47. Elucidation and confirmation of the above explanation of genius. Everyone is agreed on the point of the complete opposition between genius and the spirit of imitation. Now, since learning is nothing but imitation, the greatest ability or aptness as a pupil, capacity, is still, as such, not equivalent to genius. Even if someone weaves his own thoughts or fancies, instead of merely taking in what others have thought, and even though he goes so far as to bring fresh gains to art and science, this does not afford a valid reason for calling such an intelligent, and often very intelligent, individual a genius, in contradistinction to one who goes by the name of a blockhead, because he can never do more than merely learn and follow a lead. For what is accomplished in this way is something that could have been learned. Hence it all lies in the natural path of investigation and reflection according to rules, and so is not specifically distinguishable from what may be acquired as the result of diligence backed up by imitation. So all that Newton has set forth in his immortal work on the principles of natural philosophy may well be learned, however great a mind it took to find it all out. but we cannot learn to write in a true poetic vein, no matter how complete all the precepts of the poetic art may be, or however excellent its models. The reason is that all the steps that Newton had to take from the first elements of geometry to his greatest and most profound discoveries were such as he could make intuitively evident and plain to follow, not only for himself, but for everyone else. On the other hand, no. Homer or Wieland Asterisk can show how his ideas, so rich at once in fantasy and in thought, enter and assemble themselves in his brain, for the good reason that he does not himself know, and 309. So cannot teach others. In matters of science, therefore, the greatest inventor differs only in degree from the most laborious imitator and apprentice, whereas he differs specifically from one endowed by nature for fine art. No disparagement, however, of those great men, to whom the human race is so deeply indebted, is involved in this comparison of them with those who on the score of their talent for fine art are so favored by nature. The talent for science is formed for the continued advances of greater perfection in knowledge, with all its dependent practical advantages, as also for imparting the same to others. Hence, scientists can boast a considerable advantage over those who merit the honor of being called geniuses, since genius reaches a point at which art must come to a halt, as there is a limit imposed upon it, which it cannot transcend. This limit has in all probability been long since attained. In addition, such skill cannot be communicated, but requires to be bestowed directly from the hand of nature upon each individual, and so with him it dies, awaiting the day when nature once again endows another in the same way, one who needs no more than an example to set the talent of which he is conscious at work on similar lines. Seeing, then, that the natural endowment of art, as fine art, must furnish the rule, what kind of rule must this be? It cannot be one set down in a formula and serving as a precept. 310. For then the judgment upon the beautiful would be determinable according to concepts. Rather must the rule be gathered from the execution, i.e. from the product, which others may use to put their own talent to the test, so as to let it serve as a model, not for imitation, but for following. The possibility of this is difficult to explain. The artist's ideas arouse comparable ideas on the part of his pupil, presuming nature to have endowed him with a comparable proportion of the mental powers. For this reason, the models of fine art are the only means of handing down this art to posterity. This is something which cannot be done by mere descriptions, especially not in the field of the arts of speech. And in these arts, furthermore, only those models can become classical of which the ancient, dead languages, preserved as learned, are the medium. Despite the marked difference that distinguishes mechanical art, as an art merely depending upon diligence and learning, from fine art, as that of genius, there is still no fine art in which something mechanical, capable of being at once comprehended and followed in obedience to rules, and consequently something academic, does not constitute the essential condition of the art. For the thought of something as end must be present, or else its product would not be ascribed to an art at all, but would be a mere product of chance. But the realization of an end necessitates determinate rules which we cannot venture to dispense with. Now, seeing that originality of talent is one, though not the sole, essential factor that goes to make up the character of genius, shallow minds fancy that the best evidence they can give of their being full-blown geniuses is by emancipating themselves from all academic constraint of rules, in the belief that one cuts a finer figure on the back of an ill-tempered than of a trained horse. Genius can do no more than furnish rich material for products of fine art. Its elaboration and its form require a talent academically trained, so that it may be employed in such a way as to stand the test of judgment. But, for a person to hold forth and pass sentence like a genius in matters that fall to the province of the most patient rational investigation, is ridiculous in the extreme. One is at a loss to know whether to laugh more at the impostor who envelopes himself in such a cloud, in which we are given fuller scope to our imagination at the expense of all use of our judgment. or at the simple-minded public which imagines that its inability clearly to cognize and comprehend this masterpiece of penetration is due to its being confronted by new truths en masse, in comparison with which detail, due to carefully weighed exposition and an academic examination of fundamental principles, seems to it only the work of a tyro. Section 48. The relation of genius to taste. 311. For judging beautiful objects, as such, what is required is taste, but for fine art, i.e. the production of such objects, one needs genius. If we consider genius as the talent for fine art, which the proper signification of the word imports, and if we would analyze it from this point of view into the faculties which must concur to constitute such a talent, it is imperative at the outset accurately to determine the difference between beauty of nature, which it only requires taste to judge, and beauty of art, which requires genius for its possibility. A possibility to which regard must also be paid in judging such an object. A beauty of nature is a beautiful thing. Beauty of art is a beautiful representation of a thing. To enable me to judge a beauty of nature, as such, I do not need to be previously possessed of a concept of what sort of a thing the object is intended to be, i.e., I am not obliged to know its material purposiveness, the end, but, rather, in judging it apart from any knowledge of the end, the mere form pleases on its own account. If, however, the object is presented as a product of art, and is as such to be declared beautiful, then, seeing that art always presupposes an end in the cause, and its causality, a concept of what the thing is intended to be must already be provided. And, since the agreement of the manifold in a thing with an inner character, 312 belonging to it as its end constitutes the perfection of the thing, it follows that in judging beauty of art the perfection of the thing must be also taken into account, a matter which in judging a beauty of nature, as beautiful, is quite irrelevant. It is true that in forming a judgment, especially of animate objects of nature, e.g. of a human being or a horse, objective purposiveness is also commonly taken into account with a view to judgment upon their beauty. But then the judgment also ceases to be purely aesthetic, i.e., a mere judgment of taste. Nature is no longer judged as it appears like art, but rather in so far as it actually is art, though superhuman art, and the teleological judgment serves as basis and condition of the aesthetic, and one which the latter must regard. In such a case, where one says, for example, that is a beautiful woman, what one in fact thinks is only this, that in her form nature excellently portrays the ends present in the female figure. For one has to extend one's view beyond the mere form to a concept, to enable the object to be thought in such manner by means of an aesthetic judgment that is logically conditioned. Where fine art manifests its superiority is in the beautiful descriptions it gives of things that in nature would be ugly or displeasing, the furies, diseases, devastations of war, and the like, can, as evils, be very beautifully described, and even represented in pictures. One kind of ugliness alone is incapable of being represented conformably to nature without destroying all aesthetic delight, and consequently artistic beauty, namely, that which excites disgust. For, as in this strange sensation, which depends purely on the imagination, the object is represented as insisting, as it were, upon our enjoying it, while we violently resist it, the artificial representation of the object is no longer distinguishable from the nature of the object itself in our sensation, and so it cannot possibly be regarded as beautiful. The art of sculpture, again, since in its products art is almost confused with nature, has excluded from its creations the direct representation of ugly objects, and, instead, only sanctions, for example, the representation of death in a beautiful genius, or of the warlike spirit in Mars, by means of an allegory or attributes which were a pleasant guise, and so only indirectly, through an interpretation on the part of reason, and not for the pure aesthetic judgment. So much for the beautiful representation of an object, which is properly only the form of the presentation of a concept, and the means by which the latter is universally communicated. To give this form, however, to the product of fine art, taste merely is required. By this the artist, having practiced and corrected his taste by a variety of examples from nature or art, guides his work and, after many, and often laborious, attempts to satisfy taste, finds the form which 313 commends itself to him. Hence this form is not, as it were, a matter of inspiration, or of a free swinging of the powers of the mind, but rather of a slow and even painful process of improvement, directed to making the form adequate to his thought without prejudice to the freedom in the play of those powers. Taste is, however, merely a faculty of judging, rather than a productive one, and what conforms to it is not, merely on that account, a work of fine art. It may belong to useful and mechanical art, or even to science, as a product following definite rules which are capable of being learned and which must be closely followed. But the pleasing form imparted to the work is only the vehicle of communication and a mode, as it were, of execution, in respect of which one remains to a certain extent free, notwithstanding being otherwise tied down to a definite end. So we demand that tableware, or even a moral dissertation, and, indeed, a sermon, must bear this form of fine art, yet without its appearing studied. But one would not call them on this account works of fine art. A poem, a musical composition, a picture gallery, and so forth, would, however, be placed under this head. And so in a would-be work of fine art we may frequently recognize genius without taste, and in another taste without genius. Section 49. The faculties of the mind which constitute genius. Of certain products which are expected, partly at least, to stand on the footing of fine art, we say they are devoid of spirit, and this, although we find nothing to censure in them as far as taste goes. A poem may be very pretty and elegant, but is devoid of spirit. A narrative has precision and method, but is devoid of spirit. A speech on some festive occasion may be good in substance and ornate withal, but may be devoid of spirit. Conversation frequently is not devoid of entertainment, but yet devoid of spirit. Even of a woman we may well say, she is pretty, affable, and refined, but devoid of spirit. Now what do we mean here by spirit? Spirit, in an aesthetic sense, signifies the animating principle in the mind. But that whereby this principle animates the soul, the material which it employs for that purpose, is that which sets the mental powers into a swing that is purposive, i.e. into a play which is self-maintaining and which strengthens those powers for such activity. Now my proposition is that this principle is nothing else than the faculty of presenting aesthetic ideas. But, by an aesthetic idea, I mean that representation of the imagination which evokes much thought, yet without the possibility of any definite thought whatever, i.e. concept, being adequate to 314 it, and which language, consequently, can never quite fully capture or render completely intelligible. It is easily seen that an aesthetic idea is the counterpart, pendant, of a rational idea, which, conversely, is a concept to which no intuition, representation of the imagination, can be adequate. The imagination, as a productive faculty of cognition, is a powerful agent for creating, as it were, a second nature out of the material supplied to it by actual nature. It affords us entertainment where experience proves too commonplace, and we even use it to refashion experience, always following, no doubt, laws that are based on analogy, but still also following principles which have a higher seed in reason, and which are every whit as natural to us as those followed by the understanding and laying hold of empirical nature. By this means we come to feel our freedom from the law of association, which attaches to the empirical employment of the imagination, with the result that the material can be borrowed by us from nature in accordance with that law, but be worked up by us into something else, namely, what surpasses nature. Such representations of the imagination may be termed ideas. This is partly because they at least strain after something lying out beyond the confines of experience, and so seek to approximate to a presentation of rational concepts, i.e. intellectual ideas, thus giving to these concepts the semblance of an objective reality. But, on the other hand, there is this most important reason, that no concept can be wholly adequate to them as internal intuitions. The poet essays the task of giving sensible form to the rational ideas of invisible beings, the kingdom of the blessed, hell, eternity, creation, and so forth. Or, again, as to things of which examples occur in experience, e.g. death, envy, and all vices, as also love, fame, and the like. Transgressing the limits of experience, he attempts with the aid of an imagination, which in reaching for a maximum emulates the precedent of reason, to present them for the senses with a completeness of which nature affords no parallel. And it is in fact precisely in the poetic art that the faculty of aesthetic ideas can show itself to full advantage. This faculty, however, regarded solely on its own account, is properly no more than a talent of the imagination. If, now, we attach to a concept a representation of the imagination belonging to its presentation, but evoking solely on its own account such a wealth of thought as would never admit of comprehension in a definite concept, and, as a consequence, giving aesthetically an unbounded expansion to the concept itself, then the imagination here displays a creative activity, and it sets the faculty of intellectual ideas, reason, into movement, a movement occasioned by a representation towards an extension of thought, that while 315 germane, no doubt, to the concept of the object, exceeds what can be grasped in that representation or clearly expressed. Those forms which do not constitute the presentation of a given concept itself, but which, as further representations of the imagination, express the implications connected with it, and its kinship with other concepts, are called aesthetic attributes of an object, the concept of which, as an idea of reason, cannot be adequately presented. In this way, Jupiter's eagle, with the lightning in its claws, is an attribute of the mighty king of heaven, and the peacock of its stately queen. They do not, like logical attributes, represent what lies in our concepts of the sublimity and majesty of creation, but rather something else, something that encourages the imagination to spread its flight over a whole host of kindred representations that provoke more thought than admits of expression in a concept determined by words. They furnish an aesthetic idea, which serves the above rational idea as a substitute for logical presentation, but with the proper task, however, of animating the mind by opening out for it a prospect into a field of kindred representations stretching beyond its ken. But it is not only in the arts of painting or sculpture, where the name of attribute is customarily employed, that fine art acts in this way. Poetry and rhetoric also derive the spirit that animates their works wholly from the aesthetic attributes of the objects, attributes which go hand in hand with the logical, and give the imagination an impetus to bring more thought into play in the matter, though in an undeveloped manner, than allows of being brought within the embrace of a concept, or, therefore, of being definitely formulated and languaged. For the sake of brevity, I must confine myself to a few examples only. When the great king expresses himself in one of his poems by saying, "Let us depart this life untroubled and without regrets, leaving the world replete with our good deeds. Thus does the sun, his daily path completed, still shed a gentle light across the sky. The last rays it sends forth through the air are its last sighs for the well-being of the world." He enlivens in this way his rational idea of a cosmopolitan sentiment even at the close of life, with the help of an attribute which the imagination, in remembering all the pleasures of a beautiful summer's day that is over and gone, a memory of which pleasures is suggested by a serene evening, allies with that representation, and which stirs up a host of sensations and further representations for which no expression can be found. On the other hand, even an intellectual concept may serve, conversely, as attribute for a representation of the senses, and so enliven the latter with the idea of the supersensible, but only by the aesthetic aspect subjectively attaching to the 316 consciousness of the supersensible being employed for the purpose. So, for example, a certain poet says asterisk in his description of a beautiful morning, "The sun arose, as out of virtue rises peace." The consciousness of virtue, even where we put ourselves only in thought in the position of a virtuous man, diffuses in the mind a multitude of sublime and comforting feelings, and gives a boundless outlook into a happy future, such as no expression within the compass of a definite concept completely attains. Point 13. In a word, the aesthetic idea is a representation of the imagination, allied with a given concept, with which, in the free employment of imagination, such a multiplicity of partial representations are bound up that no expression indicating a definite concept can be found for it, one which on that account allows a concept to be supplemented in thought by much that is indefinable in words, and the feeling of which enlivens the cognitive faculties, and with language, as a mere thing of the letter, combines spirit. The mental powers whose union in a certain relation constitutes genius are imagination and understanding. Now, since the imagination, in its employment on behalf of cognition, is subjected to the constraint of the understanding and the restriction of having to be conformable to the concept belonging thereto, whereas aesthetically it is free to furnish of its own accord, over and above that agreement. 317 with the concept, a wealth of undeveloped material for the understanding, to which the latter paid no regard in its concept, but which it can make use of, not so much objectively for cognition, as subjectively for enlivening the cognitive faculties, and hence also indirectly for cognitions. It may be seen that genius properly consists in the happy relation, which science cannot teach nor diligence learn, enabling one to seek out ideas for a given concept, and, besides, to hit upon the expression for them, the expression by means of which the subjective condition of the mind aroused by the ideas as the concomitant of a concept may be communicated to others. This latter talent is properly that which is termed spirit, for to get an expression for what is indefinable in the mental state accompanying a particular representation and to make it universally communicable, whether the expression be in language or painting or statuary, is a thing requiring a faculty for laying hold of the rapid and transient play of the imagination, and for unifying it in a concept, which for that very reason is original, and reveals a new rule which could not have been inferred from any preceding principles or examples, that admits of communication without any constraint of rules. If, after this analysis, we cast a glance back upon the above definition of what is called genius, we find, first, that it is a talent for art, not one for science, in which clearly 318 known rules must take the lead and determine the procedure. Secondly, being a talent in the line of art, it presupposes a definite concept of the product as its end. Hence it presupposes understanding, but, in addition, a representation, indeterminate though it be, of the material, i.e. of the intuition, required for the presentation of that concept, and so a relation of the imagination to the understanding. Thirdly, it displays itself, not so much in the working out of the projected end in the presentation of a definite concept, as rather in the portrayal or expression of aesthetic ideas containing a wealth of material for effecting that intention. Consequently, the imagination is represented by it in its freedom from all guidance of rules, but still is purposive for the presentation of the given concept. Fourthly, and lastly, the unsought and undesigned subjective purposiveness in the free harmonizing of the imagination with the understanding's conformity to law presupposes a proportion and accord between these faculties such as cannot be brought about by any observance of rules, whether of science or mechanical imitation, but can only be produced by the nature of the subject. Genius, according to these presuppositions, is the exemplary originality of the natural endowments of a subject in the free employment of his cognitive faculties. On this showing, The product of a genius, in respect of so much in this product as is attributable to genius, and not to possible learning or academic instruction, is an example, not to be imitated, for that would mean the loss of the element of genius, and just the very spirit of the work, but to be followed by another genius, one whom it arouses to a sense of his own originality in putting freedom from the constraint of rules so into force in his art, that for art itself a new rule is one, which is what shows a talent to be exemplary. Yet, since the genius is one who is favored by nature, something which must be regarded as but a rare phenomenon, for other clever minds his example gives rise to a school, that is to say a methodical instruction according to rules, collected, so far as the circumstances admit, from such products of genius and their peculiarities. And, to that extent, fine art is for such persons a matter of imitation, for which nature, through the medium of a genius, gave the rule. But this imitation becomes aping when the pupil copies everything down to the deformities which the genius only of necessity suffered to remain, because they could hardly be removed without loss of force to the idea. This courage has merit only in the case of a genius, a certain boldness of expression, and, in general, many a deviation from the common rule becomes him well, but in no sense is it a thing worthy of imitation. On the contrary, it remains all through intrinsically a blemish, which one is bound to try to remove. 319 But for which the genius is, as it were, allowed to plead a privilege, on the ground that a scrupulous carefulness would spoil what is inimitable in the impetuous ardor of his spirit. Mannerism is another kind of aping, an aping of peculiarity, originality. In general, for the sake of distancing oneself as far as possible from imitators, while the talent requisite to enable one to be at the same time exemplary is absent. There are, in fact, two modes, modi, in general of arranging one's thoughts for utterance. The one is called a manner, modus aestheticus, the other a method, modus logicus. The distinction between them is this. The former possesses no standard other than the feeling of unity in the presentation, whereas the latter here follows definite principles. As a consequence, the former is alone admissible for fine art. It is only, however, where the manner of carrying the idea into execution in a product of art is aimed at singularity instead of being made appropriate to the idea, that mannerism is properly ascribed to such a product. The ostentatious, precious, forced and affected styles, intended to mark one out from the crowd, though spirit is wanting, resemble the behavior of a man who, as we say, hears himself speaking, or who stands and moves about as if he were on a stage to be gaped at, action which invariably betrays a tyro. Section 50. The combination of taste and genius in products of any art. To ask whether more stress should be laid in matters of fine art upon the presence of genius or upon that of taste, is equivalent to asking whether more turns upon imagination or upon judgment. Now, imagination rather entitles an art to be called an inspired than a fine art. It is only in respect of judgment that the name of fine art is deserved. Hence it follows that judgment, being the indispensable condition, conditio sine qua non, is at least what one must regard as of capital importance in forming a judgment of art as fine art. So far as beauty is concerned, to be fertile and original in ideas is not such an imperative requirement as it is that the imagination in its freedom should be in accordance with the understanding's conformity to law. For in lawless freedom imagination, with all its wealth, produces nothing but nonsense. The power of judgment, on the other hand, is the faculty that makes it consonant with understanding. Taste, like judgment in general, is the discipline, or corrective, of genius. It severely clips its wings, and makes it seemly or polished, but at the same time it gives it guidance, directing and controlling its flight, so that it may preserve its purposive character. It introduces a clearness and order into the plenitude of thought, and in so doing gives stability to the ideas, and qualifies them at once for permanent and universal approval, for being followed by others, and for a continually progressive culture. And so, where the interests of both these 320 qualities clash in a product, and there has to be a sacrifice of something, then it should rather be on the side of genius and judgment, which in matters of fine art bases its decision on its own proper principles, will more readily endure an infringement of the freedom and wealth of the imagination than that the understanding should be compromised. The requisites for fine art are, therefore, imagination, understanding, spirit, and taste. 14. Section 51. The division of the any arts. Beauty, whether it be of nature or of art, may in general be termed the expression of aesthetic ideas. But the proviso must be added that with beauty in art this idea must be occasioned through a concept of the object, whereas with beauty of nature the bare reflection upon a given intuition, apart from any concept of what the object is intended to be, is sufficient for awakening and communicating the idea of which that object is regarded as the expression. Accordingly, if we wish to make a division of the fine arts, we can choose for that purpose, tentatively at least, no more convenient principle than the analogy which art bears to the mode of expression of which individuals avail themselves in speech, with a view to communicating themselves to one another as completely as possible, i.e., not merely in respect of their concepts, but also in respect of their sensations. Point 15. Such expression consists in word, gesture, and tone, articulation, gesticulation, and modulation. It is the combination of these three modes of expression which alone constitutes a complete communication of the speaker. For thought, intuition, and sensation are in this way conveyed to others simultaneously and in conjunction. Hence there are only three kinds of fine art: the art of speech, formative art, and the art of the play of sensations as external sense impressions. This division might also be arranged as a dichotomy, so that fine art would be divided into that of the expression of thoughts or intuitions, the latter being subdivided according to the distinction between the form and the matter, sensation. It would, however, in that case appear too abstract and less in line with popular conceptions. 321. The arts of speech are rhetoric and poetry. Rhetoric is the art of engaging a serious business of the understanding as if it were a free play of the imagination. Poetry that of conducting a free play of the imagination as if it were a serious business of the understanding. Thus the orator announces a serious business, and for the purpose of entertaining his audience conducts it as if it were a mere play with ideas. The poet promises merely an entertaining play with ideas, and yet for the understanding there ensues as much as if the promotion of its business had been his one intention. The combination and harmony of the two faculties of cognition, those of sensibility and understanding, which, though, doubtless, indispensable to one another, do not readily permit of being united without compulsion and reciprocal infringement, must have the appearance of being undersigned and a spontaneous occurrence. Otherwise it is not fine art. For this reason what is studied and labored must here be avoided. For fine art must be free art in a double sense, i.e., not only in a sense opposed to remunerated work, as not being a work the magnitude of which may be judged, exacted, or paid for according to a definite standard, but free also in the sense that, while the mind, no doubt, occupies itself, still it does so without ulterior regard to any other end, and yet with a feeling of satisfaction and stimulation, independent of reward. The orator, therefore, gives something which he does not promise, viz., an entertaining play of the imagination. On the other hand, there is something in which he fails to come up to his promise, and a thing, too, which is his avowed business, namely, the engagement of the understanding to some end. The poet's promise, on the contrary, is a modest one, and a mere play with ideas is all he holds out to us. But he accomplishes something worthy of being made a serious business, namely, the using of play to provide food for the understanding, and the giving of life to its concepts by means of the imagination. Hence the orator in reality performs less than he promises, the poet more. The formative arts asterisk, or those for the expression of ideas and sensuous intuition, not by means of representations of mere imagination that are excited by words, are arts either of sensuous truth or of sensuous semblance. The first is called plastic art, the second painting. Both use figures and space for the expression of ideas. The former makes figures discernible to two senses, sight and touch, though, so far as the latter sense is concerned, without regard to beauty, the latter makes them discernible to the former sense alone. The aesthetic idea, archetype, original, is the fundamental basis of both in the imagination, but the figure which constitutes its expression, the ectype, the copy, is given either in its bodily extension, the way the object itself exists, or else in accordance with the image which it produces in the eye, according to its appearance when projected on a flat surface. Or, whatever the archetype is, either the reference to an actual end or only the semblance of one may be imposed upon reflection as its condition. 322. To plastic art, as the first kind of formative fine art, belong sculpture and architecture. The first is that which presents concepts of things corporeally, as they might exist in nature, though as fine art it directs its attention to aesthetic purposiveness. The second is the art of presenting concepts of things which are possible only through art, and the determining ground of whose form is not nature, but an arbitrary end, and of presenting them both with a view to this purpose and yet, at the same time, with aesthetic purposiveness. In architecture, the chief point is a certain use of the artistic object to which, as the condition, the aesthetic ideas are limited. In sculpture, the mere expression of aesthetic ideas is the main intention. Thus, statues of men, gods, animals, and so forth belong to sculpture. But temples, splendid buildings for public concourse, or even dwelling, houses, triumphal arches, columns, mausoleums, and the like, erected as monuments, belong to architecture, and in fact all household furniture, the work of cabinet makers, and so forth. Things meant to be used may be added to the list on the ground that adaptation of the product to a particular use is the essential element in a work of architecture. On the other hand, a mere piece of sculpture, made simply to be looked at and intended to please on its own account, is, as a corporeal presentation, a mere imitation of nature, though one in which regard is paid to aesthetic ideas, and in which, therefore, sensuous truth should not go the length of losing the appearance of being an art and a product of the power of choice. Painting, as the second kind of formative art, which presents the sensuous semblance in artful combination with ideas, I would divide into that of the beautiful depiction of nature and that of the beautiful arrangement of its products. The first is painting proper, the second landscape gardening. For the first gives only the semblance of bodily extension, whereas the second, while giving the latter, according to its truth, gives only the semblance of utility and employment for ends other than the play of the imagination and the contemplation of its forms. 16 The latter consists in no more than decking out the ground with the same manifold variety, grasses, flowers, shrubs, and trees, and even water, hills, and dales, as that with which nature presents it to our view, only arranged differently and in obedience to certain ideas. The beautiful arrangement of corporeal things, however, is also a thing for the eye only, just like painting. The sense of touch can form no intuitable representation of such a form. In addition, I would place under the head of painting, in the wide sense, the decoration of rooms by means of hangings, ornamental accessories, and all beautiful furniture, the sole function of which is to be looked at. And in the same way the art of tasteful dressing, with rings, snuff-boxes, etc. For a parterre of various flowers, a room with a variety of ornaments, including even the ladies' attire, go to make at a festive gathering a sort of picture which, like pictures in the 323, 324 true sense of the word, those which are not intended to teach history or natural science, has no business beyond appealing to the eye, in order to entertain the imagination in free play with ideas, and to engage actively the aesthetic power of judgment independently of any definite end. No matter how heterogeneous, on the mechanical side, may be the craft involved in all this decoration, and no matter what a variety of artists may be required, still the judgment of taste, so far as it is one upon what is beautiful in this art, is determined in one and the same way. Namely, as a judgment only upon the forms, without regard to any end, as they present themselves to the eye, singly or in combination, according to their effect upon the imagination. The justification, however, of bringing formative art, by analogy, under a common head with gesture in a speech, lies in the fact that through these figures the spirit of the artist furnishes a bodily expression for the substance and character of his thought, and makes the thing itself speak, as it were, in mimic language, a very common play of our fantasy that attributes to lifeless things a spirit suitable to their form, and that uses them as its mouthpiece. The art of the beautiful play of sensations, sensations that arise from external stimulation, which is a play of sensations that has nevertheless to permit of universal communication, can only be concerned with the proportion of the different degrees of attunement, tension, in the sense to which the sensation belongs, i.e., with its tone. In this comprehensive sense of the word, it may be divided into the artistic play of sensations of hearing and of sight, consequently into music and the art of colored. It is remarkable that these two senses, over and above that receptivity for impressions, as is required to obtain concepts of external objects by means of these impressions, also admit of a peculiar associated sensation of which we cannot easily determine whether it is based on sensibility or reflection, and that this affectability may at times be lacking, although the sense, in other respects, and in what concerns its employment for the cognition of objects, is by no means deficient but particularly keen. In other words, we cannot confidently assert whether a color or a tone, sound, is merely an agreeable sensation, or whether they are in themselves a beautiful play of sensations, and in being judged aesthetically, convey, as such, a delight in their form. If we consider the velocity of the vibrations of light, or, in the second case, of the air, which in all probability far outstrips any capacity on our part for forming an immediate judgment and perception of the time interval between them, we should be led to believe that it is only the effect of those vibrating movements upon the elastic parts of our body that can be evident to the senses, but that the time interval between them is not noticed nor involved in our judgment. 325, and that, consequently, all that enters into combination with colors and tones is the agreeableness, and not the beauty, of their composition. But let us consider, on the other hand, first, the mathematical character both of the proportion of those vibrations in music and of our judgment upon it, and, as is reasonable, form an estimate of color contrasts on the analogy of the latter. Secondly, let us consult the instances, albeit rare, of individuals who, with the best of sight, have failed to distinguish colors, and, with the sharpest hearing, to distinguish tones, while for those who have this ability the perception of an altered quality, not merely of the degree of the sensation, in the case of the different intensities in the scale of colors or tones is definite, as is also the number of those which may be intelligibly distinguished. Bearing all this in mind, we may feel compelled to look upon the sensations afforded by both, not as mere sense impressions, but as the effect of a judging of form in the play of a number of sensations. The difference which the one opinion or the other occasions in judging of the basis of music would, however, only give rise to this much change in its definition, that either it is to be interpreted, as we have done, as the beautiful play of sensations, through hearing, or else as one of agreeable sensations. According to the former interpretation alone, would music be represented out and out as a fine art, whereas according to the latter it would be represented as, in part at least, an agreeable art. Section 52. The combination of the any arts in one and the same product. Rhetoric may in a drama be combined with a pictorial presentation of its subjects as well as its objects, as may poetry with music in a song, and this again with a pictorial, theatrical, presentation in an opera, and so may the play of sensations in a piece of music with the play of figures in a dance, and so on. Even the presentation of the sublime, so far as it belongs to fine art, may be brought into union with beauty in a tragedy in verse, a didactic poem, or an oratorio, and in this combination fine art is even more artistic. Whether it is also more beautiful, having regard to the multiplicity of different kinds of delight which intersect with one another, may in some of these instances be doubted. Still, in all fine art the essential element consists in the form, which is purposive for observation and for judgment. Here the pleasure is at the same time culture, and disposes the spirit to ideas, making it thus susceptible to such pleasure and entertainment in greater abundance. The matter of sensation, charm, or emotion is not essential. Here the aim is merely enjoyment, which leaves nothing behind it with regard to the idea, and renders the spirit dull, the object in the course of time distasteful, and the mind dissatisfied with itself and ill-dash. 326 Humored, owing to a consciousness that in the judgment of reason its mood is contrary to purpose. Where fine arts are not, either closely or remotely, brought into combination with moral ideas, which alone are attended with a self-soothing delight, the above is the fate that ultimately awaits them. They then only serve for a diversion, of which one continually feels an increasing need in proportion as one has availed oneself of it, as a means of dispelling one's discontented mind, with the result that one makes oneself ever more and more unprofitable and dissatisfied with oneself. With a view to the purpose first named, the beauties of nature are in general the most beneficial, if one is early habituated to observe, judge, and admire them. Section 53. Comparison of the aesthetic worth of the any arts. Poetry, which owes its origin almost entirely to genius, and is least willing to be led by precepts or example, holds the first rank among all the arts. It expands the mind by giving freedom to the imagination and by offering, from among the boundless multiplicity of possible forms accordant with a given concept, to whose bounds it is restricted, that one which couples with the presentation of the concept a wealth of thought, to which no verbal expression is completely. 327 Adequate, and by thus rising aesthetically to ideas. It invigorates the mind by letting it feel its faculty, free, spontaneous, and independent of determination by nature, of regarding and judging nature as phenomenon in the light of aspects which nature of itself does not afford us in experience, either for the senses or the understanding, and of employing it accordingly on behalf of, and as a sort of schema for, the supersensible. It plays with semblance, which it produces at will, but not as an instrument of deception, for its avowed pursuit is merely one of play, which, however, understanding may turn to good account and employ for its own purpose. Rhetoric, so far as this is taken to mean the art of persuasion, i.e., the art of deluding by means of such beautiful semblance as ars oratoria, and not merely excellence of speech, eloquence and style, is a dialectic which borrows from poetry only so much as is necessary to win over people's minds to the side of the speaker before they have weighed the matter, and to rob their verdict of its freedom. Hence it can be recommended neither for the bar nor the pulpit. For where civil laws, the right of individual persons, or the permanent instruction and determination of people's minds to a correct knowledge and a conscientious observance of their duty is at stake, then it is below the dignity of an undertaking of such import to exhibit even a trace of the exuberance of wit and imagination, and, still more, of the art of talking people round and prejudicing them in favor of anyone. For although such art is capable of being at times directed to ends intrinsically legitimate and praiseworthy, still it becomes reprehensible on account of the subjective injury done in this way to maxims and dispositions, even where objectively the action may be lawful. for it is not enough to do what is right, but we should practice it solely on the ground of its being right. Further, the simple lucid concept of human concerns of this kind, backed up with lively illustrations of it, exerts of itself, in the absence of any offense against the rules of euphony of speech or of propriety in the expression of ideas of reason, all which together make up excellence of speech, a sufficient influence upon human minds to obviate the necessity of having recourse here to the machinery of persuasion, which, being equally available for the purpose of putting a fine gloss or a cloak upon vice and error, fails to rid one completely of the lurking suspicion that one is being artfully hoodwinked. In poetry, everything is straight and above board. It shows its hand. It desires to carry on a mere entertaining play with the imagination, and one consonant, in respect of form, with the laws of understanding, and it does not seek to steal upon and ensnare the understanding with a sensuous presentation. 17. After poetry, if we take charm and the capacity to move the mind into account, I would give the next place to that art which comes nearer to it than to any other art of speech, and 328 admits of very natural union with it, namely the art of tone. For though it speaks by means of mere sensations without concepts, and so does not, like poetry, leave behind it any food for thought, still it moves the mind more diversely, and, although with transient, still with intenser effect. It is certainly, however, more a matter of enjoyment than of culture, the play of thought incidentally excited by it being merely the effect of a more or less mechanical association, and it possesses less worth in the judgment of reason than any other of the fine arts. Hence, like all enjoyment, it calls for constant change, and does not stand frequent repetition without inducing weariness. Its charm, which admits of such universal communication, appears to rest on the following facts. Every expression in language has an associated tone suited to its sense. This tone indicates, more or less, a mode in which the speaker is affected, and in turn evokes it in the hearer also, in whom conversely it then also excites the idea which in language is expressed with such a tone. Further, just as modulation is, as it were, a universal language of sensations intelligible to every human being, so the art of tone wields the full force of this language wholly on its own account, namely, as a language of the affects, and in this way, according to the law of association, universally communicates the aesthetic ideas that are naturally combined therewith. But, further, inasmuch as those aesthetic ideas are not concepts or determinate thoughts, the form of the 329 arrangement of these sensations, harmony and melody, taking the place of the form of a language, only serves the purpose of giving an expression to the aesthetic idea of an integral whole, of an unutterable wealth of thought in accordance with a certain theme forming the dominant effect in the piece. This purpose is produced by means of a proportion in the accord of the sensations, an accord which may be brought mathematically under certain rules, since it rests, in the case of tones, upon the numerical relation of the vibrations of the air in the same time, so far as there is a combination of the tones simultaneously or in succession. Although this mathematical form is not represented by means of determinate concepts, to it alone belongs the delight which the mere reflection upon such a number of concomitant or consecutive sensations couples with this their play, as the universally valid condition of its beauty, and it is with reference to it alone that taste can lay claim to a right to anticipate the judgment of every human being. But mathematics, certainly, plays not the slightest part in the charm and movement of the mind produced by music. Rather is it only the indispensable condition, conditio sine qua non, of that proportion of the combining as well as changing impressions which makes it possible to grasp them all in one and prevent them from destroying one another, and to let them, rather, conspire towards the production of a continuous movement and enlivening of the mind by effects that are in unison with it, and thus towards a contented self-enjoyment. If, on the other hand, we measure the worth of the fine arts by the culture they supply to the mind, and adopt for our standard the expansion of the faculties whose confluence and judgment is necessary for cognition, music, then, since it plays merely with sensations, has the lowest place among the fine arts, just as it has perhaps the highest among those valued at the same time for their agreeableness. Looked at in this light, it is far excelled by the formative arts. For, in putting the imagination into a play which is at once free and adapted to the understanding, they all the while carry on a serious business, since they execute a product which serves the concepts of understanding as a vehicle, permanent and appealing to us on its own account, for effecting their union with sensibility, and thus for promoting, as it were, the urbanity of the higher powers of cognition. The two kinds of art pursue completely different courses. Music advances from sensations to indeterminate ideas. Formative art from determinate ideas to sensations. The latter gives a lasting impression, the former one that is only fleeting. The former sensations imagination can recall and agreeably entertain itself with, while the latter either vanish entirely, or else, if involuntarily repeated by the imagination, are more 330 oppressive to us than agreeable. Over and above all this, music has a certain lack of urbanity about it, for owing chiefly to the character of its instruments, it scatters its influence abroad to an uncalled-for extent through the neighborhood, and thus, as it were, becomes obtrusive and deprives others, outside the musical circle, of their freedom. This is a thing that the arts that address themselves to the eye do not do, for if one is not disposed to give admittance to their impressions, one has only to look the other way. The case is almost on a par with the practice of regaling oneself with a perfume that exhales its odors far and wide. The man who pulls his perfumed handkerchief from his pocket treats all around to it whether they like it or not, and compels them, if they want to breathe at all, to be parties to the enjoyment, and so the habit has gone out of fashion. 18. Among the formative arts, I would give the palm to painting, partly because it is the art of design, and, as such, the groundwork of all the other formative arts, partly because it can penetrate much further into the region of ideas, and in conformity with them give a greater extension to the field of intuition than it is open to the others to do. Section 54. Remark. As we have often shown, there is essential distinction between what pleases simply in the judging of it, and what gratifies, pleases in sensation. The latter is something which, unlike the former, we cannot demand from everyone. Gratification, no matter whether its cause has its seat even in ideas, appears always to consist in a feeling of the furtherance of the entire life of human beings and, hence, also of their bodily well-being, i.e. their health. And so, perhaps, Epicurus was not wide of the mark asterisk when he said that at bottom all gratification is bodily sensation, and only misunderstood himself in ranking intellectual and even practical delight under the head of gratification. Bearing in mind the latter distinction, it is readily explicable how even the gratification a person feels is capable of displeasing him, like the joy of a needy but good-natured individual on being made the heir of an affectionate but penurious father, or how deep pain may still give pleasure to the sufferer, as the sorrow of a widow over the death of her deserving husband, or how there may be pleasure over and above gratification, as in scientific pursuits, or how a pain, as, for example, hatred, envy, and desire for revenge, may in addition be a source of displeasure. Here the delight or aversion depends upon reason, and is one with approval or disapproval. Gratification and pain, on the other hand, can only depend upon feeling or upon the prospect of a possible well-being or the reverse, irrespective of its source. 331. The changing free play of sensations, which do not follow any preconceived plan, is always a source of gratification, because it promotes the feeling of health, and it is immaterial whether or not we experience delight in the object of this play, or even in the gratification itself, when judged in the light of reason. Also, this gratification may amount to an effect, although we take no interest in the object itself, or none, at least, proportionate to the degree of the effect. We may divide the aforementioned play into that of games of chance, harmony, and wit. The first stands in need of an interest, whether it be of vanity or self-seeking, but one which falls far short of that centered in the way in which we seek to procure it. All that the second requires is the change of sensations, each of which has its bearing on effect, though without attaining to the degree of an effect, and excites aesthetic ideas. The third springs merely from the change of the representations and the power of judgment, which, while unproductive of any thought conveying an interest, yet enlivens the mind. What a fund of gratification must be afforded by play, without our having to fall back upon any consideration of interest, is a matter to which all our evening parties bear witness, for without play they hardly ever escape falling flat. But the affects of hope, fear, joy, anger, and derision here engage in play, as every moment they change their parts, and 332 are so lively that, as by an internal motion, the whole vital function of the body seems to be furthered by the process, as is proved by a vivacity of the mind produced, although no one comes by anything in the way of profit or instruction. But as the play of chance is not one that is beautiful, we will here lay it aside. Music, on the contrary, and what provokes laughter are two kinds of play with aesthetic ideas, or even with representations of the understanding, by which, all said and done, nothing is thought. By mere force of change they yet are able to afford lively gratification. This furnishes pretty clear evidence that the enlivening effect of both is physical, despite its being excited by ideas of the mind, and that the feeling of health, arising from a movement of the viscera answering to that play, makes up that entire gratification of an animated gathering upon the spirit and refinement of which we set such store. Not any estimate of harmony in tones or flashes of wit, which, with its beauty, serves only as a necessary vehicle, but rather the stimulated vital functions of the body, the effect stirring the viscera and the diaphragm, and, in a word, the feeling of health, of which we are only aware upon some such occasion, are what constitute the gratification we experience of being able to reach the body even through the soul, and use the latter as the physician of the former. In music, the course of this play is from bodily sensation to aesthetic ideas, which are the objects for the effects, and then from these back again, but with gathered strength, to the body. In jest, which just as much as the former deserves to be ranked rather as an agreeable than a fine art, the play arises from thoughts which collectively, so far as seeking sensuous expression, engage the activity of the body. In this presentation, the understanding, missing what it expected, suddenly lets go its hold, with the result that the effect of this slackening is felt in the body by the oscillation of the organs. This favors the restoration of the equilibrium of the latter, and exerts a beneficial influence upon the health. Something absurd, something in which, therefore, the understanding can of itself find no delight, must be present in whatever is to raise a hearty convulsive laugh. Laughter is an effect arising from a strained expectation being suddenly reduced to nothing. This very reduction, at which certainly understanding cannot rejoice, is still indirectly a source of very lively enjoyment for a moment. Its cause must consequently lie in the influence of the representation upon the body, and the reciprocal effect of this upon the mind. This, moreover, cannot depend upon the representation being objectively an object of gratification, for how can we derive gratification from a disappointment, but must rest solely upon the fact that the reduction is a mere play of 333 representations, and, as such, produces an equilibrium of the vital forces of the body. Suppose that someone tells the following story. An Indian at an Englishman's table in Surat saw a bottle of ale opened, and all the beer turned into froth and flowing out. The repeated exclamations of the Indian showed his great astonishment. "Well, what is so wonderful in that?" asked the Englishman. "Oh, I'm not surprised myself," said the Indian, "at its getting out, but at how you ever managed to get it all in. At this we laugh, and it gives us hearty pleasure. This is not because we believe ourselves, maybe, more quick-witted than this ignorant Indian, or because our understanding here brings to our notice any other ground of delight. It is rather that the bubble of our expectation was extended to the full and suddenly burst into nothing. Or, again, take the case of the heir of a wealthy relative being minded to make preparations for having the funeral obsequies on a most imposing scale, but complaining that things would not go right for him, because, as he said, "The more money I give my mourners to look sad, the merrier they look." At this we laugh outright, and the reason lies in the fact that we had an expectation which is suddenly reduced to nothing. We must be careful to observe that the reduction is not one into the positive contrary of an expected object, for that is always something, and may frequently pain us, but must be a 334 reduction to nothing. For where a person arouses great expectation by recounting some tale, and at the close its untruth becomes at once apparent to us, we are displeased at it. So it is, for instance, with the tale of people whose hair from excess of grief is said to have turned white in a single night. On the other hand, if a wag, wishing to cap the story, tells with the utmost elaboration of a merchant's grief, who, on his return journey from India to Europe with all his wealth and merchandise, was obliged by stress of storm to throw everything overboard, and grieved to such an extent that in the selfsame night his wig turned gray, we laugh and enjoy the tale. This is because we keep for a time playing on our own mistake about an object otherwise indifferent to us, or rather on the idea we ourselves were following out, and beating it to and fro, just as if it were a ball eluding our grasp, when all we intend to do is just to get it into our hands and hold it tight. Here our gratification is not excited by a knave or a fool getting a rebuff, for, even on its own account, the latter tale told with an air of seriousness would of itself be enough to set a whole table into roars of laughter, and the other matter would ordinarily not be worth a moment's thought. It is noteworthy that in all such cases the joke must have something in it capable of momentarily deceiving us. Hence, when the semblance vanishes into nothing, the mind looks back in order to try it over again, and thus by a rapidly succeeding tension and relaxation it is thrown to and fro and put in oscillation. Since the snapping of what was, as it were, tightening up the string takes place suddenly, not by a gradual loosening, the oscillation must bring about a mental movement and a sympathetic internal movement of the body. This continues involuntarily and produces fatigue, but in so doing it also affords recreation, the effects of a commotion conducive to health. For supposing we assume that some movement in the bodily organs is associated sympathetically with all our thoughts, it is readily intelligible how the sudden act above referred to, of shifting the mind now to one standpoint and now to the other, to enable it to contemplate its object, may involve a corresponding and reciprocal straining and slackening of the elastic parts of our viscera, which communicates itself to the diaphragm, and resembles that felt by ticklish people, in the course of which the lungs expel the air with rapidly succeeding interruptions, resulting in a movement beneficial to health. This alone, and not what goes on in the mind, is the proper cause of the gratification in a thought that at bottom represents nothing. Voltaire said that heaven has given us two things asterisk to compensate us for the many miseries of life, hope and sleep. He might have added laughter to the list, if only the means of exciting it in men of intelligence were as ready to hand, and the wit or originality of humor which it requires were not just as rare as the talent is common for inventing stuff that breaks one's head, as mystic speculators do, or that breaks one's neck, as the genius does, or that breaks one's heart as sentimental novelists do, and moralists of the same type for that matter. We may, therefore, as I concede Epicurus the point that all gratification, even when occasioned by concepts 335 that evoke aesthetic ideas, is animal, i.e. bodily sensation. For from this admission the spiritual feeling of respect for moral ideas, which is not one of gratification, but a self-esteem, an esteem for humanity within us, that raises us above the need of gratification, suffers not a whit. no, nor even the less noble feeling of taste. In naivete, we meet with a joint product of both the above. Naivete is the breaking forth of the ingenuousness originally natural to humanity, in opposition to the art of disguising oneself that has become a second nature. We laugh at the simplicity that is as yet a stranger to dissimulation, but we rejoice the while over the simplicity of nature that thwarts that art. We await the commonplace manner of artificial utterance, carefully calculated as a beautiful illusion, and lo, nature stands before us in unsullied innocence, nature that we were quite unprepared to meet, and that he who laid it bare had also no intention of revealing. That the outward appearance, beautiful but false, that usually assumes such importance in our judgment, is here, at a stroke, turned to a nullity, that, as it were, the rogue in us is nakedly exposed, calls forth the movement of the mind, in two successive and opposite directions, agitating the body at the same time with wholesome motion. But that something infinitely better than any accepted code of manners, namely purity of mind, or at least the potential for such purity, has not become wholly extinct in human nature, infuses seriousness and reverence into this play of judgment. But since it is only a manifestation that obtrudes itself for a moment, and the veil of a dissembling art is soon drawn over it again, there enters into the above feelings a touch of pity. This is an emotion of tenderness, playful in its way, that thus readily admits of combination with this sort of genial laughter. And, in fact, this emotion is as a rule associated with it, and, at the same time, tends to make amends to the person who provides such food for our merriment for his embarrassment at not being wise after the common mannered. For that reason, an art of being naive is a contradiction. But it is quite possible to give a representation of naivete in a fictitious personage, and, rare as the art is, it is a fine art. With this naivete, we must not confuse open-hearted simplicity, which only avoids spoiling nature by artificiality, because it has no notion of the art of social life. The humorous manner may also be ranked as a thing which in its enlivening influence is clearly allied to the gratification provoked by laughter. It belongs to originality of spirit, though not to the talent for fine art. Humor, in a good sense, means the talent for being able to put oneself at will into a certain frame of mind in which everything is judged on lines that do not follow the beaten track, quite the reverse in fact, and yet on lines that follow certain principles, rational in the case of such a mental temperament. A person with whom such variations are not a matter of choice is said to have humors, but if a person can assume them voluntarily, and of set purpose, on behalf of a lively presentation drawn from a ludicrous contrast, he and his way of speaking are termed humorous. This manner belongs, however, to agreeable rather than to fine art, because the object of the latter must always have an evident intrinsic worth about it, and thus demands a certain seriousness in its presentation, as taste does in judging it. 336. Second section. Dialectic of Aesthetic Judgment. 337. Section 55. For a power of judgment to be dialectical, it must first of all be rationalizing. That is to say, its judgments must lay claim to universality, 19, and do so a priori, for it is in the antithesis of such judgments that dialectic consists. Hence there is nothing dialectical in the irreconcilability of aesthetic judgments of the senses, concerning the agreeable and disagreeable. And in so far as each person appeals merely to his own private taste, even the conflict of judgments of taste does not form a dialectic of taste, for no one is proposing to make his own judgment into a universal rule. Hence the only concept left to us of a dialectic affecting taste is one of a dialectic of the critique of taste, not of taste itself, in respect of its principles. For, on the question of the ground of the possibility of judgments of taste in general, mutually conflicting concepts naturally and unavoidably make their appearance. The transcendental critique of taste will, therefore, only include a part capable of bearing the name of a dialectic of the aesthetic judgment if we find an antinomy of the principles of this faculty which throws doubt upon its conformity to law, and hence also upon its inner possibility. Section 56. Representation of the antinomy of taste. 338. The first commonplace concerning taste is contained in the proposition under cover of which everyone devoid of taste thinks to shelter himself from reproach. Everyone has his own taste. This is only another way of saying that the determining ground of this judgment is merely subjective, gratification or pain, and that the judgment has no right to the necessary agreement of others. Its second commonplace, to which even those resort who concede the right of the judgment of taste to pronounce with validity for everyone, is, there is no disputing about taste. This amounts to saying that even though the determining ground of a judgment of taste be objective, it is not reducible to definite concepts, so that in respect of the judgment itself no decision can be reached by proofs, although it is quite open to us to contend upon the matter and to contend with right. For though contention and dispute have this point in common, that they aim at bringing judgments into accordance out of and by means of their mutual opposition, yet they differ in the latter, hoping to effect this from definite concepts as grounds of proof, and, consequently, adopting objective concepts as grounds of the judgment. But where this is considered impracticable, dispute is regarded as alike out of the question. Between these two commonplaces, an intermediate proposition is readily seen to be missing. It is one which has certainly not become proverbial, but yet it is at the back of everyone's mind. It is that there may be contention about taste, although not a dispute. This proposition, however, involves the contrary of the first one. For in a matter in which contention is to be allowed, there must be a hope of coming to terms. Hence one must be able to reckon on grounds of judgment that possess more than private validity and are thus not merely subjective. And yet the above principle, everyone has his own taste, is directly opposed to this. The principle of taste, therefore, exhibits the following antinomy. Thesis: the judgment of taste is not based upon concepts, for, if it were, it would be open to dispute, decision by means of proofs. Antithesis: the judgment of taste is based on concepts, for otherwise, despite diversity of judgment, there could be no room even for contention in the matter, a claim to the necessary agreement of others with this judgment. 339. Section 57. Solution of the antinomy of taste. There is no possibility of removing the conflict of the above principles, which underlie every judgment of taste, and which are only the two peculiarities of the judgment of taste previously set out in the analytic, except by showing that the concept to which the object is referred in a judgment of this kind is not taken in the same sense in both maxims of the aesthetic judgment, that this double sense, or point of view, in our judging, is necessary for our power of transcendental judgment, and that nevertheless the false appearance arising from the confusion of one with the other is a natural illusion, and so unavoidable. The judgment of taste must have reference to some concept or other, as otherwise it would be absolutely impossible for it to lay claim to necessary validity for everyone. Yet it need not on that account be provable from a concept, for a concept may be either determinable or else at once intrinsically undetermined and indeterminable. A concept of the understanding, which is determinable by means of predicates borrowed from sensible intuition and capable of corresponding to it, is of the first kind. But of the second kind is the transcendental rational concept of the supersensible, which lies at the basis of all that sensible intuition and is, therefore, incapable of being further determined theoretically. Now the judgment of taste applies to objects of the senses, but not so as to determine a concept of them for the understanding, for it is not a cognitive judgment. Hence it is a singular representation of intuition referable to the feeling of pleasure, and, as such, only a private judgment. And to that extent it would be limited in its validity to the individual judging. The object is for me an object of delight, for others it may be otherwise. Everyone to his taste. For all that, The judgment of taste contains beyond doubt an enlarged reference on the part of the representation of the object, and at the same time on the part of the subject also, which lays the foundation of an extension of judgments of this kind to necessity for everyone. This must of necessity be founded upon some concept or other, but such a concept as does not admit of being determined by intuition and affords no knowledge of anything. Hence, too, it is a concept which does not assert any proof of the judgment of taste, but the mere pure rational concept of the supersensible lying at the basis of the object and of the judging subject for that matter, as object of the senses, and thus as phenomenon, is just such a concept. For unless such a point of view were adopted, there would be no means of saving the claim of the judgment of taste to universal validity. And if the concept forming the 340 required basis were a concept of understanding, though a mere confused one, as, let us say, of perfection, answering to which the sensible intuition of the beautiful might be adduced, then it would be at least intrinsically possible to ground the judgment of taste upon proofs, which contradicts the thesis. All contradiction disappears, however, if I say, the judgment of taste does depend upon a concept, of a general ground of the subjective purposiveness of nature for the power of judgment, but one from which nothing can be cognized in respect of the object, and nothing proved, because it is in itself indeterminable and useless for knowledge. Yet by means of this very concept it acquires at the same time validity for everyone, but with each individual, no doubt, as a singular judgment immediately accompanying his intuition, because its determining ground lies, perhaps, in the concept of what may be regarded as the supersensible substrate of humanity. The solution of an antinomy turns solely on the possibility of two apparently conflicting propositions not being in fact contradictory, but rather being capable of consisting together, although the explanation of the possibility of their concept transcends our faculties of cognition. That this illusion is also natural and for human reason unavoidable, as well as why it is so, and remains so, although upon the solution of the apparent contradiction it no longer misleads us, may be made intelligible from the above considerations. For the concept, which the universal validity of a judgment must have for its basis, is taken in the same sense in both the conflicting judgments, yet two opposite predicates are asserted of it. The thesis should therefore read, the judgment of taste is not based on determinate concepts, but the antithesis, the judgment of taste does rest upon a concept, although an indeterminate one, that, namely, of the supersensible substrate of phenomena, and then there would be no conflict between them. 341. Beyond removing this conflict between the claims and counterclaims of taste, we can do nothing. To supply a determinate objective principle of taste in accordance with which its judgments might be derived, tested, and proved, is an absolute impossibility, for then it would not be a judgment of taste. The subjective principle, that is to say, the indeterminate idea of the supersensible within us, can only be indicated as the unique key to the enigma of this faculty, itself concealed from us in its sources, and there is no further means of making it any more intelligible. The antinomy here exhibited and resolved rests upon the proper concept of taste as a merely reflective aesthetic judgment, and the two seemingly conflicting principles are reconciled on the ground that they may both be true, and this is sufficient. If, on the other hand, owing to the fact that the representation lying at the basis of the judgment of taste is singular, the determining ground of taste is taken, as by some it is, to be agreeableness, or, as others, looking to its universal validity, would have it, the principle of perfection, and if the definition of taste is framed accordingly, the result is an antinomy which is absolutely irresolvable unless we show the falsity of both propositions as contraries, not as simple contradictories. This would force the conclusion that the concept upon which each is grounded is self-contradictory. Thus it is evident that the removal of the antinomy of the aesthetic judgment pursues a course similar to that followed by the critique in the solution of the antinomies of pure theoretical reason, and that the antinomies, both here and in the Critique of Practical Reason, compel us, whether we like it or not, to look beyond the horizon of the sensible, and to seek in the supersensible the point of union of all our faculties a priori, for we are left with no other course to bring reason into harmony with itself. Remark 1. We find such frequent occasion in transcendental philosophy for distinguishing ideas from concepts of the understanding that it may be of use to introduce technical terms answering to the distinction between them. I think that no objection will. 342 be raised to my proposing some ideas, in the most comprehensive sense of the word, are representations referred to an object according to a certain principle, subjective or objective, insofar as they can still never become a cognition of it. They are either referred to an intuition, in accordance with a merely subjective principle of the harmony of the cognitive faculties, imagination and understanding, and are then called aesthetic, or else they are referred to a concept according to an objective principle and yet are incapable of ever furnishing a cognition of the object, and are called rational ideas. In the latter case, the concept is a transcendent concept, and, as such, differs from a concept of understanding, for which an adequately answering experience may always be supplied, and which, on that account, is called immanent. An aesthetic idea cannot become a cognition, because it is an intuition of the imagination, for which an adequate concept can never be found. A rational idea can never become a cognition, because it involves a concept of the supersensible, for which a commensurate intuition can never be given. Now the aesthetic idea might, I think, be called an inexponable representation of the imagination, the rational idea, on the other hand, an indemonstrable concept of reason. The production of both is presupposed to be not altogether groundless, but rather, following the above explanation of an idea in general, to take place in obedience to certain principles of the cognitive faculties to which they belong, subjective principles in the case of the former and objective in that of the latter. Concepts of the understanding must, as such, always be demonstrable, if, as in anatomy, demonstration is understood in the sense merely of presentation. In other words, the object answering to such concepts must always be capable of being given in intuition, pure or empirical, for only in this way can they become cognitions. The concept of magnitude may be given a priori in the intuition of space, e.g. of a straight line, etc., the concept of cause and impenetrability, in the impact of bodies, etc. Consequently, both may be verified by means of an empirical intuition, i.e. the thought of them may be indicated, demonstrated, exhibited, in an example, and this it must be possible to do, for otherwise there would be no certainty of the thought not being empty, i.e. having no object. 343. In logic, the expressions demonstrable or indemonstrable are ordinarily employed only in respect of propositions. A better designation would be to call the former propositions only mediately, and the latter propositions immediately certain. For pure philosophy, too, has propositions of both these kinds, meaning thereby true propositions which are in the one case capable, and in the other incapable, of proof. But, in its character of philosophy, while it can, no doubt, prove on a priori grounds, it cannot demonstrate, unless we wish entirely to ignore the meaning of the word which makes demonstrate, ostendere, exhibere, equivalent to giving an accompanying presentation of the concept in intuition, be it in a proof or in a definition. Where the intuition is a priori, this is called its construction, but when even the intuition is empirical, we have still got the illustration of the object, by which means objective reality is assured to the concept. Thus an anatomist is said to demonstrate the human eye when he renders the concept, of which he has previously given a discursive exposition, intuitable by means of the dissection of that organ. It follows from the above that the rational concept of the supersensible substrate of all phenomena generally, or even of that which must be laid at the basis of our power of choice in respect of moral laws, i.e., the rational concept of transcendental freedom, is at once specifically an indemonstrable concept, an irrational idea, whereas virtue is so as a matter of degree. For nothing can be given which in itself qualitatively answers in experience to the rational concept of the former, while in the case of virtue no empirical product of the above causality attains the degree that the rational idea prescribes as the rule. Just as the imagination, in the case of a rational idea, fails with its intuitions to attain to the given concept, so understanding, in the case of an aesthetic idea, fails with its concepts ever to attain to the completeness of the internal intuition which imagination conjoins with a given representation. Now, since the reduction of a representation of the imagination to concepts is equivalent to expounding it, the aesthetic idea may be called an inexponable representation of the imagination in its free play. I shall have an opportunity hereafter of dealing more fully with ideas of this kind. At present I confine myself to the remark that both kinds of ideas, aesthetic ideas as well as rational, are bound to have their principles, and that the seat of these principles must in both cases be reason, the latter depending upon the objective, the former upon the subjective, principles of its employment. 344. Consonantly with this, genius may also be defined as the faculty of aesthetic ideas. This serves at the same time to point out the reason why it is nature, the nature of the subject, and not a set purpose, that in products of genius gives the rule to art, as the production of the beautiful. For the beautiful must not be judged according to concepts, but by the purposive manner in which the imagination is attuned so as to accord with the faculty of concepts generally. And so rule and precept are incapable of serving as the requisite subjective standard for that aesthetic and unconditioned purposiveness in fine art, which has to make a warranted claim to being bound to please everyone. Rather must such a standard be sought in the element of mere nature in the subject, which cannot be comprehended under rules or concepts, that is to say, the supersensible substrate of all the subject's faculties, unattainable by any concept of understanding, and consequently in that which forms the point of reference for the harmonious accord of all our faculties of cognition, the production of which accord is the ultimate end set by the intelligible basis of our nature. Thus alone is it possible for a subjective and yet universally valid principle a priori to lie at the basis of that purposiveness for which no objective principle can be prescribed. Remark 2. The following important observation here naturally presents itself. There are three kinds of antinomies of pure reason, which, however, all agree in forcing reason to abandon the otherwise very natural assumption which takes the objects of the senses for things in themselves, and to regard them, instead, merely as phenomena, and to lay at their basis an intelligible substrate, something supersensible, the concept of which is only an idea and affords no proper knowledge. Apart from some such antinomy reason could never bring. 345 itself to take such a step as to adopt a principle so severely restricting the field of its speculation, and to submit to sacrifices involving the complete dissolution of so many otherwise glittering hopes. For even now that it is recompensed for this loss by the prospect of a proportionately wider scope of action from a practical point of view, it is not without a pang of regret that it appears to part company with those hopes, and to break away from the old ties. The reason for there being three kinds of antinomies is to be found in the fact that there are three faculties of cognition, understanding, judgment, and reason, each of which, being a higher faculty of cognition, must have its a priori principles. For, so far as reason passes judgment upon these principles themselves and their employment, it inexorably requires the unconditioned for the given conditioned in respect of them all. This can never be found unless the sensible, instead of being regarded as inherently belonging to things in themselves, is treated as a mere phenomenon, and, as such, being made to rest upon something supersensible, the intelligible substrate of external and internal nature, as the thing in itself. There is then, For the cognitive faculty, an antinomy of reason in respect of the theoretical employment of understanding carried to the point of the unconditioned. 2. For the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, an antinomy of reason in respect of the aesthetic employment of judgment. 3. For the faculty of desire, an antinomy in respect of the practical employment of self-legislative reason. For all these faculties have their fundamental a priori principles, and, following an imperative demand of reason, must be able to judge and to determine their object unconditionally in accordance with these principles. As to two of the antinomies of these higher cognitive faculties, those, namely, of their theoretical and of their practical employment, we have already shown elsewhere both that they are inevitable, if no cognizance is taken in such judgments of a supersensible substrate of the given objects as phenomena, and, on the other hand, that they can be solved the moment this is done. Now, as to the antinomy incident to the employment of judgment in conformity with the demand of reason and the solution of it here given, we may say that to avoid facing it there are but the following alternatives. It is open to us to deny that any a priori principle lies at the basis of the aesthetic judgment of taste, with the result that all claim to the necessity of a universal consensus of opinion is an idle and empty delusion, and that a judgment of taste only deserves to be considered to this extent correct, that it so happens that a number share the same opinion, and even this, not, in truth, because an a priori principle is presumed to lie behind this agreement, but rather, as with the taste of the palate, because of the contingently similar organization of 346 the individuals. Or else, as the alternative, we should have to suppose that the judgment of taste is in fact a disguised judgment of reason on the perfection discovered in a thing and the reference of the manifold in it to an end, and that it is consequently only called aesthetic on account of the confusion that here besets our reflection, although fundamentally it is teleological. In this latter case, the solution of the antinomy with the assistance of transcendental ideas might be declared otiose and nugatory, and the above laws of taste thus reconciled with the objects of the senses, not as mere phenomena, but even as things in themselves. How unsatisfactory both of those alternatives alike are as a means of escape has been shown in several places in our exposition of judgments of taste. If, however, our deduction is at least credited with having been worked out on correct lines, even though it may not have been sciently clear in all its details, three ideas then stand out in evidence. Firstly, there is the supersensible in general, without further determination, as substrate of nature. Secondly, this same supersensible as principle of the subjective purposiveness of nature for our cognitive faculties. Thirdly, the same supersensible again, as principle of the ends of freedom and principle of the common accord of these ends with freedom in the moral sphere. Section 58. The idealism of the purposiveness of both nature and art, as the unique principle of aesthetic judgment. The principle of taste may, to begin with, be placed on either of two footings. For taste may be said invariably to judge on empirical grounds of determination, and such, therefore, as are only given a posteriori through the senses, or else it may be allowed to judge on an a priori ground. The former would be the empiricism of the critique of taste, the latter its rationalism. The first would obliterate the distinction that marks off the object of our delight from the agreeable. The second, supposing the judgment rested upon determinate concepts, would obliterate its distinction from the good. In this way beauty would find itself utterly banished from the world, and nothing but the dignity of a separate name, betokening, maybe, a certain blend of both the above-named kinds of delight, would be left in its stead. But we have shown the existence of grounds of delight which are a priori, and which, therefore, can consist with the principle of rationalism, and which are yet incapable of being grasped by determinate concepts. 347. As against the above, we may say that the rationalism of the principle of taste may take the form either of the realism of purposiveness or of its idealism. Now, as a judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment, and as beauty is not a property of the object considered on its own account, the rationalism of the principle of taste can never be placed in the fact that the purposiveness in this judgment is regarded in thought as objective. In other words, the judgment is not directed theoretically, nor, therefore, logically, no matter if only in a confused estimate, to the perfection of the object, but only aesthetically to the harmonizing of its representation in the imagination with the essential principles of judgment generally in the subject. For this reason, the judgment of taste and the distinction between its realism and its idealism can only, even on the principle of rationalism, depend upon its subjective purposiveness interpreted in one or other of two ways. Either such subjective purposiveness is, in the first case, a harmony with our judgment pursued as an actual, intentional, end of nature or of art, or else, in the second case, it is only a supervening purposive harmony with the needs of our faculty of judgment in its relation to nature and the forms which nature produces in accordance with particular laws, and one that is independent of an end, or spontaneous and contingent. The beautiful forms displayed in the organic world all plead eloquently on the side of the realism of the aesthetic purposiveness of nature in support of the plausible assumption that beneath the production of the beautiful there. 348 must lie an antecedent idea in the producing cause, that is to say, an end acting in the interest of our imagination. Flowers, blossoms, even the shapes of plants as a whole, the elegance of animal formations of all kinds, unnecessary for the discharge of any function on their part, but chosen as it were with an eye to our taste, and, beyond all else, the variety and harmony in the array of colors, in the pheasant, in crustacea, in insects, down even to the meanest flowers, so pleasing and charming to the eyes, but which, inasmuch as they touch the bare surface, and do not even here in any way affect the structure of these creatures, a matter which might have a necessary bearing on their internal ends, seem to be designed entirely with a view to outward appearance. All these lend great weight to the mode of explanation which assumes actual ends of nature in favor of our aesthetic judgment. On the other hand, not only does reason, with its maxims enjoining upon us in all cases to avoid, as far as possible, any unnecessary multiplication of principles, set itself against this assumption, but we have nature in its free formations displaying on all sides extensive mechanical proclivity to producing forms seemingly made, as it were, for the aesthetic employment of our judgment, without affording the least support to the supposition of a need for anything over and above its mechanism, as mere nature, to enable them to be purposive for our judgment without their being grounded upon any idea. The above expression, free formations of nature, is, however, here used to denote such as are originally set up in a fluid at rest where the evaporation or separation of some constituent, sometimes merely of caloric, leaves the residue on solidification to assume a definite shape or structure, figure or texture, which differs with specific differences of the matter, but for the same matter is invariable. Here, however, it is taken for granted that, as the true meaning of a fluid requires, the matter in the fluid is completely dissolved and not a mere admixture of solid particles simply held there in suspension. The formation, then, takes place by a precipitation, i.e. by a sudden solidification, not by a gradual transition from the fluid to the solid state, but, as it were, by a leap. This transition is termed crystallization. Freezing water offers the most familiar instance of a formation of this kind. There the process begins by straight threads of ice forming. These unite at angles of 60 degrees, whilst others similarly attach themselves to them at every point until the whole has turned into ice. But while this is going on, the water between the threads of ice does not keep getting gradually more viscous, but remains as thoroughly fluid as it would be at a much higher temperature, although it is perfectly ice-cold. The matter that frees itself, that makes its sudden escape at the moment of solidification, is a considerable quantum of caloric. As this was merely required to preserve fluidity, Its disappearance leaves the excising ice not a whit colder than the water which, but a moment before, was there as fluid. There are many salts and also stones of a crystalline figure which owe their origin in like manner to some earthy substance being dissolved in water under the influence of agencies little understood. The druzy configurations of many minerals, of the cubical sulfate of lead, of the red silver ore, etc., are presumably also similarly formed in water, and by the precipitation of their particles, on their being forced by some cause or other to relinquish this vehicle and to unite among themselves in definite external shapes. 349. But, further, all substances rendered fluid by heat, which have become solid as the result of cooling, give, when broken, internal evidence of a definite texture, thus suggesting the inference that only for the interference of their own weight or the disturbance of the air, the exterior would also have exhibited their proper specific shape. This has been observed in the case of some metals where the exterior of a molten mass is hardened, but the interior remained fluid, and then, owing to the withdrawal of the still fluid portion in the interior, there has been an undisturbed precipitation of the remaining parts on the inside. A number of such mineral crystallizations, such as spars, hematite, aragonite, frequently present extremely beautiful shapes such as it might take art all its time to devise, and the halo in the grotto of Antiparos asterisk is merely the work of water percolating through strata of gypsum. The fluid state is, to all appearance, on the whole older than the solid, and plants as well as animal bodies are built up out of fluid nutritive matter, which quietly takes on form. In the case of the latter, admittedly, in obedience, primarily, to a certain original predisposition according to ends, which, as will be shown in Part 2, must not be judged aesthetically, but teleologically by the principle of realism, but still all the while, perhaps, also following the universal law of the unity of substances in the way they precipitate and freely form themselves. In the same way, again, where an atmosphere, which is a composite of different kinds of gas, is charged with watery fluids, and these separate from it owing to a reduction of the temperature, they produce snow figures of shapes differing with the actual composition of the atmosphere. These are frequently of very artistic appearance and of extreme beauty. So without at all derogating from the teleological principle by which an organization is judged, it is readily conceivable how with beauty of flowers, of the plumage of birds, of crustacea, both as to their shape and their color, we have only what may be ascribed to nature and its capacity for originating in free activity aesthetically. 350 Purposive forms, independently of any particular guiding ends, according to chemical laws, by means of the chemical integration of the substance requisite for the organization. But what shows plainly that the principle of the ideality of the purposiveness in the beauty of nature is the one upon which we ourselves invariably take our stand in our aesthetic judgments, forbidding us to have recourse to any realism of a natural end in favor of our faculty of representation as a principle of explanation, is that in our general judging of beauty we seek its standard a priori in ourselves, and that the aesthetic faculty is itself legislative in respect of the judgment, whether anything is beautiful or not. This could not be so on the assumption of a realism of the purposiveness of nature, because in that case we should have to go to nature for instruction as to what we should deem beautiful, and the judgment of taste would be subject to empirical principles. For in such judging the question does not turn on what nature is, or even on what it is for us in the way of an end, but on how we receive it. For nature to have fashioned its forms for our delight would inevitably imply an objective purposiveness on the part of nature, instead of a subjective purposiveness resting on the play of imagination in its freedom, where it is we who receive nature with favor, and not nature that does us a favor. That nature affords us an opportunity for perceiving the inner purposiveness in the relation of our mental powers engaged in the estimate of certain of its products, and, indeed, such a purposiveness as arising from a supersensible basis is to be pronounced necessary and of universal validity, is a property of nature which cannot belong to it as its end, or rather, cannot be judged by us to be such an end. For otherwise the judgment that would be determined by reference to such an end would be grounded upon heteronomy, instead of being grounded upon autonomy and being free, as befits a judgment of taste. The principle of the ideality of purposiveness is still more clearly apparent in fine art. For the point that sensations do not enable us to adopt an aesthetic realism of purposiveness, which would make art merely agreeable instead of beautiful, is one which it enjoys in common with beautiful nature. But the further point that the delight arising from aesthetic ideas must not be made dependent upon the successful attainment of determinate ends, as an art mechanically directed to results, and that, consequently, even in the case of the rationalism of the principle, an ideality of the ends and not their reality is fundamental, is brought home to us by the fact that fine art, as such, must not be regarded as a product of understanding and science, but of genius, and must, therefore, derive its rule from aesthetic ideas, which are essentially different from rational ideas of determinate ends. 351. Just as the ideality of objects of the senses as phenomena is the only way of explaining the possibility of their forms admitting of a priori determination, so, also, the idealism of the purposiveness in judging the beautiful in nature and in art is the only hypothesis upon which a critique can explain the possibility of a judgment of taste that demands a priori validity for everyone, yet without basing the purposiveness represented in the object upon concepts. Section 59. Beauty as the symbol of morality. Intuitions are always required to verify the reality of our concepts. If the concepts are empirical, the intuitions are called examples. If they are pure concepts of the understanding, the intuitions go by the name of schemata. But to call for a verification of the objective reality of rational concepts, i.e. of ideas, and, what is more, on behalf of the theoretical cognition of such a reality, is to demand an impossibility, because absolutely no intuition adequate to them can be given. All hypotyposis, presentation, subjectio sub ad spectum, *, a rendering in terms of sense, is twofold. Either it is schematic, as where the intuition corresponding to a concept comprehended by the understanding is given a priori, or else it is symbolic, as where the concept is one which only reason can think, and to which no sensuous intuition can be adequate. In the latter case, the concept is supplied with an intuition such that the procedure of judgment in dealing with it is merely analogous to that which it observes in schematism. In other words, what agrees with the concept is merely the rule of this procedure, and not the intuition itself. Hence the agreement is merely in the form of reflection, and not in the content. Notwithstanding the adoption of the word symbolic by modern logicians in a sense opposed to an intuitive mode of representation, it is a wrong use of the word and subversive of its true meaning, for the symbolic is only a mode of the intuitive. The intuitive mode of representation is, in fact, divisible into the schematic and the symbolic. Both are hypotyposes, i.e. presentations, exhibitions, not mere marks. Marks are merely designations of concepts by the aid of accompanying sensuous signs devoid of any intrinsic connection with the intuition of the object. Their sole function is to afford a means of reinvoking the concepts according to the imagination's law of association, a purely subjective role. Such marks are either words or visible, algebraic or even mimetic signs, simply as expressions for concepts. Point 20. 352. All intuitions by which a priori concepts are given a foothold are, therefore, either schemata or symbols. Schemata contain direct, symbols indirect, presentations of the concept. Schemata effect this presentation demonstratively, symbols by the aid of an analogy, for which recourse is had even to empirical intuitions, in which analogy judgment performs a double function. First, in applying the concept to the object of a sensuous intuition, and then, secondly, in applying the mere rule of its reflection upon that intuition to quite another object, of which the former is but the symbol. In this way, a monarchical state is represented as a living body when it is governed by constitutional laws, but as a mere machine, like a handmill, when it is governed by an individual absolute will. But in both cases the representation is merely symbolic. For there is certainly no likeness between a despotic state and a handmill, whereas there surely is between the rules of reflection upon both and their causality. Hitherto this function has been but little analyzed, worthy as it is of a deeper study. Still, this is not the place to dwell upon it. In language we have many such indirect presentations modeled upon an analogy enabling the expression in question to contain not the proper schema for the concept, but merely a symbol for reflection. Thus the words ground, support, basis, to depend, to be held up from above, to flow from, instead of to follow, substance, as Locke puts it, the support of accidents, and numberless others, are not schematic, but rather symbolic hypotyposes, and express concepts without employing a direct intuition for the purpose, but only drawing upon an analogy with one, i.e. transferring the 353 reflection upon an object of intuition to quite a new concept, and one with which perhaps no intuition could ever directly correspond. Supposing the name of knowledge may be given to what only amounts to a mere mode of representation, which is quite permissible where this is not a principle of the theoretical determination of the object in respect of what it is in itself, but of the practical determination of what the idea of it ought to be for us and for its purpose of employment, then all our knowledge of God is merely symbolic, and one who takes it, with the properties of understanding, will, and so forth, which only manifest their objective reality in beings of this world, to be schematic, falls into anthropomorphism, just as, if he abandons every intuitive element, he falls into deism, which furnishes no knowledge whatsoever, not even from a practical point of view. Now, I say, the beautiful is the symbol of the morally good, and only in this light, a point of view natural to everyone, and one which everyone demands from others as a duty, does it give us pleasure with an attendant claim to the agreement of everyone else, whereupon the mind becomes conscious of a certain ennoblement and elevation above mere sensibility to pleasure from impressions of the senses, and also appraises the worth of others on the score of a like maxim of their judgment. This is the intelligible toward which taste looks, as we have indicated in the preceding paragraph. It is, that is to say, what brings even our higher cognitive faculties into common accord, and is that apart from which sheer contradiction would arise between their nature and the claims put forward by taste. In this faculty judgment does not find itself subjected to a heteronomy of laws of experience as it does in the empirical judging of things. In respect of the objects of such a pure delight, it gives the law to itself, just as reason does in respect of the faculty of desire. Here, too, both on account of this inner possibility in the subject and on account of the external possibility of a nature harmonizing therewith, it finds a reference in itself to something in the subject itself and outside it, and which is not nature, nor yet freedom, but still is connected with the ground of the latter, i.e. the supersensible, a something in which the theoretical faculty is combined with the practical in a shared and unknown manner. We shall bring out a few points of this analogy, while taking care, at the same time, not to let the points of difference escape us. 1. The beautiful pleases immediately, but only in reflective intuition, not, like morality, in its concept. 2. It pleases apart from all interest. Pleasure in the morally good is no doubt necessarily bound up with an interest, but not with one of the kind that are antecedent to the judgment upon the delight, but with one that judgment itself for the first 354 time calls into existence. 3. The freedom of the imagination, consequently of our faculty in respect of its sensibility, is, in judging the beautiful, represented as in accord with the understanding's conformity to law, In moral judgments, the freedom of the will is thought as the harmony of the latter with itself according to universal laws of reason. 4. The subjective principle of the judging of the beautiful is represented as universal, i.e. valid for every human being, but is incognizable by means of any universal concept. The objective principle of morality is set forth as also universal, i.e. for all individuals, and at the same time, for all actions of the same individual, and besides, as cognizable by means of a universal concept. For this reason, the moral judgment not only admits of definite constitutive principles, but is only possible by adopting these principles and their universality as the ground of its maxims. Even common understanding tends to pay regard to this analogy, and we frequently apply to beautiful objects of nature or of art names that seem to rely upon the basis of moral judgment. We call buildings or trees majestic and stately, or plains laughing and joyful. Even colors are called innocent, modest, soft, because they excite sensations containing something analogous to the consciousness of the state of mind produced by moral judgments. Taste makes, as it were, the transition from the charm of sense to habitual moral interest possible without too violent a leap, for it represents the imagination, even in its freedom, as purposive with respect to the understanding, and teaches us to find, even in sensuous objects, a free delight apart from any charm of sense. Section 60. Appendix. The methodology of taste. The division of a critique into a doctrine of elements and a doctrine of method, a division which is introductory to science, is one inapplicable to the critique of taste. For there neither is, nor can be, a science of the beautiful, and the judgment of taste is not determinable by principles. For, as to the element of science in every art, a matter which turns upon truth in the presentation of the object of the art, while this is, no doubt, the indispensable condition, conditio sine qua non, of fine art, it is not itself fine art. Fine art, therefore, has only got a manner, modus, and not a method of teaching, methodus. The master must illustrate what the pupil is to achieve, and how achievement is to be attained, and the proper function of the universal rules to which he ultimately reduces his treatment is rather that of supplying a convenient text for recalling its chief moments to the pupil's mind, than of prescribing them to him. Yet, in all this, due regard must. 355 be paid to a certain ideal which art must keep in view, even though complete success constantly eludes its happiest efforts. Only by exciting the pupil's imagination to conformity with a given concept, by pointing out how the expression falls short of the idea to which, as aesthetic, the concept itself fails to attain, and by means of severe criticism, is it possible to prevent his promptly looking upon the examples set before him as the prototypes of excellence, and as models for him to imitate, without submission to any higher standard or to his own critical judgment. This would result in genius being stifled, and, with it, also the freedom of the imagination in its very conformity to law, a freedom without which a fine art is not possible, nor even as much as a correct taste of one's own for judging it. The propedeutic to all fine art, so far as the highest degree of its perfection is what is in view, appears to lie, not in precepts, but in the culture of the mental powers produced by a sound preparatory education in what are called the humanura asterisk, so called, presumably, because humanity signifies, on the one hand, the universal feeling of sympathy, and, on the other, the faculty of being able to communicate universally one's inmost self, properties constituting, in conjunction, the befitting social character of mankind, asterisk in contradistinction to the narrowly constricted life of animals. The age and the peoples in which the vigorous drive towards. 356 A social life regulated by laws, that which converts a people into an enduring community, grappled with the huge difficulties presented by the trying problem of bringing freedom, and therefore equality also, into union with constraint, more that of respect and dutiful submission than of fear. And such must have been the age, and such the people, that first discovered the art of reciprocal communication of ideas between the more cultured and cruder sections of the community, and how to bridge the difference between the breadth and refinement of the former and the natural simplicity and originality of the latter. In this way, hitting upon that mean between higher culture and self-soothing nature that forms for taste also, as a sense common to all mankind, that true standard which no universal rules can supply. Hardly will a later age dispense with those models, for nature will ever recede farther into the background, so that eventually, without enduring examples of it, a future age would scarcely be in a position to form a concept of the happy union, in one and the same people, of the law-directed constraint belonging to the highest culture, with the force and rightness of a free nature aware of its proper worth. However, taste is, in the ultimate analysis, a faculty that judges of the rendering of moral ideas in terms of the senses, through the intervention of a certain analogy in our reflection on both. And it is this rendering also, and the increased receptivity, founded upon it, for the feeling which these ideas evoke, termed moral sense, that are the origin of that pleasure which taste declares valid for mankind in general, and not merely for the private feeling of each individual. This makes it clear that the true propedeutic for laying the foundations of taste is the development of moral ideas and the culture of the moral feeling. For only when sensibility is brought into harmony with moral feeling can genuine taste assume a definite, unchangeable form. Part 2. Critique of Teleological Judgment. Section 61. The objective purposiveness of nature. We do not need to look beyond transcendental principles to find ample reason for assuming a subjective purposiveness on the part of nature in its particular laws. This is a purposiveness relative to comprehensibility, with respect to the human power of judgment, and to the possibility of uniting particular experiences into a connected system of nature. In this system, then, we may further anticipate the possible existence of some among the many products of nature that, as if designed with special regard to our power of judgment, are of a form particularly adapted to that faculty. Forms of this kind are those which by their combination of unity and heterogeneity serve as it were to strengthen and entertain the mental powers that enter into play in the exercise of the faculty of judgment, and to them the name of beautiful forms is accordingly given. 359. But the universal idea of nature, as the sum of objects of the senses, gives us no reason whatever for assuming that things of nature serve one another as means to ends, or that their very possibility is only made fully intelligible by a causality of this sort. For since, in the case of the beautiful forms above mentioned, the representation of the things is something in ourselves, it can quite readily be thought even a priori as one well adapted and suitable for disposing our cognitive faculties to an internally purposive harmony. But where the ends are not ends of our own, and do not belong even to nature, which we do not take to be an intelligent being, there is no reason at all for presuming a priori that they may or ought nevertheless to constitute a special kind of causality, or at least a quite peculiar order of nature. What is more, the actual existence of these ends cannot be proved by experience, save on the assumption of an antecedent process of mental jugglery that only reads the conception of an end into the nature of the things, and that, not deriving this conception from the objects and what it knows of them from experience, makes use of it more for the purpose of rendering nature intelligible to us by an analogy to a subjective ground upon which our representations are brought into interconnection, than for that of cognizing nature from objective grounds. 360. Besides, objective purposiveness, as a principle upon which physical objects are possible, is so far from attaching necessarily to the conception of nature that it is the stock example adduced to show the contingency of nature and its form. So where the structure of a bird, for instance, the hollow formation of its bones, the position of its wings for producing motion and of its tail for steering, are cited, we are told that all this is in the highest degree contingent if we simply look to the nexus effectivus in nature and do not call an aid a special kind of causality, namely, that of ens, nexus finalis. This means that nature, regarded as mere mechanism, could have fashioned itself in 1,000 other different ways without lighting precisely on the unity based on a principle like this, and that, accordingly, it is only outside the conception of nature, and not in it, that we may hope to find some shadow of ground a priori for that unity. We are right, however, in drawing upon teleological judging, at least problematically, with regard to the investigation of nature, but only with a view to bringing it under principles of observation and research by analogy to the causality that looks to ends, while not pretending to explain it by this means. Thus, this is an activity of reflective, not of determining, judgment. Yet the conception of combinations and forms in nature that are determined by ends is at least one more principle for reducing its phenomena to rules in cases where the laws of its purely mechanical causality do not carry us sufficiently far. For we are bringing forward a teleological 361 ground where we endow a concept of an object, as if that concept were to be found in nature instead of in ourselves, with causality in respect of the object, or rather where we represent to ourselves the possibility of the object on the analogy of a causality of this kind, a causality such as we experience in ourselves, and so regard nature as possessed of a capacity of its own for acting technically, whereas if we did not ascribe such a mode of operation to nature, its causality would have to be regarded as blind mechanism. But this is a different thing from crediting nature with causes acting designedly, to which it may be regarded as subjected in following its particular laws. The latter would mean that teleology is based not merely on a regulative principle, directed to the simple judging of phenomena, but is actually based on a constitutive principle available for deriving natural products from their causes, with the result that the concept of a natural end would no longer belong to reflective, but to determining, judgment. But in that case the concept would not really be specially connected with the power of judgment, as is the concept of beauty as a formal subjective purposiveness. It would, on the contrary, be a concept of reason, and would introduce a new causality into science, one which we are borrowing all the time solely from ourselves and attributing to other beings, although we do not mean to assume that they and we are similarly constituted. First division. Analytic of teleological judgment. 362. Section 62. Purely formal, as distinguished from material, objective purposiveness. All geometrical figures drawn on a principle display a manifold objective purposiveness, which has often been admired. This purposiveness is one of convenience on the part of the figure for solving a number of problems by a single principle, and even for solving each one of the problems in an infinite variety of ways. Here the purposiveness is manifestly objective and intellectual, not simply subjective and aesthetic, for it expresses the way the figure lends itself to the production of many proposed figures, and it is cognized through reason. Yet this purposiveness does not make the conception of the object itself possible. That is to say, we do not regard the object as possible simply because it may be turned to such use. In such a simple figure as the circle lies the key to the solution of a host of problems, every one of which would separately require elaborate materials, and this solution follows, we might say, directly as one of the infinite number of excellent properties of that figure. For instance, suppose we have to construct a triangle, being given the base and vertical angle. The problem is indeterminate, i.e., it admits of solution in an endless variety of ways. But the circle embraces them all in one, as the geometrical locus of all triangles satisfying this condition. Or two lines have to intersect one another, so that the rectangle under the two parts of the one shall be equal to the rectangle under the two parts of the other. The solution of the problem is apparently full of difficulty, but all lines intersecting within a circle whose circumference passes through their extremities are divided directly in this ratio. The remaining curves similarly suggest to us other useful solutions, never contemplated in the rule upon which they are constructed. All conic sections, taken separately or compared with one another, are, however simple their definition, fruitful in principles for solving a host of possible problems. It is a real joy to see the ardor with which the older geometricians investigated these properties of such lines, without allowing themselves to be troubled by the question which shallow minds raise, as to the supposed use of such knowledge. Thus they investigated the properties of the parabola in ignorance of the law of terrestrial gravitation, which would have shown them its application to the trajectory of heavy bodies, for the direction of their gravitation when in motion may be regarded as parallel to 363. 364 The curve of a parabola. So again they investigated the properties of the ellipse without a suspicion that a gravitation was also discoverable in the celestial bodies, and without knowing the law that governs it as the distance from the point of attraction varies, and that makes the bodies describe this curve in free motion. While in all these labors they were working unwittingly for those who were to come after them, they delighted themselves with a purposiveness which, although belonging to the nature of the things, they were able to present completely a priori as necessary. Plato, himself a master of this science, was fired with the idea of an original constitution of things, for the discovery of which we could dispense with all experience, and of a power of the mind enabling it to derive the harmony of real things from their supersensible principle. And with these real things he classed the properties of numbers with which the mind plays in music. Thus inspired, he transcended the conceptions of experience and rose to ideas that seemed only explicable to him on the assumption of a community of intellect with the original source of all real things. No wonder that he banished from his school the man that was ignorant of geometry, since he thought that from the pure intuition residing in the depths of the human soul, he could derive all that Anaxagoras inferred from the objects of experience and their purposive connection. For it is the necessity of that which, while appearing to be an original attribute belonging to the essential nature of things regardless of service to us, is yet purposive, and formed as if deliberately designed for our use. That is the source of our great admiration of nature, a source not so much external to ourselves as seated in our reason. Surely we may pardon this admiration if, as the result of a misapprehension, it is inclined to rise by degrees to extravagant heights. This intellectual purposiveness is simply formal, not real. In other words, it is a purposiveness which does not imply an underlying end, and which, therefore, does not stand in need of teleology. As such, and although it is objective, not subjective like aesthetic purposiveness, its possibility is readily comprehensible, though only in the abstract. The figure of a circle is an intuition which understanding has determined according to a principle. This principle, which is arbitrarily assumed and made a fundamental conception, is applied to space, a form of intuition which, similarly, is only found in ourselves, and found a priori as a representation. It is the unity of this principle that explains the unity of the numerous rules resulting from the construction of that conception. These rules display purposiveness from many possible points of view, but we must not rest this purposiveness on an end, or resort to any explanation beyond the above. This is different from finding order and regularity in complexes of external things enclosed within definite bounds, as, for instance, order and regularity in the trees, flower beds, and walks in a garden, which is one that I cannot hope to deduce a priori from any delimitation I may make of space according to some rule out of my own head. For these are things having real existence, things that to be cognized must be given empirically, and not a mere representation in myself defined a priori on a principle. Hence the latter, empirical, purposiveness is real, and, being real, is dependent on the conception of an end. But we can also quite easily see the reason for the admiration, and, in fact, regard it as justified, even where the purposiveness admired is perceived in the essential nature of the things, they being things whose concepts are such as we can construct. The various rules whose unity, derived from a principle, excites this admiration are one and all synthetic and do not follow from any concept of the object, as, for instance, from the concept of a circle, but require to have this object given an intuition. This gives the unity the appearance of having an external source of its rules distinct from our faculty of representation, just as if it were empirical. Hence, the way the object answers to the understanding's own peculiar need for rules appears intrinsically contingent, and, therefore, only possible by virtue of an end expressly directed to its production. Now, since this harmony, despite all the purposiveness mentioned, is not cognized empirically, but a 365 priori, it is just what should bring home to us the fact that space, by the limitation of which, by means of the imagination acting in accordance with the concept, the object was alone possible, is not a quality of the things outside me, but a mere mode of representation existing in myself. Hence, where I draw a figure in accordance with a concept, or, in other words, when I form my own representation of what is given to me externally, be its own intrinsic nature what it may, what really happens is that I introduce the purposiveness into that figure or representation. I derive no empirical instruction as to the purposiveness from what is given to me externally, and consequently the figure is not one for which I require any special end external to myself and residing in the object. But this reflection presupposes a critical use of reason, and, therefore, it cannot be involved then and there in the judging of the object and its properties. Hence, all that this judging immediately suggests to me is a unification of heterogeneous rules, united even in their intrinsic diversity, in a principle the truth of which I can cognize a priori, without requiring for that purpose some special explanation lying beyond my conception, or, to put it more generally, beyond my own a priori representation. Now astonishment is a shock that the mind receives from a representation and the rule given through it being incompatible with the principles already grounded in the mind, and that accordingly makes one doubt one's own eyes or question one's judgment. But admiration is an astonishment that keeps continually recurring despite the disappearance of this doubt. Admiration is consequently quite a natural effect of observing the above-mentioned purposiveness in the essence of things as phenomena, and so far there is really nothing to be said against it. For the agreement of the above form of sensuous intuition, which is called space, with the faculty of concepts, namely understanding, not only leaves it inexplicable why it is this particular form of agreement and not some other, but, in addition, produces an expansion of the mind in which it suspects, so to speak, the existence of something lying beyond the confines of such sensuous representations, in which, perhaps, although unknown to us, the ultimate source of that accordance could be found. It is true that we have also no need to know this source where we are merely concerned with the formal purposiveness of our a priori representations. But even the mere fact that we are compelled to look out in that direction excites an accompanying admiration for the object which obliges us to do so. The name of beauty is customarily given to the properties above referred to, both those of geometrical figures and also those of numbers, on account of a certain purposiveness which they possess for employment in all kinds of ways in the field of knowledge, a purposiveness which the simplicity of their construction would not lead us to expect. Thus people 366 speak of this or that beautiful property of the circle brought to light in this or that manner. But it is not by means of any aesthetic appreciation that we consider such properties purposive. There is no judging apart from a concept, making us take note of a purely subjective purposiveness in the free play of our cognitive faculties. On the contrary, it is an intellectual judging according to concepts, in which we clearly recognize an objective purposiveness, that is to say, adaptability for all sorts of ends, i.e., an infinite manifold of ends. Such properties should rather be termed a relative perfection than a beauty of the mathematical figure. We cannot even properly allow the expression intellectual beauty at all, since, if we do, the word beauty must lose all definite meaning, and the delight of the intellect all superiority over that of the senses. The term beautiful could be better applied to a demonstration of the properties in question, since here understanding, as the faculty of concepts, and imagination, as the faculty of presenting them a priori, get a feeling of invigoration, which, with the addition of the precision introduced by reason, is called the elegance of the demonstration, for in this case the delight, although grounded on concepts, is at least subjective, whereas perfection involves an objective delight. Section 63. The relative, as distinguished from the intrinsic, purposiveness of nature. There is only one case in which experience leads our judgment to the concept of an objective and material purposiveness, that is to say, to the concept of an end of nature. This is where the relation in which some cause stands to its effect is under review. 1. And where we are only able to see uniformity in this relation on introducing into the causal principle the idea of the effect, and making it the source of the causality and the underlying condition on which the effect is possible. Now this can be done in two ways. We may regard the effect as being, as it stands, an art product, or we may only regard it as what other possible objects in nature may employ for the purposes of their art. We may, in other words, look upon the effect either as an end, or else as a means which other causes use in the pursuit of ends. The latter purposiveness is termed utility, where it concerns human beings, and advantageousness where it concerns any other creatures. It is a purely relative purposiveness. The former, on the contrary, is an intrinsic purposiveness belonging to the thing itself as a natural object. 367. For example, rivers in their course carry down earth of all kinds that is good for the growth of plants, and this they deposit sometimes inland, sometimes at their mouths. On some coasts the high tide carries this alluvial mud inland, or deposits it along the seashore. Thus the fruitful soil is increased, especially where man helps to hinder the ebb tide carrying the detritus off again, and the vegetable kingdom takes root in the former abode of fish and crustaceans. Nature has in this way itself produced most accretions to the land, and is still, though slowly, continuing the process. There now arises the question if this result is to be considered an end on the part of nature, since it is fraught with benefit to man. I say to man, for the benefit to the vegetable kingdom cannot be taken into account, inasmuch as against the gain to the land there is, in turn, also as much loss to sea life. Or we may give an example of the advantageousness of particular things of nature as means for other forms of life, setting out with the assumption that these latter are ends. Thus there is no healthier soil for pine trees than a sandy soil. Now before the primeval sea withdrew from the land, it left numerous sand tracts behind it in our northern regions. The result was that upon this soil, generally so unfavorable for cultivation of any kind, extensive pine forests were able to spring up, forests which we frequently blame our ancestors for having wantonly destroyed. Now it may be asked if this primordial deposit of sand tracts was not an end that nature had in view for the benefit of the possible pine forests that might grow on them. This much is clear, that if the pine forests are assumed to be a natural end, then the sand must be admitted to be an end also, though only a relative end. 368 and one for which, in turn, the primeval sea's beach and its withdrawal were means. For in the series of the mutually subordinated members of a connection of ends, each intermediate member must be regarded as an end, though not a final end, to which its proximate cause stands as means. Similarly, if it is granted that cattle, sheep, horses, and the like were to be in the world, then there had to be grass on the earth, while alkaline plants had to grow in the deserts if camels were to thrive. Again, these and other herbivora had to abound if wolves. Consequently, objective purposiveness based on advantageousness is not an immanent objective purposiveness of things, as though the sand, as simple sand, could not be conceived as the effect of its cause, the sea, unless we made this cause look to an end, and treated the effect, namely the sand, as an art product. It is a purely relative purposiveness, and merely contingent to the thing itself to which it is ascribed. And although among the examples cited, the various kinds of herbs or plants, considered in their own right, are to be judged as organized products of nature, and, therefore, as things of art, yet, in relation to the animals that feed on them, they are to be regarded as mere raw material. Moreover, the freedom of man's causality enables him to adapt natural things to the purposes he has in view. These purposes are frequently foolish, as when he uses the gay-colored feathers of birds for adorning his clothes, and colored earths or juices of plants for painting himself. Sometimes they are reasonable, as when he uses the horse for riding, and the ox, or, as in Minorca, even the ass or pig for plowing. But we cannot here assume even a relative end of nature, relative, that is, to such uses. For man's reason informs him how to adapt things to his own arbitrary whims. Whims for which he was not himself at all predestined by nature. All we can say is that if we assume that it is intended that human beings should live on the earth, then at least those means without which they could not exist as animals, and even, on however low a plane, as rational animals, must also not be absent. But in that case, those natural things that are indispensable for such existence must equally be regarded as natural ends. From what has been said, we can easily see that the only condition on which extrinsic purposiveness, that is, the advantageousness of a thing for other things, can be looked on as an extrinsic natural end, is that the existence of the thing for which it is proximately or remotely advantageous is itself, and in its own right, an end of nature. But this is a matter that can never be decided by any mere study of nature. Hence it follows that relative purposiveness, although, on a certain supposition, it points to natural. 369 purposiveness does not warrant any absolute teleological judgment. In cold countries, the snow protects the seeds from the frost. It facilitates communication between people through the use of sleighs. The Laplander finds animals in these regions, namely reindeer, to bring about this communication. The latter find sufficient food to live on in a dry moss, which they have to scrape out for themselves from under the snow, yet they submit to being tamed without difficulty, and readily allow themselves to be deprived of the freedom in which they could quite well have supported themselves. For other dwellers in these icebound lands, the sea is rich in its supply of animals that afford them fuel for heating their huts, in addition to which there are the food and clothing that these animals provide, and the wood which the sea itself, as it were, washes in for them as material for their homes. Now here we have a truly marvelous confluence of many relations of nature to an end, the end being the Greenlanders, Laplanders, Samoyeds, Jakuts, and the like. But we do not see why human beings should live in these places at all. To say, therefore, that the facts that vapor falls from the atmosphere in the form of snow, that the ocean has its currents that wash into these regions the wood grown in warmer lands, and that great sea creatures containing quantities of oil are to be found there, are due to the idea of some benefit to certain poor creatures underlying the cause that brings together all these natural products, would be a very hazardous and arbitrary assertion. For supposing that all this utility on the part of nature were absent, then the capacity of the natural causes to serve this order of existence would not be missed. On the contrary, it would seem audacious and inconsiderate on our part even to ask for such a capacity, or demand such an end from nature, for nothing but the greatest incompatibility between human beings could have dispersed them into such inhospitable regions. Section 64. The distinctive character of things considered as natural ends. A thing is possible only as an end where the causality to which it owes its origin must not be sought in the mechanism of nature, but in a cause whose capacity of acting is determined by concepts. What is required in order that we may perceive that a thing is only possible in this way is that its form is not possible on purely natural laws, that is to say, such laws as we may cognize by means of unaided understanding applied to objects of the senses, but that, on the contrary, Even to know it empirically in respect of its cause and effect presupposes concepts of reason. Here we have, as far as any empirical laws of nature go, a contingency. 370 of the form of the thing in relation to reason. Now reason in every case insists on cognizing the necessity of the form of a natural product, even where it only desires to perceive the conditions involved in its production. In the given form above mentioned, however, it cannot discover this necessity. Hence the contingency is itself a ground for making us look upon the origin of the thing as if, just because of that contingency, it could only be possible through reason. But the causality, so construed, becomes the faculty of acting according to ends, that is to say, a will, and the object, which is represented as only deriving its possibility from such a will be represented as possible only as an end. Suppose a person was in a country that seemed to be uninhabited and was to see a geometrical figure, say a regular hexagon, traced on the sand. As he reflected and tried to form a concept of the figure, his reason would make him conscious, though perhaps obscurely, that in the production of this concept there was unity of principle. His reason would then forbid him to consider the sand, the neighboring sea, the winds, or even animals with their footprints, as causes familiar to him, or any other irrational cause, as the ground of the possibility of such a form. For the contingency of coincidence with a concept like this, which is only possible in reason, would appear to him so infinitely great that there might just as well be no law of nature at all in the case. Hence it would seem that the cause of the production of such an effect could not be contained in the mere mechanical operation of nature, but that, on the contrary, a concept of such an object, as a concept that only reason can give and compare the object with, must likewise be what alone contains that causality. On these grounds it would appear to him that this effect was one that might without reservation be regarded as an end, though not as a natural end. In other words, he would regard it as a product of art, vestigium hominis video, star. But where a thing is recognized to be a product of nature, then something more is required, unless, perhaps, our very judging involves a contradiction, if, despite its being such a product, we are yet to judge it as an end, and, consequently, as a natural end. As a provisional statement, I would say that a thing exists as a natural end if it is, though in a double sense, both cause and effect of itself. For this involves a kind of causality that we cannot associate with the mere concept of a nature unless we make that nature rest on an underlying end, but which can then, though incomprehensible, be thought without contradiction. Before analyzing the component factors of this idea of a natural end, let us first illustrate its meaning by an example. 371. A tree produces, in the first place, another tree, according to a familiar law of nature. But the tree which it produces is of the same genus. Hence, in its genus, it produces itself. In the genus, now as effect, now as cause, continually generated from itself, and likewise generating itself, it preserves itself generically. Secondly, a tree produces itself even as an individual. It is true that we only call this kind of effect growth, but growth is here to be understood in a sense that makes it entirely different from any increase according to mechanical laws, and renders it equivalent, though under another name, to generation. The plant first prepares the matter that it assimilates and bestows upon it a specifically distinctive quality which the mechanism of nature outside it cannot supply, and it develops itself by means of a material which, in its composite character, is its own product. For, although in respect of the constituents that it derives from nature outside, it must be regarded as only an educt, yet in the separation and recombination of this raw material, we find an original capacity of selection and construction on the part of natural beings of this kind, such as infinitely outdistances all the efforts of art, when the latter attempts to reconstitute those products of the vegetable kingdom out of the elements which it obtains through their analysis, or else out of the material which nature supplies for their nourishment. Thirdly, A part of a tree also generates itself in such a way that the preservation of one part is reciprocally dependent on the preservation of the other parts. An eye taken from the leaf of one tree and grafted onto the branch of another produces in the alien stock a growth of its own species, and similarly a scion grafted on the body of a different tree. Hence, even in the case of the same tree, each branch or leaf may be regarded as engrafted or inoculated into it, and, consequently, as a tree with a separate existence of its own, and only attaching itself to another and living parasitically on it. At the same time, the leaves are certainly products of the tree, but they also maintain it in turn, for repeated defoliation would kill it, and its growth is dependent upon the action of the leaves on the trunk. The way nature comes, in these forms of life, to her own aid in the case of injury, where the lack of one part necessary for the maintenance of the neighboring parts is made good by the rest, the miscarriages or malformations in growth, where, on account of some chance defect or obstacle, certain parts adopt a completely new formation, so as to preserve the existing growth, and thus produce an anomalous form. These are matters which I only desire to mention here in passing, although they are among the most wonderful properties of the forms of organic life. 372. Section 65. Things considered as natural ends are organisms. Where a thing is a product of nature and yet, so regarded, has to be cognized as possible only as a natural end, it must, from its character as set out in the preceding section, stand to itself reciprocally in the relation of cause and effect. This is, however, a somewhat inexact and indeterminate expression that needs derivation from a determinate concept. Insofar as the causal connection is thought merely by means of understanding it is a nexus constituting a series, namely of causes and effects, that is invariably progressive. The things that as effects presuppose others as their causes cannot themselves in turn be also causes of the latter. This causal connection is termed that of escient causes, nexus effectivus. On the other hand, however, we are also able to think a causal connection according to a rational concept, that of ends, which, if regarded as a series, would involve regressive as well as progressive dependency. It would be one in which the thing that for the moment is designated effect deserves none the less, if we take the series regressively, to be called the cause of the thing of which it was said to be the effect. In the domain of practical matters, namely in art, we readily find examples of a nexus of this kind. Thus a house is certainly the cause of the money that is received as rent, but yet, conversely, the representation of this possible income was the cause of the building of the house. A causal nexus of this kind is termed that of final causes, nexus finalis. The former might, perhaps, more appropriately be called the nexus of real, and the latter the nexus of ideal causes, because with this use of terms it would be understood at once that there cannot be more than these two kinds of causality. Now the first requisite of a thing, considered as a natural end, is that its parts, both as to their existence and form, are only possible by their relation to the whole. For the thing is itself an end, and is, therefore, grasped under a concept or an idea that must determine a priori all that is to be contained in it. But so far as the possibility of a thing is only thought in this way, it is simply a work of art. It is the product, in other words, of an intelligent cause, distinct from the matter, or parts, of the thing, and of one whose causality, in bringing together and combining the parts, is determined by its idea of a whole made possible through that idea, and consequently, not by external nature. 373. But if a thing is a product of nature, and in this character is notwithstanding to contain intrinsically, and in its inner possibility a relation to ends, in other words, is to be possible only as a natural end and independently of the causality of the concepts of external rational agents, then this second requisite is involved, namely, that the parts of the thing combine of themselves into the unity of a whole by being reciprocally cause and effect of their form. For this is the only way in which it is possible that the idea of the whole may conversely, or reciprocally, determine in its turn the form and combination of all the parts, not as cause, for that would make it an art product, but as the ground for the cognition of the systematic unity of the form and combination of all the manifold contained in the given matter for the person judging it. What we require, therefore, in the case of a body which in its intrinsic nature and inner possibility has to be judged as a natural end, is as follows. Its parts must in their collective unity reciprocally produce one another alike as to form and combination, and thus by their own causality produce a whole, the concept of which, conversely, in a being possessing the causality according to concepts that is adequate for such a product, could in turn be the cause of the whole according to a principle, so that, consequently, the nexus of efficient causes might be no less judged as an effect brought about by final causes. In such a natural product as this, every part is thought as owing its presence to the agency of all the remaining parts, and also as existing for the sake of the others and of the whole, that is, as an instrument or organ. But this is not enough, for it might be an instrument of art, and thus have no more than its general possibility referred to an end. On the contrary, the part must be an organ producing the other parts, each, consequently, reciprocally producing the others. No. 374 instrument of art can answer to this description, but only the instrument of that nature from whose resources the materials of every instrument are drawn, even the materials for instruments of art. Only under these conditions and upon these terms can such a product be an organized and self-organized being, and, as such, be called a natural end. In a watch, one part is the instrument by which the movement of the others is effected, but one wheel is not the escient cause of the production of the other. One part is certainly present for the sake of another, but it does not owe its presence to the agency of that other. For this reason, also, the producing cause of the watch and its form is not contained in the nature of this material, but lies outside the watch in a being that can act according to ideas of a whole which its causality makes possible. Hence one wheel in the watch does not produce the other, and, still less, does one watch produce other watches, by utilizing or organizing foreign material. Hence it does not of itself replace parts of which it has been deprived, nor, if these are absent in the original construction, does it make good the deficiency by the addition of new parts, nor does it, so to speak, repair its own defects. But these are all things which we are justified in expecting from organized nature. An organized being is, therefore, not a mere machine. For a machine has solely motive power, whereas an organized being possesses inherent formative power, and such, moreover, as it can impart to material devoid of it, material which it organizes. This, therefore, is a self-propagating formative power, which cannot be explained by the capacity of movement alone, that is to say, by mechanism. We do not say half enough of nature and her capacity in organized products when we speak of this capacity as being the analog of art. For what that suggests to our minds is an artist, a rational being, working from without. But nature, on the contrary, organizes itself, and does so in each species of its organized products, following a single pattern, certainly, as to general features, but nevertheless admitting deviations calculated to secure self-preservation under particular circumstances. We might perhaps come nearer to the description of this unfathomable property if we were to call it an analog of life. But then either we should have to endow matter as mere matter with a property, hylozoism, that contradicts its essential nature, or else we should have to associate with it a foreign principle standing in community with it, a soul. But, if such a product is to be a natural product, then we have to adopt one or other of two courses in order to bring in a soul. Either we must presuppose organized matter as the instrument of such a soul, which makes organized matter no whit more intelligible, or else we must make the soul the artificer of this structure, in which case we. 375 must exclude the product from corporeal nature. Strictly speaking, therefore, The organization of nature has nothing analogous to any causality known to us. Point 2. Natural beauty may justly be termed the analog of art, for it is only ascribed to the objects in respect of reflection upon the outer intuition of them, and, therefore, only on account of their external form. But intrinsic natural perfection, as possessed by things that are only possible as natural ends, and that are therefore called organisms, is unthinkable and inexplicable on any analogy to any known physical or natural agency, not even accepting, since we ourselves are part of nature in the widest sense, the suggestion of any strictly apt analogy to human art. The concept of a thing as intrinsically a natural end is, therefore, not a constitutive concept either of understanding or of reason, but yet it may be used by reflective judgment as a regulative concept for guiding our investigation of objects of this kind by a remote analogy with our own causality according to ends generally, and as a basis of reflection upon their supreme source. But in the latter connection, it cannot be used to promote our knowledge either of nature or of such original source of those objects, but must, on the contrary, be confined to the service of just the same practical faculty of reason in analogy with which we considered the cause of the purposiveness in question. Organisms are, therefore, the only beings in nature that, considered in their individual existence and apart from any relation to other things, cannot be thought possible except as ends of nature. It is they, then, that first afford objective reality to the concept of an end that is an end of nature and not a practical end. Thus they supply natural science with the basis for a teleology, or, in other words, a way of judging its objects on a special principle that it would otherwise be absolutely unjustifiable to introduce into that science, seeing that we are quite unable to perceive a priori the possibility of such a kind of causality. 376. Section 66. The principle on which the intrinsic purposiveness in organisms is judged. This principle, the statement of which serves to define what is meant by organisms, is as follows. An organized natural product is one in which every part is reciprocally both end and means. In such a product nothing is in vain, without an end, or to be ascribed to a blind mechanism of nature. It is true that the occasion for adopting this principle must be derived from experience, from such experience, namely, as is methodically pursued and is called observation. But owing to the universality and necessity which that principle predicates of such purposiveness, it cannot rest merely on empirical grounds, but must have some underlying a priori principle. This principle, however, may be one that is merely regulative, and it may be that the ends in question only reside in the idea of the person judging and not in any escient cause whatever. Hence the above-named principle may be called a maxim for judging the intrinsic purposiveness of organisms. It is common knowledge that scientists who dissect plants and animals, seeking to investigate their structure and to see into the reasons why and the end for which they are provided with such and such parts, why the parts have such and such a position and interconnection, and why the internal form is precisely what it is, adopt the above maxim as absolutely necessary. So they say that nothing in such forms of life is in vain, and they put the maxim on the same footing of validity as the fundamental principle of all natural science, that nothing happens by chance. They are, in fact, quite as unable to free themselves from this teleological principle as from that of general physical science. For just as the abandonment of the latter would leave them without any experience at all, so the abandonment of the former would leave them with no clue to assist their observation of a type of natural things that we have already come to think under the concept of natural ends. Indeed, this concept leads reason into an order of things entirely different from that of a mere mechanism of nature, which mere mechanism no longer proves adequate in this domain. An idea must, it is thought, underlie the possibility of the natural product. But this idea is an absolute unity of the representation, whereas the material is a plurality of things that of itself can afford no definite unity of composition. Hence, if that unity of the idea is actually to serve as the a priori determining ground of a natural law of the causality of such a form of the composite, the end of nature must be made to extend to everything contained in its product. For if once we lift such an effect out of the sphere of the blind mechanism of nature and relate it as a whole to a supersensible ground of determination, we must then estimate it out and out on this principle. We have no reason for assuming the form of such a thing to be still partly dependent on blind mechanism, for with such confusion of heterogeneous principles, every reliable rule for judging things would disappear. 377. It is no doubt the case that in an animal body, for example, many parts might be explained as accretions on simple mechanical laws, as skin, bone, hair. Yet the cause that accumulates the appropriate material, modifies and fashions it, and deposits it in its proper place, must always be judged teleologically. Hence, everything in the body must be regarded as organized, and everything, also, in a certain relation to the thing is itself, in turn, an organ. Section 67. The principle on which nature in general is judged teleologically as a system of ends. We have said above that the extrinsic purposiveness of natural things affords no adequate justification for taking them as ends of nature to explain the reason of their existence, or for treating their contingently purposive effects as ideally the grounds of their existence on the principle of final causes. Thus we are not entitled to consider rivers as natural ends then and there, because they facilitate communication amongst peoples in inland countries, or mountains, because they contain the sources of the rivers and hold stores of snow for the maintenance of their flow in dry seasons, or, similarly, the slope of the land that carries down these waters and leaves the country dry. For, although this configuration of the earth's surface is very necessary for the origination and sustenance of the vegetable and animal kingdoms, yet intrinsically it contains nothing the possibility of which should make us feel obliged to invoke causality according to ends. The same applies to plants utilized or enjoyed by man, or to animals, as the camel, the ox, the horse, dog, etc., which are so variously employed, sometimes as servants of man. 378 sometimes as food for him to live on, and mostly found quite indispensable. The external relationship of things that we have no reason to regard as ends in their own right can only be hypothetically judged as purposive. There is an essential distinction between judging a thing as a natural end in virtue of its intrinsic form and regarding the real existence of this thing as an end of nature. To maintain the latter view we require, not merely the concept of a possible end, but a knowledge of the final end, scopus, of nature. This involves our referring nature to something supersensible, a reference that far transcends any teleological knowledge we have of nature. For, to find the end of the real existence of nature itself, we must look beyond nature. That the origin of a simple blade of grass is only possible on the rule of ends is, to our human faculty of judging, scientifically proved by its internal form. But let us lay aside this consideration and look only to the use to which the thing is put by other natural beings, which means that we abandon the study of the internal organization and look only to external purposive relations to ends. We see, then, that the grass is required as a means of existence by cattle, and cattle, similarly, by man. But we do not see why after all it should be necessary that human beings should in fact exist, a question that might not be so easy to answer if we were to consider the New Hollanders or Fuegians asterisk. We do not then arrive in this way at any categorical end. On the contrary, all such purposive relation is made to rest on a condition that must be displaced to an ever-retreating horizon. This condition is the unconditional condition, the existence of a thing as a final end, which, as such, lies entirely outside the study of the world on physico-teleological lines. But, then, such a thing is not a natural end either, since it, or its entire genus, is not to be regarded as a product of nature. Hence it is only in so far as matter is organized that it necessarily involves the concept of it as a natural end, because here it possesses a form that is at once specific and a product of nature. But, brought so far, this concept necessarily leads us to the idea of aggregate nature as a system following the rule of ends, to which idea, again, the whole mechanism of nature has to be subordinated on principles of reason, at least for the purpose of testing phenomenal nature by this idea. The principle of reason is one which it is competent for reason to use as a merely subjective principle, that is, as a maxim. Everything in the world is good for something or other. Nothing in it is in vain. We are entitled, indeed encouraged, by the example that nature affords us in its organic products, to expect nothing from it and its laws but what is purposive when things are viewed as a whole. 379. It is evident that this is a principle to be applied not by the determining, but only by the reflective, power of judgment, that it is regulative and not constitutive, and that all that we obtain from it is a clue to guide us in the study of natural things. These things it leads us to consider in relation to a ground of determination already given, and in the light of a new uniformity, and it helps us to extend physical science according to another principle, that, namely, of final causes, yet without interfering with the principle of the mechanism of physical causality. Furthermore, this principle is altogether silent on the point of whether anything judged according to it is, or is not, an end of nature by design. Whether, that is, the grass exists for the sake of the ox or the sheep, and whether these and the other things of nature exist for the sake of man. We do well to consider even things that are unpleasant to us, and that in particular connections are counterpurposive from this point of view also. Thus, for example, one might say that the vermin which plague human beings in their clothes, hair, or beds may, by a wise provision of nature, be an incitement towards cleanliness, which is of itself an important means for preserving health. Or the mosquitoes and other stinging insects that make the wilds of America so trying for the savages may be so many goads to urge these primitive people to drain the marshes and bring light into the dense forests that shut out the air, and by so doing, as well as by the tillage of the soil, to render their 380 abodes more sanitary. Even what appears to man to be contrary to nature in his own internal organization affords, when treated on these lines, an interesting, and sometimes even instructive, outlook into a teleological order of things, to which mere unaided study from a physical point of view apart from such a principle would not lead us. Some people say that people or animals that have a tapeworm receive it as a sort of compensation to make good some deficiency in their vital organs. Now, just in the same way, I would ask if dreams, from which our sleep is never free, although we rarely remember what we have dreamed, may not be a regulation of nature adapted to ends. For when all the muscular forces of the body are relaxed, dreams serve the purpose of internally stimulating the vital organs by means of the imagination and the great activity which it exerts, an activity that in this state generally give rise to an effect. This seems to be why imagination is usually more actively at work in the sleep of those who have gone to bed at night with an overfilled stomach, just when this stimulation is most needed. Hence, I would suggest that without this internal stimulating force and fatiguing unrest that makes us complain of our dreams, which in fact, however, are probably curative, sleep, even in a sound state of health, would amount to a complete extinction of life. Once the teleological judging of nature, supported by the natural ends actually presented to us in organic beings, has entitled us to form the idea of a great system of the ends of nature, we may regard even natural beauty from this point of view, such beauty being in accordance of nature with the free play of our cognitive faculties as engaged in grasping and judging its appearance. For then we may look upon it as an objective purposiveness of nature in its entirety, as a system of which man is a member. We may regard it as a favor that nature has extended to us, that besides giving us what is useful it has dispensed beauty and charms in such abundance, and for this we may love it. just as we view it with respect because of its immensity, and feel ourselves ennobled by such contemplation, just as if nature had erected and decorated its splendid stage with this precise purpose in its mind. The general drift of the present section is simply this. Once we have discovered a capacity in nature for bringing forth products that can only be thought by us according to the concept of final causes, we advance a step farther. Even products which do not, either as to themselves or the relation, however purposive, in which they stand, make it necessarily incumbent upon us to go beyond the mechanism of blind, escient causes and seek out some other principle on which they are possible, may nevertheless be justly judged as forming part of a system of ends. For the idea from which we 381 started is one which, when we consider its foundation, already leads beyond the world of the senses, and then the unity of the supersensible principle must be treated, not as valid merely for certain species of natural beings, but as similarly valid for the whole of nature as a system. Section 68. The principle of teleology considered as an inherent principle of natural science. The principles of a science may be inherent in that science itself, and are then termed indigenous, principia domestica, or they may rest on concepts that can only be encountered outside that science, and are foreign principles, peregrina. Sciences containing the latter principles rest their doctrines on auxiliary propositions, limita, that is, they obtain some concept or other, and with this concept some basis for a regular procedure that is borrowed from another science. Every science is a system in its own right, and it is not sui scient that in it we construct according to principles, and so proceed technically, but we must also set to work architectonically with it, as a separate and independent building. We must treat it as a self-subsisting whole, and not as a wing or section of another building, although we may subsequently make a passage to or fro from one part to another. Hence, if we supplement natural science by introducing the concept of God into its context for the purpose of rendering the purposiveness of nature explicable, and if, having done so, we turn round and use this purposiveness in order to prove that there is a God, then both natural science and theology are deprived of all intrinsic substance. This deceptive crossing and recrossing from one side to the other involves both in uncertainty, because their boundaries are thus allowed to overlap. The expression, an end of nature, is of itself sui scient to obviate this confusion and prevent our confounding natural science or the occasion it affords for a teleological judging of its objects with the contemplation of God, and hence with a theological demonstration. It is not to be regarded as a matter of no consequence that the above expression should be confused with that of a divine end in the ordering of nature, or that the latter should even be passed off as the more appropriate, and the one more becoming to a pious soul, on the ground that, say what we will, it must eventually come back to our deriving these purposive forms in nature from a wise author of the universe. On the contrary, we must scrupulously and modestly restrict ourselves to the term that expresses just as much as we know, and no more, namely, an end of nature. For before we arrive at the question of the cause of nature itself, we find in nature, and in the course of 382, its generative processes examples of such products produced in nature according to known empirical laws. It is according to these laws that natural science must judge its objects, and, consequently, it must seek within itself for this causality according to the rule of ends. Therefore, this science must not overleap its bounds for the purpose of claiming for itself, as an indigenous principle, one to whose concept no experience can be adequate, and upon which we are not authorized to venture until after natural science has been brought to completion. Natural qualities that are demonstrable a priori, and so reveal their possibility on universal principles without any aid from experience, may involve a technical purposiveness. Yet, being absolutely necessary, they cannot be credited to natural teleology at all. Natural teleology forms part of physics, and is a method applicable to the solution of the problems of physics. Arithmetical and geometrical analogies, also universal mechanical laws, However strange and worthy of our admiration the union in a single principle of a variety of rules apparently quite disconnected may seem, have no claim on that account to rank as teleological grounds of explanation in physics. They may deserve to be brought under review in the universal theory of the purposiveness of the things of nature in general, but, if so, this is a theory that would have to be assigned to another science, namely metaphysics. It would not form an inherent principle of natural science. Whereas in the case of the empirical laws of the natural ends which organisms present, it is not only permissible, but even unavoidable, to use the teleological mode of judging as a principle of natural science in respect of a peculiar class of its objects. For the purpose of keeping strictly within its own bounds, physics entirely ignores the question whether natural ends are ends designedly or undesignedly. To deal with that question would be to meddle in the affairs of others, namely, in what is the business of metaphysics. So see it that there are objects whose one and only explanation is on natural laws that we are unable to conceive otherwise than by adopting the idea of ends as principal, objects which, in their intrinsic form, and with nothing more in view than their internal relations, are cognizable in this way alone. It is true that in teleology we speak of nature as if its purposiveness were a thing of design. But to avoid all suspicion of presuming in the slightest to mix up with our sources of knowledge something that has no place in physics at all, namely a supernatural cause, we refer to design in such a way that, in the same breath, we attribute this design to nature, that is to matter. Here no room is left for misinterpretation, since, obviously, no one would ascribe design, in the proper sense of the term, to a lifeless material. Hence our real intention is to indicate that the word design, 383 is here used, only signifies a principle of reflective, and not of determining, judgment, and consequently is not meant to introduce any special ground of causality, but only to assist the employment of reason by supplementing investigation on mechanical laws by the addition of another method of investigation, so as to make up for the inadequacy of the former even as a method of empirical research that has for its object all particular laws of nature. Therefore, when teleology is applied to physics, we speak with perfect justice of the wisdom, the economy, the forethought, the beneficence of nature. But in so doing we do not convert nature into an intelligent being, for that would be absurd. But neither do we dare to think of placing another being, one that is intelligent, above nature as its architect, for that would be presumptuous. Point 4. On the contrary, our only intention is to designate in this way a kind of natural causality on an analogy with our own causality in the technical employment of reason, for the purpose of keeping in view the rule upon which certain natural products are to be investigated. But why, then, is it that teleology does not usually form a special part of theoretical natural science, but is relegated to theology by way of a propedeutic or transition? This is done in order to keep the study of the mechanical aspect of nature in close connection to what we are able so to subject to our observation or experiment that we could ourselves produce it. 384 like nature, or at least produce it according to similar laws. For we have complete insight only into what we can make and accomplish according to our concepts. But to effect by means of art a presentation similar to organization, as an intrinsic end of nature, infinitely surpasses all our powers. And as for such extrinsic arrangements of nature as are considered purposive, e.g. winds, rains, etc., physics certainly studies their mechanism, but it is quite unable to exhibit their relation to in so far as this relation purports to be a condition necessarily attaching to a cause. For this necessity in the nexus does not touch the constitution of things, but turns wholly on the combination of our concepts. Second division. Dialectic of teleological judgment. Section 69. What is an antinomy of judgment? Determining judgment does not possess any principles of its own upon which concepts of objects are grounded. It is not autonomous, for it merely subsumes under given laws or concepts as principles. Just for this reason, it is not exposed to any danger from inherent antinomy and does not run the risk of a conflict of its principles. Thus, the transcendental power of judgment, which was shown to contain the conditions of subsumption under categories, was not independently nomothetic. It only specified the conditions of sensuous intuition upon which reality, that is, application, can be ascribed to a given concept as a law of the understanding. In the discharge of this OC, it could never fall into a state of internal disunion, at least in the matter of principles. 385. But the reflective power of judgment has to subsume under a law that is not yet given. It has, therefore, in fact only a principle of reflection upon objects for which we are objectively at a complete loss for a law, or concept of the object, sui scient, to serve as a principle covering the particular cases as they come before us. Now, as there is no permissible employment of the cognitive faculties apart from principles, reflective judgment must in such cases be a principle to itself. As this principle is not objective and is unable to introduce any basis of cognition of the object sui scient for the required purpose of subsumption, it must serve as a mere subjective principle for the employment of our cognitive faculties in a purposive manner, namely, for reflecting upon objects of a particular kind. Reflective judgment has, therefore, its maxims applicable to such cases. Maxims that are in fact necessary for obtaining a knowledge of the natural laws to be found in experience, and which are directed to assist us in arriving at concepts, be these even concepts of reason, wherever such concepts are absolutely required for the mere purpose of coming to know nature in its empirical laws. Between these necessary maxims of reflective judgment a conflict may arise, and consequently an antinomy. This affords the basis of a dialectic, and if each of the mutually conflicting maxims has its foundation in the nature of our cognitive faculties, this dialectic may be called a natural dialectic, and it constitutes an unavoidable illusion which it is the duty of critical philosophy to expose and to resolve lest it should deceive us. 386. Section 70. Exposition of this antinomy. In dealing with nature as the sum of objects of outer sense, reason is able to rely upon laws some of which are prescribed by understanding itself a priori to nature, while others are capable of indefinite extension by means of the empirical determinations occurring in experience. For the application of the laws prescribed a priori by understanding, that is, of the universal laws of material nature in general, judgment does not need any special principle of reflection, for there it is determining, an objective principle being furnished to it by understanding. But in respect of the particular laws with which we can become acquainted through experience alone, there is such a wide scope for diversity and heterogeneity that judgment must be a principle to itself, even for the mere purpose of searching for a law and seeking one out in the phenomena of nature. For it needs such a principle as a guiding thread, if it is even to hope for a consistent body of empirical knowledge based on a thoroughgoing lawfulness of nature, that is, a unity of nature in its empirical laws. Now, from the fact of this contingent unity of particular laws, it may come to pass that judgment acts upon two maxims in its reflection, one of which it receives a priori from mere understanding, but the other of which is prompted by particular experiences that bring reason into play to conduct. 387. A judging of corporeal nature and its laws according to a particular principle. What happens then is that these two different maxims seem to all appearance incompatible with one another, and a dialectic arises that throws judgment into confusion as to the principle of its reflection. The first maxim of such reflection is the thesis. All production of material things and their forms must be judged as possible on mere mechanical laws. The second maxim is the antithesis. Some products of material nature cannot be judged as possible on mere mechanical laws. That is, for judging them quite a different law of causality is required, namely, that of final causes. If now these regulative principles of investigation were converted into constitutive principles of the possibility of the objects themselves, they would read thus. Thesis: all production of material things is possible on mere mechanical laws. Antithesis: some production of such things is not possible on mere mechanical laws. In this latter form, as objective principles for determining judgment, they would contradict one another, so that one of the pair would necessarily be false. But that would then be an antinomy certainly, though not one of judgment, but rather a conflict in the legislation of reason. But reason is unable to prove either one or the other of these principles, seeing that we can have no a priori determining principle of the possibility of things on mere empirical laws of nature. On the other hand, looking to the maxims of reflective judgment as first set out, we see that they do not in fact contain any contradiction at all. For if I say, I must judge the possibility of all events in material nature, and consequently, also all forms considered as its products, on mere mechanical laws, I do not thereby assert that they are solely possible in this way, that is, to the exclusion of every other kind of causality. On the contrary, this assertion is only intended to indicate that I ought at all times to reflect upon these things according to the principle of the simple mechanism of nature, and, consequently, push my investigation with it as far as I can, because unless I make it the basis of research, there can be no knowledge of nature in the true sense of the term at all. Now, this does not stand in the way of the second maxim when a proper occasion for its employment presents itself, that is to say, in the case of some natural forms, and, at their instance, in the case of nature as a whole, we may, in our reflection upon them, follow the trail of a principle which is radically different from explanation by the mechanism of nature, namely the principle of final causes. For reflection according to the first maxim is not in this way superseded. On the contrary, we are directed to pursue it as far as we can. Further, 388, it is not asserted that those forms were not possible on the mechanism of nature. It is only maintained that human reason, adhering to this maxim and proceeding on these lines, could never discover any basis for what constitutes the specific character of a natural end, whatever additions it might make in this way to its knowledge of natural laws. This leaves it an open question, whether in the unknown inner ground of nature itself the physico-mechanical and the purposive connections present in the same things may not cohere in a single principle. It being only our reason that is not in a position to unite them in such a principle, so that our judgment, consequently, remains reflective, not determining, that is, acts on a subjective ground, and not according to an objective principle of the possibility of things in their inherent nature, and accordingly, is compelled to conceive a different principle from that of the mechanism of nature as a ground of the possibility of certain forms in nature. Section 71. Introduction to the solution of the above antinomy. We are wholly unable to prove the impossibility of the production of organized natural products in accordance with the simple mechanism of nature. For we cannot see into the first and inner ground of the infinite multiplicity of the particular laws of nature, which, being only known empirically, are for us contingent, and so we are absolutely incapable of reaching the intrinsic and also scient principle of the possibility of a nature, a principle which lies in the supersensible. But may not the productive capacity of nature be just as adequate for what we judge to be formed or connected according to the idea of ends as it is for what we believe merely calls for consideration of nature as a mechanism? Or may it be that in fact things are genuine natural ends, as we must necessarily judge them to be, and as such founded upon an original causality of a completely different kind, which cannot be contained 389 in material nature or its intelligible substrate, namely, the causality of an architectonic understanding? What has been said shows that these are questions upon which our reason, very narrowly restricted in respect of the concept of causality, if this concept has to be specified a priori, can give absolutely no information. But that, relatively to our cognitive faculties, the mere mechanism of nature is also unable to furnish any explanation of the production of organisms, is a matter just as indubitably certain. For reflective judgment, Therefore, this is a perfectly sound principle. That for the clearly manifest nexus of things according to final causes, we must think a causality distinct from mechanism, namely a world cause acting according to ends, that is, an intelligent cause, however rash and undemonstrable a principle this might be for determining judgment. In the first case, the principle is a 389 simple maxim of judgment. The concept of causality which it involves is a mere idea to which we in no way undertake to concede reality, but only make use of it to guide a reflection that still leaves the door open for any available mechanical explanation, and that never strays from the sensible world. In the second case, the principle would be an objective principle. Reason would prescribe it, and judgment would have to be subject to it and determine itself accordingly. But in that case, reflection wanders from the world of the senses into transcendent regions and possibly gets led astray. All semblance of an antinomy between the maxims of the strictly physical or mechanical mode of explanation and the teleological or technical rests, therefore, on our confusing a principle of reflective with one of determining judgment. The autonomy of the former, which is valid merely subjectively for the use of our reason in respect of particular empirical laws, is mistaken for the heteronomy of the second, which has to conform to the laws, either universal or particular, given by the understanding. Section 72. The various kinds of systems dealing with the purposiveness of nature. No one has ever yet questioned the correctness of the principle that when judging certain things in nature, namely 390 organisms and their possibility, we must look to the concept of final causes. Such a principle is admittedly necessary even where we require no more than a guiding thread for the purpose of becoming acquainted with the character of these things by means of observation, without presuming to investigate their first origin. Hence the question can only be whether this principle is merely subjectively valid, that is, a mere maxim of judgment, or is an objective principle of nature. On the latter alternative, there would belong to nature another type of causality beyond its mechanism and its simple dynamical laws, namely, the causality of final causes, under which natural causes, dynamical forces, would stand only as intermediate causes. Now this speculative question or problem might well be left without any answer or solution. For, if we content ourselves with speculation within the bounds of the mere knowledge of nature, the above maxims are ample for its study as far as human powers extend, and for probing its deepest secrets. So it must be that reason harbors some presentiment, or that nature, so to speak, gives us a hint. With the help of this concept of final causes, might we not be able to take a step? We are prompted to think beyond and above nature and connect it to the supreme point in the series of causes? Why not relinquish the investigation of nature, although we have not advanced so very far with it? Or, at least, lay it temporarily aside and try first to discover whither that stranger in natural science, the concept of natural ends, would lead us. Now at this point, certainly, the undisputed maxim above mentioned would inevitably introduce a problem that opens up a wide field for controversy. For it may be alleged that the nexus of natural ends proves the existence of a special kind of causality for nature. Or it may be contended that this nexus, considered in its true nature and on objective principles, is, on the contrary, identical with the mechanism of nature or rests on one and the same ground. Though in the case of many natural products, this ground often lies too deeply buried for our investigation. Hence, as is contended, we have recourse to a subjective principle, namely art, or causality according to ideas, in order to introduce it, on an analogy, as the basis of nature, an expedient that in fact proves successful in many cases, in some certainly seems to fail, but in no case entitles us to introduce into natural science a kind of agency different from causality on mere mechanical laws of nature. Now, in giving to the procedure or causal operation of nature the name of technic, on account of the suggestion of an end which we find in its products, we propose to divide this technic into such as is designed, technica intentionalis, and such as is undesigned, technica naturalis. The former is intended to convey that nature's 391 capacity for production by final causes must be considered a special kind of causality. The latter, that this capacity is at bottom identical with natural mechanism, and that the contingent coincidence with our concepts of art and their rules is a mere subjective condition of our judging this capacity, and is thus erroneously interpreted as a special kind of natural generation. To speak now of the systems that offer an explanation of nature on the point of final causes, one cannot fail to perceive that they all, without exception, controvert one another dogmatically. In other words, they conflict concerning objective principles of the possibility of things, whether this possibility be one due to causes acting designedly or merely undesignedly. They do not contest the subjective maxim of mere judgment upon the cause of the purposive products in question. In the latter case, disparate principles might very well be reconciled, whereas, in the former, contradictorily opposed principles annul one another and are mutually inconsistent. The systems in respect of the technique of nature, that is, of nature's power of production on the rule of ends, are of two kinds, that of the idealism and that of the realism of natural ends. The former maintains that all purposiveness on the part of nature is undesigned, the latter, that some purposiveness, namely that of organized beings, is designed. From the latter, the hypothetical consequence may be inferred that the technique of nature is also designed in what concerns all its other products relatively to nature in its entirety, that is an end. The idealism of purposiveness, I am here all along referring to objective purposiveness, is either that of the accidentality or fatality of the determination of nature in the purposive form of its products. The former principle fixes on the relation of matter to the physical basis of its form, namely dynamical laws, the latter on its relation to the hyperphysical basis of matter and nature as a whole. The system of accidentality, which is attributed to Epicurus or Democritus, is, in its literal interpretation, so manifestly absurd that it need not detain us. On the other hand, the system of fatality, of which Spinoza is the accredited author, although it is to all appearances much older, rests upon something supersensible, into which our insight, accordingly, is unable to penetrate. It is not so easy to refute. The reason being that its conception of the original being is quite unintelligible. But this much is clear, that on this system the purposive connection in the world must be regarded as undesigned. For, while it is derived from an original being, it is not derived from its intelligence, and consequently not from any design on its part, but from the necessity of the nature of this being and the unity of the world flowing from that nature. Hence it 392 is clear, too, that the fatalism of purposiveness is also an idealism of purposiveness. The realism of the purposiveness of nature is also either physical or hyperphysical. The former bases natural ends on the analog of a faculty acting designedly, that is, on the life of matter, this life being either inherent in it or else bestowed upon it by an inner animating principle or world soul. This is called hylozoism. The latter derives such ends from the original source of the universe. This source it regards as an intelligent being producing with design, or essentially and fundamentally living. It is theism. Point 5. Section 73. None of the above systems does what it professes to do. What is the aim and object of all the above systems? It is to explain our teleological judgments about nature. To do so, they adopt one or other of two courses. One side denies their truth and consequently describes them as an idealism of nature represented as art. The other side recognizes their truth and promises to demonstrate the possibility of a nature according to the idea of final causes. The systems that contend for the idealism of the final causes in nature fall into two classes. One class does certainly concede to the principle of these causes a causality according to dynamical laws, to which causality the natural things owe. 393 Their purposive existence. but it denies to it intentionality. That is, it denies that this causality is determined designedly to this its purposive production, or, in other words, that an end is the cause. This is the explanation adopted by Epicurus. It completely denies and abolishes the distinction between a technique of nature and its mere mechanism. Blind chance is accepted as the explanation not only of the agreement of the generated products with our concepts, and, consequently, of the technique of nature, but even of the determination of the causes of this development on dynamical laws, and, consequently, of its mechanism. Hence, nothing is explained, not even the illusion in our teleological judgments, so that the alleged idealism in them is left altogether unsubstantiated. Spinoza, as the representative of the other class, seeks to release us from any inquiry into the ground of the possibility of ends of nature, and to deprive this idea of all reality, by refusing to allow that such ends are to be regarded as products at all. They are, rather, accidents inhering in an original being. This being, he says, is the substrate of the natural things, and as such, he does not ascribe to it causality in respect of them, but simply subsistence. Thanks, then, to the unconditional necessity both of this being and of all the things of nature, as its inherent accidents, he assures to the natural forms, it is true, that unity of ground necessary for all purposiveness, but he does so at the expense of their contingency, apart from which no unity of end is thinkable. In eliminating this unity, he eliminates all trace of design, and leaves the original ground of the things of nature divested of all intelligence. But Spinozism does not affect what it intends. It intends to furnish an explanation of the purposive connection of natural things, which it does not deny, and it refers us simply to the unity of the subject in which they all inhere. But suppose we grant it this kind of existence for the beings of the world, such ontological unity is not then and there a unity of end, and does not make it in any way intelligible. The latter is, in fact, quite a special kind of unity. It does not follow from the interconnection of things in one subject, or of the beings of the world in an original being. On the contrary, it implies emphatically some relation to a cause possessed of intelligence. Even if all the things were to be united in one simple subject, yet such unity would never exhibit a purposive relation unless these things were understood to be, first, inner effects of the substance as a cause, and, secondly, effects of it as caused by virtue of its intelligence. Apart from these formal conditions, all unity is mere necessity of nature, and, when it is ascribed nevertheless to things that we represent as outside one another, blind necessity. But if what the scholastics call the transcendental perfection of things, in relation to their 394 own proper essence, a perfection according to which all things have inherent in them all the requisites for being the thing they are and not any other thing, is to be termed a natural purposiveness, we then get a childish playing with words in the place of concepts. For if all things must be thought as ends, then to be a thing and to be an end are identical, so that, all said and done, there is nothing that specially deserves to be represented as an end. This makes it evident that by resolving our concept of natural purposiveness into the consciousness of our own inherence in an all-embracing, though at the same time simple, being, and by seeking the form of purposiveness in the unity of that being, Spinoza must have intended to maintain the idealism of the purposiveness and not its realism. But even this he was unable to accomplish, for the mere representation of the unity of the substrate can never produce the idea of purposiveness, even if it is undesigned. Those who not merely maintain the realism of natural ends, but purport even to explain it, think they can detect a special type of causality, namely that of causes operating intentionally. Or, at least, they think they are able to perceive the possibility of such causality, for unless they did they could not set about trying to explain it. For even the most daring hypothesis must rely at least on the possibility of its assumed foundation being certain, and the concept of this foundation must be capable of being assured its objective reality. but the possibility of a living matter is quite inconceivable. The very conception of it involves self-contradiction, since lifelessness, inertia, constitutes the essential characteristic of matter. Then if the possibility of a matter endowed with life and of the whole of nature conceived as an animal is invoked in support of the hypothesis of a purposiveness of nature in the macrocosm, it can only be used with the utmost reserve in so far as it is manifested empirically in the organization of nature in the microcosm. Its possibility can in no way be perceived a priori. Hence, there must be a vicious circle in the explanation. If the purposiveness of nature in organized beings is sought to be derived from the life of matter, and if this life in turn is only to be known in organized beings, so that no concept of its possibility can be formed apart from such experience. Hence, hylozoism does not perform what it promises. 395. Finally, theism is equally incapable of substantiating dogmatically the possibility of natural ends as a key to teleology. Yet the source of its explanation of them has this advantage over all others, that by attributing an intelligence to the original being, it adopts the best mode of rescuing the purposiveness of nature from idealism, and introduces an intentional causality for its production. For theism would first have to succeed in proving to the satisfaction of determining judgment that the unity of end and matter is an impossible result of the mere mechanism of nature. Otherwise, it is not entitled definitely to locate its ground beyond and above nature. But the farthest we can get is this: the first and inner ground of this very mechanism being beyond our ken. The constitution and limits of our cognitive faculties are such as to preclude us from in any way looking to matter with a view to finding in it a principle of determinate purposive relations. We are left, on the contrary, with no alternative way of judging nature's products as natural ends other than that which resorts to a supreme intelligence as the cause of the world. But this is not a ground for determining judgment, but only for reflective judgment, and it is absolutely incapable of authorizing us to make any objective assertion. Section 74. The impossibility of treating the concept of a technic of nature dogmatically springs from the inexplicability of a natural end. Even though a concept is to be placed under an empirical condition, we deal dogmatically with it, if we regard it as contained under another concept of the object, this concept forming a principle of reason, and determine it in accordance with the latter. But we deal merely critically with the concept if we only regard it in relation to our cognitive faculties and, consequently, to the subjective conditions of thinking it, without undertaking to decide anything as to its object. Hence, the dogmatic treatment of a concept is treatment which is authoritative for determining judgment. The critical treatment is such as is authoritative merely for reflective judgment. Now, the concept of a thing as a natural end is one that subsumes nature under a causality that is only thinkable by the aid of reason, and so subsumes it for the purpose of letting us judge on this principle of what is given of the object in experience. But in order to make use of this concept dogmatically for determining judgment, we should have first to be assured of its objective reality, as otherwise we could not subsume any natural thing under it. The concept of a thing as a natural end is, however, certainly one that is empirically conditioned, that is one only possible under certain conditions given in experience. Yet it is not one to be abstracted from these conditions, but, on the contrary, it is only possible on a rational principle in the judging of the object. Being such a principle, we have no insight into its objective reality. That is to say, we cannot perceive that an object answering to it is possible. We cannot establish it. 396 dogmatically, and we do not know whether it is a merely conjectured and objectively empty concept, conceptus ratiocinans, or whether it is a rational concept, supplying a basis of knowledge and confirmed by reason, conceptus ratiocinatus. Hence, it cannot be treated dogmatically on behalf of determining judgment. In other words, it is not only impossible to decide whether or not things of nature, considered as natural ends, require for their production a causality of a quite peculiar kind, namely an intentional causality, but the very question is quite out of order. For the concept of a natural end is altogether unprovable by reason in respect of its objective reality, which means that it is not constitutive for determining judgment, but merely regulative for reflective judgment. That this concept is not provable is clear from the following considerations. Being a concept of a natural product, it involves natural necessity. Yet it also involves in one and the same thing, considered as an end, an accompanying contingency in the form of the object in respect of mere laws of nature. Hence, if it is to escape self-contradiction, besides containing a basis of the possibility of the thing in nature, it must further contain a basis of the possibility of this nature itself and of its reference to something that is not an empirically cognizable nature, namely to something supersensible, and, therefore, to what is not cognizable by us. 397 et al. Otherwise, in judging of its possibility, we should not have to judge it in the light of a kind of causality different from that of natural mechanism. Accordingly, the concept of a thing as a natural end is transcendent for determining judgment if its object is viewed by reason, although for reflective judgment it may be immanent in respect of objects of experience. Objective reality, therefore, cannot be procured for it on behalf of determining judgment. Hence we can understand how it is that all systems that are ever devised with a view to the dogmatic treatment of the concept of natural ends or of nature as a whole that owes its consistency and coherence to final causes, fail to decide anything whatever either by their objective affirmations or by their objective denials. For, if things are subsumed under a concept that is merely problematic, the synthetic predicates attached to this concept, as, for example, in the present case, whether the natural end which we suppose for the production of the thing is designed or undesigned, must yield judgments about the object of a similar problematic character, whether they be affirmative or negative, since one does not know whether one is judging about what is something or nothing. The concept of a causality through ends, that is, ends of art, has certainly objective reality, just as that of a causality according to the mechanism of nature has. But the conception of a causality of nature following the rule of ends, and still more of such a being as is utterly incapable of being given to us in experience, a being regarded as the original source of nature, while it may no doubt be thought without self-contradiction, is nevertheless useless for the purpose of dogmatic definitive assertions. For, since it is incapable of being extracted from experience, and besides is unnecessary for its possibility, there is nothing that can give any guarantee of its objective reality. But even if this could be assured, how can I reckon among products of nature things that are definitely posited as products of divine art, when it was the very incapacity of nature to produce such things according to its own laws that necessitated the appeal to a cause distinct from nature? Section 75. The concept of an objective purposiveness of nature is a critical principle of reason for the use of reflective judgment. But then it is one thing to say, the production of certain things of nature, or even of nature as a whole, is only possible through the agency of a cause that pursues designs in determining itself to action. It is an entirely different thing to say, by the peculiar constitution of my cognitive faculties, the only way I can judge of the possibility of those things and of their production is by conceiving for that purpose a cause working designedly, and, consequently, a being whose 398 productivity is analogous to the causality of an understanding. In the former case, I desire to ascertain something about the object, and I am bound to prove the objective reality of a concept I have assumed. In the latter case, it is only the employment of my cognitive faculties that is determined by reason in accordance with their peculiar character and the essential conditions imposed both by their range and their limitations. The first principle is, therefore, an objective principle intended for determining judgment. The second is a subjective principle for the use merely of reflective judgment, of which it is, consequently, a maxim that reason prescribes. In fact, If we desire to pursue the investigation of nature with diligent observation, if only in its organized products, we cannot avoid the necessity of ascribing the concept of design to nature. We have in this concept, therefore, a maxim absolutely necessary for the empirical employment of our reason. But once such a guide for the study of nature has been adopted and its application verified, it is obvious that we must at least try this maxim of judgment also on nature as a whole, because many of its laws might be discoverable in the light of this maxim which otherwise, with the limitations of our insight into its mechanism, would remain hidden from us. But in respect of the latter employment, useful as this maxim of judgment is, it is not indispensable. For nature as a whole is not given to us as organized, in the very strict sense above assigned to the word. On the other hand, in respect of those natural products that can only be judged as designedly formed in the way they are, and not otherwise, the above maxim of reflective judgment is essentially necessary, if for no other purpose, to obtain an empirical knowledge of their intrinsic character. For the very notion that they are organized things is itself impossible unless we associate with it the notion of a production by design. Now, where the possibility of the real existence or form of a thing is represented to the mind as subject to the condition of an end, there is bound up indissolubly with the concept of the thing the concept of its contingency in accordance with natural laws. For this reason, those natural things which we consider to be only possible as ends constitute the foremost proof of the contingency of the universe. Alike for the popular understanding and for the philosopher they are, too, the only valid argument for its dependence upon and its origin from an extra-mundane being, and from one, moreover, that the above purposive form shows to be intelligent. Thus they indicate that teleology must look to a theology for a complete answer to its inquiries. 399. But suppose teleology brought to the highest pitch of perfection, what would it all prove in the end? Does it prove, for example, that such an intelligent being really exists? No, it proves no more than this, that by the constitution of our cognitive faculties, and, therefore, in bringing experience into touch with the highest principles of reason, we are absolutely incapable of forming any concept of the possibility of such a world unless we think a highest cause operating designedly. We are unable, therefore, objectively to substantiate the proposition, there is an intelligent original being. On the contrary, we can only do so subjectively for the employment of our power of judgment in its reflection on the ends in nature, which are incapable of being thought on any other principle than that of the intentional causality of a highest cause. Should we desire to establish the major premise dogmatically from teleological grounds, we should become entangled in inextricable difficulties. For then these reasonings would have to be supported by the thesis: the organized beings in the world are not possible otherwise than by virtue of a cause operating designedly. But are we to say that because we can only push forward our investigation into the causal nexus of these things and recognize the conformity to law which it displays by following the idea of ends, we are also entitled to presume that for every thinking and knowing being the same holds true as a necessary condition, and as one, therefore, attaching to the object instead of merely to the subject, that is, to our own selves? For this is the 400 inevitable position that we should have to be prepared to take up, but we could not succeed in carrying such a point. For, strictly speaking, we do not observe the ends in nature as designed. We only read this concept into the facts as a guide to judgment in its reflection upon the products of nature. Hence these ends are not given to us by the object. It is even impossible for us a priori to warrant the eligibility of such a concept if it is taken to possess objective reality. We can get absolutely nothing, therefore, out of the thesis beyond a proposition resting only on subjective conditions, that is to say the conditions of reflective judgment adapted to our cognitive faculties. If this proposition were to be expressed in objective terms and as valid dogmatically, it would read: there is a God, but all that is permissible for us human beings is the narrow formula. We cannot conceive or render intelligible to ourselves the purposiveness that must be introduced as the basis even of our knowledge of the intrinsic possibility of many natural things, except by representing it, and, in general, the world, as the product of an intelligent cause, in short, of a God. Now supposing that this proposition, founded as it is upon an indispensably necessary maxim of our power of judgment, is perfectly satisfactory from every human point of view and for any use to which we can put our reason, whether speculative or practical, I should like to know what loss we suffer from our inability to prove its validity for higher beings also, that is to say, to substantiate it on pure objective grounds, which unfortunately are beyond our reach. It is, I mean, quite certain that we can never get a scientific knowledge of organized beings and their inner possibility, much less get an explanation of them, by looking merely to mechanical principles of nature. Indeed, so certain is it, that we may confidently assert that it is absurd for human beings even to entertain any thought of so doing or to hope that maybe another Newton may someday arise, to make intelligible to us even the genesis of but a blade of grass from natural laws that no design has ordered. Such insight we must absolutely deny to mankind. But, then, are we to think that a source of the possibility of organized beings amply sufficient to explain their origin without having recourse to a design, could never be found buried among the secrets even of nature, were we able to penetrate to the principle upon which it specifies its familiar universal laws? This, in its turn, would be a presumptuous judgment on our part. For how do we expect to get any knowledge on the point? Probabilities drop entirely out of count in a case like this, where the question turns on judgments of pure reason. On the question, therefore, whether or not any being acting designedly stands behind what we properly term natural ends, as a world cause, and consequently, as author of the world, we can pass no objective judgment whatever. For one, whether it be affirmative or negative. This much alone is certain, that if we ought, for all that, to form our judgment on what our own proper nature permits us to see, that is, subject to the conditions and restrictions of our reason, we are utterly unable to ascribe the possibility of such natural ends to any other source than an intelligent being. This alone squares with the maxim of our reflective judgment, and, therefore, with a subjective ground that is nevertheless ineradicably bound to the human race. Section 76. Remark. The following consideration is one that justly merits detailed elaboration in transcendental philosophy, but it can only be introduced here as an explanatory digression and not as a step in the main argument. Reason is a faculty of principles, and the unconditioned is the ultimate goal at which it aims. The understanding, on the other hand, is at its disposal, but always only under a certain condition that must be given. But, without concepts of the understanding, to which objective reality must be given, reason can pass no objective, synthetic, judgments whatever. As theoretical reason, it is absolutely devoid of any constitutive principles of its own. Its principles, on the contrary, are merely regulative. It will readily be perceived that once reason advances beyond the reach of the understanding, it becomes extravagant. It displays itself in ideas that have certainly a foundation as regulative principles, but not in objectively valid concepts. The understanding, however, unable to keep pace with it and yet requisite in order to give validity in respect of objects, restricts the validity of these ideas to the judging subject, though to the subject in a comprehensive sense, as inclusive of all who belong to the human race. In other words, it limits their validity to the terms of this condition, from the nature of our human faculty of knowledge, or, to speak in the broadest terms, even according to any concept that we are able to form for ourselves of the capacity of a finite intelligent being in general, it must be conceived to be so and cannot be conceived otherwise. Terms which involve no assertion that the foundation of such a judgment lies in the object. We shall submit some examples which, while they certainly possess too great importance, and are also too full of difficulty to be here forced at once on the reader as propositions that have been proved, may yet offer some food for reflection, and may elucidate the matters upon which our attention is here specially engaged. Human understanding cannot avoid the necessity of drawing a distinction between the possibility and the actuality of things. The reason for this lies in our own selves and the nature of our cognitive faculties. For were it not that two entirely heterogeneous factors, the understanding for concepts and sensuous intuition for the corresponding objects, are required for the exercise of these faculties, there would be no such distinction between the possible and the actual. This means that if our understanding were intuitive, it would have no objects, but such as are actual concepts, which are merely directed to the possibility of an object, and sensuous intuitions, which give us something, and yet do not thereby let us cognize it as an object, would both cease to exist. Now the whole distinction which we draw between the merely possible and the actual rests upon the fact that possibility signifies the position of the representation of a thing relatively to our concept, and, in general, to our capacity of thinking, whereas actuality signifies the positing of the thing in its intrinsic existence apart from this concept. Accordingly, the distinction of possible from actual things is one that is merely valid subjectively for human understanding. It arises from the fact that even if something does not exist, we may yet always give it a place in our thoughts, or if there is something of which we have no concept, we may nevertheless imagine it given. To say, therefore, that things may be possible without being actual, that from mere possibility, therefore, no conclusion whatever as to actuality can be drawn, is to state propositions that hold true for human reason, without such validity proving that. For 102. For 103, this distinction lies in the things themselves, that this inference is not to be drawn from the propositions stated, and that, consequently, while these are certainly valid even of objects, so far as our cognitive faculties in their subjection to sensuous conditions are also occupied with objects of the senses, they are not valid of things generally, is apparent when we look to the demands of reason. For reason never withdraws its challenge to us to adopt something or other existing with unconditioned necessity, a primal ground, in which there is no longer to be any difference between possibility and actuality, and our understanding has absolutely no concept to answer to this idea. That is, it can discover no way of representing to itself any such thing or of forming any notion of its mode of existence. For if understanding thinks it, let it think it how it will, then the thing is represented merely as possible. If it is conscious of it as given in intuition, then it is actual, and no thought of any possibility enters into the case. Hence the concept of an absolutely necessary being, while doubtless an indispensable idea of reason, is for human understanding an unattainable problematic concept. Nevertheless, it is valid for the employment of our cognitive faculties according to their peculiar structure, consequently not so for the object nor, as that would mean, for every knowing being. For I cannot take for granted that thought and intuition are two distinct conditions subject to which every being exercises its cognitive faculties, and, therefore, that things have a possibility and actuality. An understanding into whose mode of cognition this distinction did not enter would express itself by saying, all objects that I know are, that is, exist. And the possibility of some that did not exist, in other words, their contingency supposing them to exist, and, therefore, the necessity that would be placed in contradistinction to this contingency, would never enter into the imagination of such a being. But what makes it so hard for our understanding with its concepts to rival reason is simply this, that the very thing that reason regards as constitutive of the object and adopts as its principle is for understanding, in its human form, extravagant, that is, impossible under the subjective conditions of its knowledge. In this state of affairs, then, this maxim always holds true, that once the knowledge of objects exceeds the capacity of the understanding, we must always conceive them according to the subjective conditions necessarily attaching to our human nature in the exercise of its faculties. And if, as must needs be the case with extravagant concepts, judgments passed in this manner cannot be constitutive principles determining the character of the object, we shall yet be left with regulative principles whose function is immanent and reliable, and which are adapted to the human point of view. We have seen that in the theoretical study of nature, reason must assume the idea of an unconditioned necessity of the original ground of nature. Similarly, in the practical sphere, it must presuppose its own causality as unconditioned in respect of nature, in other words, its freedom, since it is conscious of its own moral command. Now here the objective necessity of action as duty is, however, regarded as opposed to that which it would have as an event if its source lay in nature instead of in freedom or rational causality. So the action, with its absolute necessity of the moral order, is looked on as physically wholly contingent. That is, we recognize that what ought necessarily to happen frequently does not happen. Hence it is clear that it only springs from the subjective character of our practical faculty that the moral laws must be represented as commands, and the actions conformable to them as duties, and that reason expresses this necessity not as an event, but as an ought to be, as obligation. This would not occur if reason and its causality were considered as independent of sensibility, that is, as free from the subjective condition of its application to objects in nature, and as being, consequently, a cause in an intelligible world perfectly harmonizing with the moral law. For in such a world there would be no difference between obligation and act, or between a practical law as to what is possible through our agency and a theoretical law as to what we make actual, however, although unintelligible. For 104 world in which everything is actual by reason of the simple fact that, being something good, it is possible, is for us an extravagant concept, as is also freedom itself, the formal condition of that world, yet it has its proper function. For while, in this respect, it is useless for the purpose of any constitutive principle determining an object and its objective reality, it yet serves as a universal regulative principle. This is due to the constitution of our partly sensuous nature and capacity, which makes it valid for us, and, so far as we can imagine from the constitution of our reason, for all intelligent beings that are in any way bound to this sensible world. But this principle does not objectively determine the nature of freedom as a form of causality. It converts with no less validity than if it did so determine the nature of that freedom, the rule of actions according to that idea, into a command for everyone. Similarly, as to the case before us, we may admit that we should find no distinction between the mechanism and the technique of nature, that is, its purposive connections, were it not for the character of our understanding. Our understanding must move from the universal to the particular. In respect of the particular, therefore, judgment can recognize no purposiveness, or, consequently, pass any determinate judgments, unless it is possessed of a universal law under which it can subsume that particular. But the particular by its very nature contains something contingent in respect of the universal. Yet reason demands that there shall also be unity in the synthesis of the particular laws of nature, and, consequently, conformity to law, and a derivation a priori of the particular from the universal laws in point of their contingent content is not possible by any defining of the concept of the object. Now the above conformity to law on the part of the contingent is termed purposiveness. Hence it follows that the concept of a purposiveness of nature in its products, while it does not touch the determination of objects, is a necessary concept for the human power of judgment in respect of nature. It is, therefore, a subjective principle of reason for the use of judgment, and one which, taken as regulative and not as constitutive, is as necessarily valid for our human judgment as if it were an objective principle. Section 77. The peculiarity of human understanding that makes the concept of a natural end possible for us. 405. In the foregoing remark, we have noted peculiarities belonging to our faculty of cognition, even to our higher faculty of cognition, which we are easily misled into treating as objective predicates to be transferred to the things themselves. But these peculiarities relate to ideas to which no commensurate object can be given in experience, and which thus could only serve as regulative principles in the pursuit of experience. The concept of a natural end stands, no doubt, on the same footing as regards the source of the possibility of a predicate like this, a source which can only be ideal. But the result attributable to this source, namely the product itself, is nevertheless given in nature, and the concept of a causality of nature, regarded as a being acting according to ends, seems to convert the idea of a natural end into a constitutive teleological principle. Herein lies a point of difference between this and all other ideas. But this difference lies in the fact that the idea in question is a principle of reason for the use, not of understanding, but of judgment, and is, consequently, a principle solely for the application of an understanding in the abstract to possible objects of experience. Moreover, this application only affects a field where the judgment passed cannot be determining but simply reflective. Consequently, while the object may certainly be given in experience, it cannot even be judged determinately, to say nothing of being judged with complete adequacy, in accordance with the idea, but can only be made an object of reflection. The difference turns, therefore, on a peculiarity of our human understanding relative to our power of judgment in reflecting on things in nature. But, if that is the case, then we must have here an underlying idea of a possible understanding different from the human. And there was a similar implication in the Critique of Pure Reason. We were bound to have present to our minds the thought of another possible form of intuition, if ours was to be deemed one of a special kind, one, namely, for which objects were only to rank as phenomena. Were this not so, it could not be said that certain natural products must, from the particular constitution of our understanding, be considered by us, if we are to conceive the possibility of their production, as having been produced designedly and as ends, yet without this statement involving any demand that there should, as a matter of fact, be a particular cause present in which the representation of an end acts as determining ground, or, therefore, without involving any assertion as to the powers of an understanding different from the human. This is to say, the statement does not deny that a superhuman understanding may be able to discover the source of the possibility of such natural products even in the mechanism of nature, that is, in the mechanism of a causal nexus for which an understanding is not positively assumed as cause. 406. Hence what we are here concerned with is the relation which our understanding bears to the power of judgment. We have, in fact, to examine this relation with a view to finding a certain element of contingency in the constitution of our understanding, so as to note it as a peculiarity of our own in contradistinction to other possible kinds of understanding. This contingency turns up quite naturally in the particular which judgment has to bring under the universal supplied by the concepts of the understanding. For the particular is not determined by the universal of our human understanding. Though different things may agree in a common characteristic, the variety of forms in which they may be presented to our perception is contingent. Our understanding is a faculty of concepts. This means that it is a discursive understanding for which the character and variety to be found in the particular given to it in nature and capable of being brought under its concepts must certainly be contingent. But now intuition is also a factor in knowledge, and a faculty of complete spontaneity of intuition would be a cognitive faculty distinct from sensibility and wholly independent of it. Hence it would be an understanding in the widest sense of the term. Thus we are also able to imagine an intuitive understanding, negatively or simply as not discursive, which does not move, as ours does with its concepts, from the universal to the particular and so to the individual. Such an understanding would not experience the above contingency in the way nature and understanding accord in natural products subject to particular laws. But it is just this contingency that makes it so difficult for our understanding to reduce the multiplicity of nature to the unity of knowledge. Our understanding can only accomplish this task through the harmonizing of the features of nature with our faculty of concepts, a most contingent accord. But an intuitive understanding has no such work to perform. Accordingly, our understanding is peculiarly circumstanced in respect of the power of judgment. For in cognition, by means of the understanding, the particular is not determined by the universal. Therefore, the particular cannot be derived from the universal alone. Yet in the multiplicity of nature, and through the medium of concepts and laws, this particular has to accord with the universal in order to be capable of being subsumed under it. But under the circumstances mentioned, this accord must be very contingent and must exist without any determinate principle to guide our judgment. 407. Nevertheless, we are able at least to conceive the possibility of such an accord of the things in nature with the power of judgment, an accord which we represent as contingent, and, consequently, as only possible by means of an end directed to its production. But, to do so, we must at the same time imagine an understanding different from our own, relative to which, and, what is more, without starting to attribute an end to it, we may represent the above accord of natural laws with our power of judgment, which for our understanding is only thinkable when ends are introduced as a middle term affecting the connection as necessary. It is, in fact, a distinctive characteristic of our understanding that in its cognition, as, for instance, of the cause of a product, it moves from the analytic universal to the particular, or, in other words, from concepts to given empirical intuitions. In this process, therefore, it determines nothing in respect of the multiplicity of the particular. On the contrary, understanding must wait for the subsumption of the empirical intuition, supposing that the object is a natural product, under the concept, to furnish this determination for the faculty of judgment. But now we are also able to form a notion of an understanding which, not being discursive like ours, but intuitive, moves from the synthetic universal, or intuition of a whole as a whole, to the particular, that is to say, from the whole to the parts. To render possible a definite form of the whole, a contingency in the synthesis of the parts is 408 not implied by such an understanding or its representation of the whole. But that is what our understanding requires. It must advance from the parts as the universally conceived principles to different possible forms to be subsumed under the latter as consequences. Its structure is such that we can only regard a real whole in nature as the effect of the concurrent dynamical forces of the parts. How then may we avoid having to represent the possibility of the whole as dependent upon the parts in a manner conformable to our discursive understanding? May we follow what the standard of the intuitive or archetypal understanding prescribes, and represent the possibility of the parts as both in their form and synthesis dependent upon the whole. But the very peculiarity of our understanding in question prevents this being done in such a way that the whole contains the source of the possibility of the nexus of the parts. This would be self-contradictory in knowledge of the discursive type. But the representation of a whole may contain the source of the possibility of the form of that whole and of the nexus of the parts which that form involves. But, now, the whole would in that case be an effect or product the representation of which is looked on as the cause of its possibility. But the product of a cause whose determining ground is merely the representation of its effect is termed an end. Hence it follows that it is simply a consequence flowing from the particular character of our understanding that we should represent products of nature as possible according to a different type of causality from that of the physical laws of matter, that is, as only possible according to ends and final causes. In the same way we explain the fact that this principle does not touch the question of how such things themselves, even considered as phenomena, are possible on this mode of production, but only concerns the judging of them that is possible to our understanding. On this view, we see at the same time why it is that in natural science we are far from being satisfied with an explanation of natural products by means of a causality according to ends. For in such an explanation, all we ask for is a judging of natural generation as adapted to our critical faculty or reflective judgment, instead of one adapted to the things themselves on behalf of determining judgment. Here it is also quite unnecessary to prove that an intellectus archetypus like this is possible. It is sufficient to show that we are led to this idea of an intellectus archetypus by contrasting with it our discursive understanding that has need of images, intellectus actipus, and noting the contingent character of a faculty of this form, and that this idea involves nothing self-contradictory. Now, where we consider a material whole and regard it as in point of form a product resulting from the parts and their powers and capacities of self-integration, including as parts any foreign material introduced by the cooperative action of the original parts, what we represent to ourselves in this way is a mechanical generation of the whole. But from this view of the generation of a whole we can elicit no concept of a whole as end. A whole whose intrinsic possibility emphatically presupposes the idea of a whole as that upon which the very nature and action of the parts depend. Yet this is the representation which we must form of an 409 organized body. But, as has just been shown, we are not to conclude from this that the mechanical generation of an organized body is impossible, for that would amount to saying that it is impossible, or, in other words, contradictory, for any understanding to form a representation of such a unity in the conjunction of the manifold without also making the idea of this unity its producing cause, that is, without representing the production as designed. At the same time, this is the conclusion that we should in fact have to draw were we entitled to look on material beings as things in themselves. For in that case, the unity constituting the basis of the possibility of natural formations would only be the unity of space. But space is not a real ground of the generation of things. It is only their formal condition, although from the fact that no part in it can be determined except in relation to the whole, the representation of which, therefore, underlies the possibility of the parts, it has some resemblance to the real ground of which we are in search. But then it is at least possible to regard the material world as a mere phenomenon, and to think something which is not a phenomenon, namely a thing in itself, as its substrate. And this we may rest upon a corresponding intellectual intuition, albeit it is not the intuition that we possess. In this way a supersensible real ground, although for us unknowable, would be procured for nature, and for the nature of which we ourselves form part. Everything, therefore, which is necessary in this nature as an object of the senses we should judge according to mechanical laws. But the accord and unity of the particular laws and of their resulting subordinate forms, which we must deem contingent in respect of mechanical laws, these things which exist in nature as an object of reason, and, indeed, nature in its entirety as a system, we should also consider in the light of teleological laws. Thus we should estimate nature on two kinds of principles. The mechanical mode of explanation would not be excluded by the teleological, as if the two principles contradicted one another. Further, this gives us an insight into what we might doubtless have easily conjectured independently, but which we should have found it difficult to assert or prove with certainty. It shows us that while the principle of a mechanical derivation of natural products displaying purposiveness is consistent with the teleological principle, it in no way enables us to dispense with it. We may apply to a thing which we have to judge as a natural end, that is, to an organized being, all the laws of mechanical generation known or yet to be discovered. We may even hope to make good progress in such researches, but we can never get rid of the appeal to a completely different source of generation for the possibility of a product of this kind, namely that of a causality by ends. It is utterly impossible for human reason, or for any finite reason qualitatively resembling ours, however much it may, for 110 surpass it in degree, to hope to understand the generation even of a blade of grass from mere mechanical causes. For if judgment finds the teleological nexus of causes and effects quite indispensable for the possibility of an object like this, be it only for the purpose of studying it under the guidance of experience, and if a ground involving relation to ends inadequate for external objects as phenomena altogether eludes us, so that we are compelled, although this ground lies in nature, to look for it in the supersensible substrate of nature, all possible insight into which is, however, cut off from us. It is absolutely impossible for us to obtain any explanation at the hand of nature itself to account for any synthesis displaying purposiveness. So by the constitution of our human faculty of knowledge, it becomes necessary to look for the supreme source of this purposiveness in an original understanding as the cause of the world. Section 78. The union of the principle of the universal mechanism of matter with the teleological principle in the technique of nature. It is of infinite importance to reason to keep in view the mechanism which nature employs in its productions, and to take due account of it in explaining them, since no insight into the nature of things can be attained apart from that principle. Even the concession that a supreme architect has directly created the forms of nature in the way they have existed from all time, or has predetermined those which in their course of development regularly conform to the same type, does not further our knowledge of nature one whit. The reason is that we are wholly ignorant of the ideas or mode of agency of such a supreme being, in which the principles of the possibility of the natural beings are supposed to be contained, and so cannot explain nature in this way moving from above downwards, that is a priori. On the other hand, our explanation would be simply tautological if, relying on the purposiveness found, as we believe, in the forms of objects of experience, we should set out from these forms and move from below upwards, that is a posteriori, and with a view to explaining such purposiveness should appeal to a cause acting in accordance with ends. We should be cheating reason with mere words, not to mention the fact that where, by resorting to explanation of this kind, we get lost in the extravagant speculation beyond the reach of natural science, reason is betrayed into poetic enthusiasm, the very thing which it is its preeminent calling to prevent. On the other hand, it is an equally necessary maxim of reason not to overlook the principle of ends and the products of 411 nature. For although this principle does not make the way in which such products originate any more comprehensible to us, yet it is a heuristic principle for the investigation of the particular laws of nature. And this remains true even though it be understood that, as we confine ourselves rigorously to the term natural ends, even where such products manifestly exhibit a designed purposive unity, we do not intend to make any use of the principle in order to explain nature itself. That is to say, in speaking of natural ends, pass beyond the bounds of nature in quest of the source of the possibility of those products. However, inasmuch as the question of this possibility must be addressed sooner or later, it is just as necessary to conceive a special type of causality for it, one not to be found in nature, as to allow that the mechanical activity of natural causes has its special type. For the receptivity for different forms over and above those which matter is capable of producing by virtue of such mechanism must be supplemented by a spontaneity of some cause, which cannot, therefore, be matter, as in its absence no reason can be assigned for those forms. Of course, before reason takes this step, it must exercise due caution and not seek to explain as teleological every technique of nature, meaning by this a formative capacity of nature which displays, as in the case of regularly constructed bodies, purposiveness of structure for our mere apprehension. On the contrary, it must continue to regard such technique as possible on purely mechanical principles. But to go so far as to exclude the teleological principle, and to want to keep always to mere mechanism, even where reason, in its investigation into the manner in which natural forms are rendered possible by their causes, finds a purposiveness of a character whose relation to a different type of causality is apparent beyond all denial, is equally unscientific. It inevitably sends reason on a fantastical and roving expedition among powers of nature that are only cobwebs of the brain and quite unthinkable, in just the same way as a merely teleological mode of explanation that pays no heed to the mechanism of nature would turn reason visionary. These two principles are not capable of being applied in conjunction to one and the same thing in nature as co-ordinate truths available for the explanation or deduction of one thing by or from another. In other words, they are not to be united in that way as dogmatic and constitutive principles affording insight into nature on behalf of determining judgment. If I suppose, for instance, that a maggot is to be regarded as a product of the mere mechanism of matter, that is, of a new formative process which a substance brings about by its own unaided resources when its elements are liberated as the result of decomposition, I cannot then turn round and derive the same product from the same substance as a causality that acts from ends. Conversely, if I suppose that this product is a natural end, I am precluded from relying on its mechanical generation, or adopting such generation as a 412 constitutive principle for judging the product in respect of its possibility, and thus uniting the two principles. For each mode of explanation excludes the other. Even supposing that objectively both grounds of the possibility of such a product rest on a single foundation, provided this foundation was not what we were thinking of. The principle which is to make possible the compatibility of the above pair of principles, as principles to be followed in judging nature, must be placed in what lies beyond both, and consequently beyond the possible empirical representation of nature, but in what nevertheless contains the ground of the representation of nature. It must, in other words, be placed in the supersensible, and to this each of the two modes of explanation must be referred. Now, the only concept we can have of the supersensible is the indeterminate conception of a ground that makes possible the judging of nature according to empirical laws. Beyond this we cannot go. By no predicate can we determine this concept any further. Hence it follows that the union of the two principles cannot rest on one basis of explanation setting out in so many terms how a product is possible on given laws so as to satisfy determining judgment, but can only rest on a single basis of exposition elucidating this possibility for reflective judgment. For explanation means derivation from a principle, which must, therefore, be capable of being clearly cognized and specified. Now the principle of the mechanism of nature and that of its causality according to ends, when 413 applied to one and the same product of nature, must cohere in a single higher principle and flow from it as their common source, for if this were not, so they could not both enter consistently into the same survey of nature. But if this principle, which is objectively common to both, and which, therefore, justifies the association of its dependent maxims of natural research, is of such a kind that, while it can be indicated, it can never be definitely cognized or clearly specified for employment in particular cases as they arise, then no explanation can be extracted from such a principle. There can be no clear and definite derivation, in other words, of the possibility of a natural product, as one possible on those two heterogeneous principles. Now the principle common to the mechanical derivation, on the one hand, and the teleological, on the other, is the supersensible, which we must introduce as the basis of nature as phenomenon. But of this we are unable from a theoretical point of view to form the slightest positive determinate concept. How, therefore, in the light of the supersensible as a principle, nature in its particular laws constitutes a system for us, and one capable of being cognized as possible both on the principle of production from physical causes and on that of final causes, is a matter which does not admit of any explanation. All we can say is that if it happens that objects of nature present themselves, whose possibility is incapable of being conceived by us on the principle of mechanism, which always has a claim upon a natural being, unless we rely on teleological principles, it is then to be presumed that we may confidently study natural laws on lines following both principles. according as the possibility of the natural product is cognizable to our understanding from one or other principle, without being disturbed by the apparent conflict that arises between the principles upon which our judging of the product is formed. For we are at least assured of the possibility of both being reconciled, even objectively, in a single principle, inasmuch as they deal with phenomena, and these presuppose a supersensible ground. We have seen that the principles both of nature's mechanical operation and of its teleological or design technique, as bearing upon one and the same product and its possibility, may alike be subordinated to a common higher principle of nature in its particular laws. Nevertheless, this principle being transcendent, the narrow capacity of our understanding is such that the above subordination does not enable us to unite the two principles in the explanation of the same natural generation, even where, as is the case with organized substances, the intrinsic possibility of the product is only intelligible by means of a causality according to ends. Hence we must keep to the statement of the principle of teleology above given. So we say that by the constitution of our human understanding no causes but those acting by design can be adopted as grounds of the possibility of organized beings in nature, and the mere mechanism of nature is quite insufficient to explain these its products. And we add that this implies no desire to decide anything by that principle in respect of the possibility of such things themselves. This principle, we mean to say, is only a maxim of reflective, not of determining judgment. Hence, it is only valid subjectively for us, not objectively, to explain the possibility of things of this kind themselves, in which things themselves both modes of generation might easily spring consistently from one and the same ground. Furthermore, unless the teleologically conceived mode of generation were supplemented by a concept of a concomitantly presented mechanism of nature, such genesis could not be judged as a product of nature at all. Hence, we see that the above maxim immediately involves the necessity of a union of both principles in the judging of things as natural ends. But this union is not to be directed to substituting one principle, either wholly or in part, in the place of the other. For in the room of what is regarded, by us at least, as only possible by design, mechanism cannot be assumed, and in the room of what is cognized as necessary in accordance with mechanism, such contingency as would require an end as its determining ground cannot be assumed. On the contrary, we can only, 414, subordinate one to the other, namely mechanism to design technique. And on the transcendental principle of the purposiveness of nature this may readily be done. For where ends are thought as the sources of the possibility of certain things, means have also to be supposed. Now the law of the escient causality of a means, considered in its own right, requires nothing that presupposes an end, and, consequently, may be both mechanical and yet a subordinate cause of designed effects. Hence, looking only to organic products of nature, but still more if, impressed by the endless multitude of such products, we go on and adopt, at least on an allowable hypothesis, the principle of design, in the connection of natural causes following particular laws, as a universal principle of reflective judgment in respect of the whole of nature, namely the world, we may imagine a great and even universal interconnection of mechanical and teleological laws in the generative processes of nature. Here we neither confuse nor transpose the principles upon which such processes are judged. For in a teleological judgment, even if the form which the matter assumes is judged as only possible by design, yet the matter itself, considered as to its nature, may also be subordinated, conformably to mechanical laws, as means to the represented end. At the same time, inasmuch as the basis of this compatibility lies in what is neither the one nor the other, neither mechanism nor purposive nexus, but is the supersensible substrate of nature, which is hidden from our view. For our human reason, the two modes of representing the possibility of such objects are not to be fused into one. On the contrary, we are unable to judge their possibility otherwise than as one grounded in accordance with the nexus of final causes upon a supreme understanding. Thus, the teleological mode of explanation is in no way prejudiced. But now it is an open question, and for our reason must always remain an open question, how much the mechanism of nature contributes as means to each final design in nature. Further, having regard to the above-mentioned intelligible principle of the possibility of a nature in general, we may even assume that nature is possible in all respects on both kinds of law, the physical laws and those of final causes, as universally consonant laws, although we are quite unable to see how this is so. Hence, we are ignorant how far the mechanical mode of explanation possible for us may penetrate. This much only is certain, that no matter what progress we may succeed in making with it, it must still always remain inadequate for things that we have once recognized to be natural ends. Therefore, by the constitution of our understanding, we must subordinate such mechanical grounds, one and all, to a teleological principle. 415. Now this is the source of a privilege, and, owing to the importance of the study of nature on the lines of the principle of mechanism for the theoretical employment of our reason, the source also of a duty. We may and should explain all products and events of nature, even the most purposive, so far as lies in our power, on mechanical lines, and it is impossible for us to assign the limits of our powers when confined to the pursuit of inquiries of this kind. But in so doing we must never lose sight of the fact that among such products there are those which we cannot even subject to investigation except under the conception of an end of reason. These, if we respect the essential nature of our reason, we are obliged, despite those mechanical causes, to subordinate in the last resort to a causality according to ends. Appendix. Theory of the method of teleological judgment. 416. Section 79. Whether teleology must be treated as a branch of natural science. Every science must have its definite position in the complete encyclopedia of the sciences. If it is a philosophical science, its position must be assigned to it either in the theoretical or the practical division. Further, if its place is in the theoretical division, then the position assigned to it must either be in natural science, which is its proper position when it considers things capable of being objects of experience, consequently in physics proper, psychology, or cosmology, or else in theology, as the science of the original source of the world, as the sum of all objects of experience. Now the question arises, what position does teleology deserve? Is it a branch of natural science, properly so called, or of theology? A branch of one or the other it must be, for no science can belong to the transition from one to the other, because this only signifies the articulation or the organization of the system and not a position in it. That it does not form a constituent part of theology, although the use that may there be made of it is most important, is evident from the nature of the case. For its objects are the productions of nature and their cause, and, although it points to this cause as a ground residing beyond and above nature, namely a divine author, yet it does not do so for determining judgment. It only points to this cause in the interests of reflective judgment engaged in surveying nature, its purpose being to guide our judging of the things in the world by means of the idea of such a ground, as a regulative principle, in a manner adapted to our human understanding. But just as little does it appear to form a part of natural science. For this science requires determining, and not merely reflective, principles for the purpose of assigning objective grounds of natural effects. As a matter of fact, also, the theory of nature, or the mechanical explanation of its phenomena by escient causes, is in no way helped by considering them in the light of the correlation of ends. The exposition of the ends pursued by nature in its products, so far as such ends form a system according to teleological concepts, belongs strictly speaking only to a description of nature that follows a particular guiding thread. Here reason does find work, and work that is full of practical purposiveness from various points. 417 of view. but it gives no information whatever as to the origin and intrinsic possibility of these forms. Yet this is what specially concerns the theoretical science of nature. Teleology, therefore, in the form of a science, is not a branch of doctrine at all, but only of critique, and of the critique of a particular cognitive faculty, namely that of judgment. But it does contain a priori principles, and to that extent it may, and in fact must, specify the method by which nature has to be judged according to the principle of final causes. In this way, the science of its methodical application exerts at least a negative influence upon the procedure to be adopted in the theoretical science of nature. It also in the same way affects the metaphysical bearing which this science may have on theology, when the former is treated as a propedeutic to the latter. Section 80. The necessary subordination of the principle of mechanism to the teleological principle in the explanation of a thing regarded as a natural end. Our right to aim at an explanation of all natural products on simply mechanical lines is in itself quite unrestricted. But the constitution of our understanding, as engaged upon things in the shape of natural ends, is such that our power of meeting all demands from the unaided resources of mechanical explanation is not only very limited, but is also circumscribed within clearly marked bounds. For by a principle of judgment that adopts the above procedure alone, nothing whatever can be accomplished in the way of explaining natural ends. For this reason, our judging of such products must also at all times be subordinated to a teleological principle. Hence there is reason, and indeed merit, in pursuing the mechanism of nature for the purpose of explaining natural products so far as this can be done with probable success, and in fact never abandoning this attempt on the ground that it is intrinsically impossible to encounter the purposiveness of nature along this road, but only on the ground that it is impossible for us as human beings. For in order to succeed along this line of investigation, we should require an intuition different from our sensuous intuition and a determinate knowledge of the intelligible substrate of nature, a substrate from which we could show the reason of the very mechanism of phenomena and their particular laws. But this wholly surpasses our capacity. 418. So where it is established beyond question that the concept of a natural end applies to things, as in the case of organized beings, if the investigator of nature is not simply to waste his labor, he must always in judging them accept some original organization or other as fundamental. He must consider that this organization avails itself of the very mechanism above mentioned for the purpose of producing other organic forms, or for evolving new structures from those given. Such new structures, however, always issuing from and in accordance with the end in question. It is praiseworthy to employ a comparative anatomy and go through the vast creation of organized natural beings in order to see if there is not discoverable in it something resembling a system, especially with respect to the principle of their productions. For otherwise we should be obliged to content ourselves with the mere principle of judging, which tells us nothing that gives any insight into the production of such beings, and to abandon in despair all claim to insight into nature in this field. When we consider the agreement of so many genera of animals in a certain common schema, which apparently underlies not only the structure of their bones, but also the arrangement of their remaining parts, and when we find here the wonderful simplicity of the original plan, which has been able to produce such an immense variety of species by the shortening of one part and the lengthening of another, by the involution of this part and the evolution of that, there gleams upon the mind a ray of hope, however faint, that the principle of the mechanism of nature, apart from which there can be no natural science at all, may yet enable us to arrive at some explanation in the case of organic life. This analogy of forms, which in all their differences seem to be produced in accordance with a common type, strengthens the suspicion that they have an actual kinship due to descent from a common. 419 parent. This we might trace in the gradual approximation of one animal species to another, from that in which the principle of end seems best authenticated, namely from man, back to the polyp, and from this back even to mosses and lichens, and finally to the lowest perceivable stage of nature. Here we come to crude matter, and from this, and the forces which it exerts in accordance with mechanical laws, laws resembling those by which it acts in the formation of crystals, seems to be developed the whole technique of nature which, in the case of organized beings, is so incomprehensible to us that we feel obliged to imagine a different principle for its explanation. Here the archaeologist of nature is at liberty to go back to the traces that remain of nature's earliest revolutions, and, appealing to all he knows of or can conjecture about its mechanism, to trace the genesis of that great family of living things. For it must be pictured as a family if there is to be any foundation for the consistently coherent unity mentioned. He can suppose that the womb of Mother Earth as it first emerged, like a huge animal, from its chaotic state, gave birth to creatures whose form displayed less purposiveness, and that these again bore others which adapted themselves more perfectly to their native surroundings and their relations to each other, until this womb, becoming rigid and ossified, restricted its birth to definite species incapable of further modification, and the multiplicity of forms was fixed as it stood. For 20 when the operation of that fruitful formative power had ceased. Yet, for all that, he is obliged eventually to attribute to this universal mother an organization suitably constituted with a view to all these forms of life, for unless he does so, the possibility of the purposive form of the products of the animal and plant kingdoms is quite unthinkable. Point 1. But when he does attribute all this to nature, he has only pushed the explanation a stage farther back. He cannot pretend to have made the genesis of those two kingdoms intelligible independently of the condition of final causes. Even as regards the alteration which certain individuals of the organized genera contingently undergo, where we find that the character thus altered is transmitted and taken up into the generative power, we can form no other plausible judgment of it than that it is an occasional development of a purposive capacity originally present in the species with a view to the preservation of the kind. For in the complete inner purposiveness of an organized being, the generation of its like is intimately associated with the condition that nothing shall be taken up into the generative force which does not also belong, in such a system of ends, to one of its undeveloped original capacities. Once we depart from this principle, we cannot know with certainty whether many constituents of the form at present found in a species may not be of equally contingent and purposeless origin, and the principle of teleology, that nothing in an organized being which is preserved in the propagation of the species should be judged as devoid of purposiveness, would be made very unreliable and could only hold good for the parent stock, to which our knowledge does not reach. In reply to those who feel obliged to adopt a teleological principle of critical judgment, that is an architectonic understanding in the case of all such natural ends, Hume raises the objection that one might ask with equal justice how such an understanding is itself possible. By this, he means that one may also ask how it is possible that there should be such a teleological coincidence in one being of the manifold faculties and properties presupposed in the very concept of an understanding which also possesses a productive power. But there is nothing in this point. For the whole difficulty that besets the question as to the genesis of a thing that involves ends, and that is solely comprehensible by their means, rests upon the demand for unity in the source of the synthesis of the multiplicity of externally existing elements in this product. For, if this source is laid in the understanding of a productive cause regarded as a simple substance, the above question, as a teleological problem, is abundantly answered, whereas if the cause is merely sought in matter, as an aggregate of many externally existing substances, the unity of principle requisite for the intrinsically purposive form of its complex structures is, for 121, wholly absent. The autocracy of matter in productions that for our understanding are only conceivable as ends is a word with no meaning. This is the reason why those who look for a supreme ground of the possibility of the objectively purposive forms of matter, and yet do not concede an understanding to this ground, choose nevertheless to make the world whole either an all-embracing substance, pantheism, or else what is only the preceding in more defined form, a complex of many determinations inhering in a single simple substance. Spinozism. Their object is to derive from this substance that unity of source which all purposiveness presupposes. And in fact, thanks to their purely ontological concept of a simple substance, they really do something to satisfy one condition of the problem, namely, that of the unity implied in the reference to an end. But they have nothing to say on the subject of the other condition, namely the relation of the substance to its consequence regarded as an end, this relation being what gives to their ontological ground the more precise determination which the problem demands. The result is that they in no way answer the entire problem. Also, for our understanding, it remains absolutely unanswerable except on the following terms. First, the original source of things must be pictured by us as a simple substance. Then its attribute, as simple substance, in its relation to the specific character of the natural forms whose source it is, the character, namely, of purposive unity, must be pictured as the attribute of an intelligent substance. Lastly, the relation of this intelligent substance to the natural forms must, owing to the contingency which we find in everything which we imagine to be possible only as an end, be pictured as one of causality. Section 81. The association of mechanism with the teleological principle which we apply to the explanation of a natural end considered as a product of nature. We have seen from the preceding section that the mechanism of nature is not sufficient to enable us to conceive the possibility of an organized being, but that it must ultimately be subordinated to a cause acting by design, or, at least, that the type of our cognitive faculty is such that we must conceive it to be so subordinated. But just as little can the mere teleological source of a being of this kind enable us to consider and to judge it as at once an end and a product of nature. With that teleological source, we must further associate the mechanism of nature as a sort of instrument of a cause acting by design, and to whose ends nature is subordinated even in its mechanical laws. The possibility of such a union of two completely different types of causality, namely that of nature in its universal conformity to law, and that of an idea which restricts nature to a particular form of which nature, as nature, is in no. For 22 way the source is something which our reason does not comprehend, for it resides in the supersensible substrate of nature, of which we are unable to make any definite affirmation, further than that it is the self-subsistent being of which we know merely the phenomenon. Yet, for all that, this principle remains in full and undiminished force, that everything which we assume to form part of phenomenal nature and to be its product must be thought as connected with nature according to mechanical laws. For, apart from this type of causality, organized beings, although they are ends of nature, would not be natural products. Now, supposing we adopt the teleological principle of the production of organized beings, as indeed we cannot avoid doing, we may base their internally purposive form either on the occasionalism or on the pre-establishment of the cause. According to occasionalism, the supreme cause of the world would directly supply the organic formation, stamped with the impress of its own idea, on the occasion of each impregnation, to the commingling substances united in the generative process. On the system of pre-establishment, the supreme cause would only endow the original products of its wisdom with the inherent capacity by means of which an organized being produces another after its own kind, and the species preserves its continuous existence, whilst the loss of individuals is ever being repaired through the agency of a nature that simultaneously labors towards their destruction. If the occasionalism of the production of organized beings is assumed, all cooperation of nature in the process is entirely lost, and no room is left for the exercise of reason in judging of the possibility of products of this kind. So we may take it for granted that no one will embrace this system who cares anything for philosophy. Again, the system of pre-establishment may take either of two forms. Thus, it treats every organized being produced from one of its own kind either as its educt or as its product. The system which regards the generations as educts is termed that of individual preformation, or, sometimes, the theory of evolution. That which regards them as products is called the system of epigenesis. The latter may also be called the system of generic preformation, inasmuch as it regards the productive capacity of the parents, in respect of the inner purposive tendency that would be part of their original stock, and, therefore, the specific form, as still having been virtually preformed. On this statement, the opposite theory of individual preformation might also more appropriately be called the theory of involution or encasement. 423. The advocates of the theory of evolution exclude all individuals from the formative force of nature for the purpose of deriving them directly from the hand of the Creator. Yet they would not venture to describe the occurrence on the lines of the hypothesis of occasionalism, so as to make the impregnation an idle formality, which takes place whenever a supreme intelligent cause of the world has made up his mind to form a fetus directly with his own hand and relegate to the mother the mere task of developing and nourishing it. They would avow adherence to the theory of preformation, as if it were not a matter of indifference whether a supernatural origin of such forms is allowed to take place at the start or in the course of the world process. They fail to see that in fact a whole host of supernatural contrivances would be spared by acts of creation as occasion arose, which would be required if an embryo formed at the beginning of the world had to be preserved from the destructive forces of nature, and had to keep safe and sound all through the long ages till the day arrived for its development, and also that an incalculably greater number of such preformed entities would be created than would be destined ever to develop, and that all those would be so many creations thus rendered superfluous and in vain. Yet they would like to leave nature some role in these operations, so as not to lapse into an unmitigated hyperphysics that can dispense with all explanation on naturalistic lines. Of course, they would still remain unshaken in their hyperphysics, so much so that they would discover even in miscarriages, which yet cannot possibly be deemed ends of nature, a marvelous purposiveness, even if it be directed to no better end than that of being a purposiveless purposiveness intended. For 24 to set some chance anatomist at his wit's end, and make him fall on his knees with admiration. However, they would be absolutely unable to make the generation of hybrids fit in with the system of preformation, but would be compelled to allow to the seed of the male creature, to which in other cases they had denied all but the mechanical property of serving as the first means of nourishment for the embryo, a further and additional formative force directed to ends. And yet they would not concede this force to either of the two parents when dealing with the complete product of two creatures of the same genus. As against this, even supposing we failed to see the enormous advantage on the side of the advocate of epigenesis in the matter of empirical evidence in support of this theory, still reason would antecedently be strongly prepossessed in favor of this line of explanation. For as regards things the possibility of whose origin can only be represented to the mind according to a causality of ends, epigenesis nonetheless regards nature as at least itself productive in respect of the continuation of the process, and not as merely unfolding something. Thus, with the least possible expenditure of the supernatural, it entrusts to nature the explanation of all steps subsequent to the original beginning. But it refrains from determining anything as to this original beginning, which is what bames all the attempts of physics, no matter what chain of causes it adopts. No one has rendered more valuable services in connection with this theory of epigenesis than Herhofer. Blumenbach. This is as true of what he has done towards establishing the correct principles of its application, partly by setting due bounds to an overly free employment of it, as it is of his contributions to its proof. He makes organic substance the starting point for physical explanation of these formations. For to suppose that crude matter, obeying mechanical laws, was originally its own architect, that life could have sprung up from the nature of what is void of life, and matter have spontaneously adopted the form of a self-maintaining purposiveness. He justly declares to be contrary to reason. But at the same time he leaves to the mechanism of nature, in its subordination to this inscrutable principle of a primordial organization, an indeterminable yet also unmistakable function. The capacity of matter here required he terms, in contradistinction to the simply mechanical formative force universally residing in it. In the case of an organized body, a formative impulse, standing, so to speak, under the higher guidance and direction of the above principle. Section 82. The teleological system in the extrinsic relations of organisms. 425. By extrinsic purposiveness, I mean the purposiveness that exists where one thing in nature subserves another as means to an end. Now, even things which do not possess any intrinsic purposiveness, and whose possibility does not imply any, such as earth, air, water, and the like, may nevertheless extrinsically, that is in relation to other beings, be very well adapted to ends. But then those other beings must in all cases be organized, that is, be natural ends, for unless they are ends the former could not be considered means. Thus water, air, and earth cannot be regarded as means to the emergence of mountains. For intrinsically there is nothing in mountains that calls for a source of their possibility according to ends. Hence their cause can never be referred to such a source and represented under the predicate of a means subservient thereto. Extrinsic purposiveness is an entirely different concept from that of intrinsic purposiveness, the latter being connected with the possibility of an object irrespective of whether its actuality is itself an end or not. In the case of an organism, we may further inquire, for what end does it exist? But we can hardly do so in the case of things in which we recognize the simple effect of the mechanism of nature. The reason is that in the case of organisms we have already represented to ourselves a causality according to ends, a creative understanding, to account for their intrinsic purposiveness, and have referred this active faculty to its determining ground, the design. One extrinsic purposiveness is the single exception, and it is one intimately bound up with the intrinsic purposiveness of an organization. It does not leave open the question as to the ulterior end for which the nature so organized must have existed, and yet it lies in the extrinsic relation of a means to an end. This is the organization of the two sexes in their mutual relation with a view to the propagation of their species. For here we may always ask, just as in the case of an individual, why was it necessary for such a pair to exist? The answer is, in this pair we have what first forms an organizing whole, though not an organized whole, in a single body. Now when it is asked to what end a thing exists, the answer may take one or other of two forms. It may be said that its existence and generation have no relation whatever to a cause acting designedly. Its origin is then always understood to be derived from the mechanism of nature. Or it may be said that its existence, being that of a contingent natural entity, has some ground or other involving design. And this is a thought which it is difficult for us to separate from the concept of a thing that is organized. For inasmuch as we are compelled to rest its intrinsic possibility on the causality of final causes and an idea underlying this causality, we cannot but think that the real existence of this product is also an end. For where the representation of an effect is at the same time the ground determining an intelligent e-scient cause to its production, the effect so represented is termed an end. Here, therefore, we may either say that the end of the real existence of a natural being. For 26 of this kind is inherent in itself, that is, that it is not merely an end, but also a final end. Or we may say that the final end lies outside it in other natural beings, that is, that its real existence, which is adapted to ends, is not itself a final end, but is necessitated by its being at the same time a means. But if we go through the whole of nature, we do not find in it, as nature, any being capable of laying claim to the distinction of being the final end of creation. In fact, it may even be proved a priori that what might do perhaps as an ultimate end for nature endowing it with any conceivable qualities or properties we choose, could nevertheless, in its character of a natural thing, never be a final end. Looking to the vegetable kingdom, we might at first be induced by the boundless fertility with which it spreads itself abroad upon almost every soil to think that it should be regarded as a mere product of the mechanism which nature displays in its formations in the mineral kingdom. But a more intimate knowledge of its indescribably wise organization precludes us from entertaining this view and drives us to ask, for what purpose do these forms of life exist? Suppose we reply, for the animal kingdom, which is thus provided with the means of sustenance, so that it has been enabled to spread over the face of the earth in such a manifold variety of genera. The question again arises, for what purpose then do these herbivores exist? The answer would be something like this, for 427 the carnivores, which are only able to live on what itself has animal life. At last we come down to the question, what is the end and purpose of these and all the preceding natural kingdoms? For man, we say, and the multifarious uses to which his intelligence teaches him to put all these forms of life. He is the ultimate end of creation here upon earth, because he is the one and only being upon it that is able to form a concept of ends, and from an aggregate of things purposively fashioned to construct by the aid of his reason a system of ends. We might also follow the Chevalier Lynn asterisk and take the seemingly opposite course. Thus we might say, the herbivorous animals exist for the purpose of checking the profuse growth of the vegetable kingdom, by which many species of that kingdom would be choked. The carnivores for the purpose of setting bounds to the voracity of the herbivores. And finally, man exists so that by pursuing the latter and reducing their numbers, a certain equilibrium between the productive and destructive forces of nature may be established. So, on this view, however much man might in a certain relation be judged as end, in a different relation he would in turn only rank as a means. If we adopt the principle of an objective purposiveness in the manifold variety of the specific forms of terrestrial life, and in their extrinsic relations to one another as beings with a structure adapted to ends, it is only rational to go on and imagine that in this extrinsic relation there is also a certain organization and a system of the whole kingdom of nature following final causes. But experience seems here to give the lie to the maxim of reason, more especially as regards an ultimate end of nature, an end which nevertheless is necessary to the possibility of such a system, and which we can only place in man. For, so far from making man, regarded as one of the many animal species, an ultimate end, nature has no more exempted him from its destructive than from its productive forces, nor has it made the smallest exception to its subjection of everything to a mechanism of forces devoid of an end. The first thing that would have to be expressly appointed in a system ordered with a view to a purposive whole of natural beings upon the earth would be their habitat, the soil or the element upon or in which they are intended to thrive. But a more intimate knowledge of the nature of this basic condition of all organic production shows no trace of any causes, but those acting altogether without design, and in fact tending towards destruction rather than calculated to promote genesis of forms, order, and ends. Land and sea not only contain memorials of mighty primeval disasters that have overtaken both them and all their living forms, but their entire structure. The strata of the land and the coastlines of the sea has all the appearance of being the outcome of the wild and all-subduing forces of a nature working in a state of chaos. However wisely the configuration, elevation, and slope of the